Chapter 440. Yushu was worried about the money and hid in her room to calculate the accounts. When it was almost noon, Xian Lu unexpectedly came to the front door with two maidservants dressed as men. Lin Fu recognized this young lady from an aristocratic family and directly invited her to the backyard. "Why don't you stay at home? What are you doing here?" Yushu went downstairs to see Xian Lu. When she entered the door, she glanced at her. This little girl's face was rosy. It was clear that she had benefited from the recent nourishment. She looked much better than before. Xian Lu heard that Yushu didn't like her, so she pouted and said, "I survived a disaster and will have good fortune in the future. Of course, I have to come here to thank my savior. Otherwise, I would be an ungrateful person." After saying this, she stood up from the chair, tidied up her sleeves, and then carefully bowed to Yushu. Yushu didn't stop her. After seeing her pretentiousness, she turned around and took a half-foot-long wooden box from the arms of a maid. She smiled and handed it to her. She was quite envious and said, "Take it. This is my Xian family's thank you gift." Yushu took it and opened the box. There was a thick book inside. The cover was covered with a layer of waterproof gray oil paper. It was wrinkled and didn't even have a title. She raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "I saved your little life, and you're giving me this stupid book? You don't know what it is." Xian Lu glared at her with all her might. She turned her head and winked at the maid. The two of them closed the door and went out to stand guard. Xian Lu raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "What kind of lousy book are you talking about? This is my Xian family's book of strange things and rare things. Even 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy a page of it." Oh, hearing this, Yushu's interest was piqued. She took out the book, put the box aside, and flipped through the oiled paper. There were no words on the first page, only a palm-sized drawing of the 8 trigrams of King One. It was colored with stone yellow, silver vermilion, and gold clay, and its surface seemed to be overflowing with light. Around the 8 trigrams, there were many strange symbols. After that, there was a picture with 1 or 2 pages of explanation. The pictures were mostly of objects and clothes. As for the explanation, it was actually a detailed feng shui technique. Yushu's pupils constricted while her heartbeat rose and fell. She flipped through a few more pages and found a familiar drawing. It was precisely the Chongwen white jade brush that she'd seen when she went to the Xian clan's treasure pavilion with Shui Rue not long ago. She couldn't help but read the explanation on the side. This Chongwen pen was used to suppress evil. It was not difficult to raise. Before the pen was made, the jade body of the pen was stored in a feng shui pond. Every night, the pen would shine under the moonlight, and at noon, it would be taken out after 15 days and matched with the hair. The book recorded that there was once a scholar who was disturbed by distracting thoughts and couldn't concentrate. He hung a superior Chongwen pen on the table and could be refreshed for 3 days. The cost was less than 100 taels, but it was worth 100 taels of gold. It was really amazing. Yushu almost immediately understood how precious this book was. What Xian Lu said before, "It's hard to buy a page of it," was not a lie. One must know that although there were many masters in the Dan dynasty, there were only a few who were good at masters. Otherwise, the price of feng shui items wouldn't be so high. Even a red thread soaked in cinnabar in an ordinary shop was more expensive than fish. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Although this saying was true, she never thought that the Xian family would be willing to give her such a thing. She swallowed and swallowed. She closed the book and looked up to see the proud expression on Xian Lu's face. She slowly calmed down and put the book back into the box. She sighed and stuffed it back into Xian Lu's arms. "I can't accept this thing. You take it back." Xian Lu was stunned. "You don't want it?" Yushu nodded and smiled bitterly. "Even though it's not a mystical technique, it's even rarer than that. It's a crime to possess such a precious treasure. I'm afraid that if I lose it in my hands, it will ruin the Xian family's business." Xian Lu heard her words and knew what she was worried about. He smiled and said, "I will tell you the truth. This book was given to you by my ancestor. Even I am surprised. You have no idea how many people covet our Xian clan's encyclopedia of curious objects. but my grandfather only made the decision to trade it with the Fong family. That old man Fong treasures it like it's his own eyes. Yushu spread her hands and said, "Then I can't accept it. I don't have anything valuable on me. How can I exchange it with you?" If she really wanted to compare, her time of calamity rule and the 6 lines technique were both more valuable than the rare objects. But she would never exchange it. Who wants to exchange it with you? Everyone says that this is given to you by the ancestor. Xian Lu puffed his cheeks and pushed the box back to Yushu. He whispered, "Don't worry. This is just a copy. The things on it are not complete. I only copied 1/3 of it for you. The truly priceless feng shui treasures are all in the hands of the old ancestor. That is the foundation of our Xian family. Even if you beat us to death, we will not pass it on to outsiders. Just keep it, or you will look down on me. Our old ancestor loves me the most. Is my life not worth a broken book?" After listening to Xian Lu's words, Yushu calmed down. She knew that this copy could be accepted. It would not affect the overall situation. So she smiled and hugged the book box tightly. She raised her hand and pinched Xian Lu's round face. She said, "Good Lu, I didn't treat you in vain." Xian Lu snorted and hid her hand away. "Whose sister are you? Don't randomly recognize me." As she said this, she blushed a little. She lowered her head and said, "That night, I was on the brink of death. I thought that I wouldn't be able to live. It was you who pulled me back. You didn't let go of me. I can't thank you enough. I only have one thing to say. Don't laugh at me. I see you as my sister." Yushu was influenced by her words. Xian Lu was a lover with personality. So was she. That day, she saved his life. With this layer of friendship, she could no longer treat him as a casual friend. She should be closer to him. At noon, Shui Rue did not return. Yushu asked Xian Lu to stay for a meal. The two drank a pot of wine. Xian Lu opened her heart and told Yushu many things. She even told Yushu her dissatisfaction with Qin Yuero. After the night at Xiancheng Garden, even though Qin Yuero finally pointed out Ji Xingxuan, Xian Lu blamed her for helping Ji Xingxuan hide the truth. With this estrangement, the two of them were not as close as before. Although Yushu did not like Qin Yuero, she did not want to sow discord between the two sisters. She tried to talk some sense into it. Seeing that it was useless, she did not say anything more. After the meal, she helped the drunk Xian Lu to the bed in the bedroom. She had the servant girl she brought serve her afternoon nap. After settling Xian Lu down, Yushu impatiently went upstairs. She prepared a pot of tea to sober up and close the door. She entered the study and took out the list of wondrous and rare objects given to her by the Xian family to read. Once she read it, she could not pull out. For the entire afternoon, she did not take a single step out of the study. Even when Xian Lu sobered up and left, she ordered Lin Fu to send her off. In the evening, when Shui Rue came back and knocked on the door, she reluctantly closed the book and went to open the door for him. Shui Rue originally wanted to come back earlier today, but who knew that he would be caught up in so many matters. He hurriedly took care of them and returned to Forgotten Opportunity Tower. After changing his clothes, he happily came up to look for someone. When he opened the door and saw Yushu, he revealed a smile. "You're back." Compared to Shui Rue, Yushu was obviously not in a good mood. At this moment, she was only thinking about the instruments on the list. The man in front of her had a good face, but it was not enough to eat and drink. Seeing her like this, Shui Rue quickly guessed that he had disturbed her, so he glanced at the brightly lit study room and said, "You don't have to be in a hurry to sort out those cases. I can return them whenever I want. Don't work too hard and damage your spirit." When Yushu heard this, she smiled slightly and did not point out his misunderstanding. She poured tea for him and said, "Chio Darren came over during the day. I discussed with him about the repair of the residence. We will choose a good day to start the construction next month." Shui Rue took the teacup from her hand and looked at her fingers. He said, "Did he talk about the money?" Yushu nodded. He didn't say anything. "I thought about it and gave him 1,000 taels of silver. Do you think it's too little?" Shui Rue drank the herbal tea in her room and felt that it was more refreshing than usual. He casually said, Tell Lin Fu to take out 5,000 taels from Forgotten Opportunity Tower's account, and give Chiu Jiming 3,000 taels to prevent people under him from cutting corners. I will write a note later. The next time you see him, tell him to take this note to Southern Forest Lumber Company and take a batch of mahogany to make furniture. This is to prevent him from using birch and oak wood in the Ministry of Works to perfunctory you. Yushu glanced at him. His generosity made her feel good, but also uncomfortable. She shook her head and said, "There is no need to spend so much money. I will give him 1,000 taels of silver. It will be better than the house we are living in now." A woman must know how to be independent. It hasn't even been a day, and she is already using his money. What will happen if this continues for a long time? Shui Rue smiled. He clearly saw through her thoughts and said, "Are you reluctant to use money, or are you reluctant to use my money?" Yushu rolled her eyes at him. "I am used to being poor. Even if money comes from the wind, I will not be willing to use it. Unlike you who have a young master's life. Born with a golden bowl and golden spoon, you don't know the cost of daily necessities." Hee, your mouth. I'm just helping you. If you don't use it, then don't use it. There is no need to pester me. Shui Rue faced Yushu with a good temper. No matter if she ridiculed or ridiculed him, he would accept it all. The more he behaved like this, the more Yushu would restrain herself. Seeing that his cup was empty, she would refill it. She didn't want to worry about money anymore. Chapter 441. It was drizzling in the early morning. Yushu held a pea-green paper umbrella and walked up the stairs with the hem of her clothes. She closed the umbrella under the eaves, shook off the water droplets, and looked up at the beam of the door. There were 3 words Shushui Hall on the small plaque. There was a line of spring calligraphy on both sides of the door. The first couplet was Shushui makes the haze more cloudy, and the second couplet was Spring makes the water darker. This cottage was Fong Zijing's private place in the Taisher Library. It was next to a shallow pond, and its back was against the mountain wall, which was quite suitable for the scenery. Situ Qinglan was cleaning the room. When she saw Yushu, her eyes brightened, and she walked towards her with a dusty horsetail whisk. Lotus Room. The day before yesterday, after a meal in Wangji Building, Yushu and she changed the way they addressed each other. They no longer called each other Miss or Miss. Yushu saw her cleaning the window just now, so she smiled and said, "You are early again. You are really a diligent person." "Not at all. I am used to going to bed early, so I wake up early," Situ Qinglan said modestly. She turned her head to look at the 3 or 5 students sitting in the cottage, and then waved to Yushu to talk in the corridor outside the door. "I have a piece of good news for you. How are you going to thank me?" Situ Qinglan winked at Yushu, looking a little playful. Yushu thought she was joking, so she said lightly, "Tell me. It really makes me happy. I will clean the window for you." "Oh, this is what you said." Situ Qinglan was about the same height as Yushu. She leaned close to her ear and whispered, "On the Divine Ancestor's Sacrifice Day next month, Grandfather and 2 other academicians have chosen you to accompany the Emperor." Yushu was surprised at first, and then she looked at her suspiciously. "Are you serious? You are not coaxing me to work for you, are you?" A few days ago, Shui Rue told her that the Imperial Historian Library would choose a few young students to accompany the Emperor on the day of Divine Ancestor's sacrificial rites, and asked her to inquire about Fong Zijing's intentions. She hadn't been able to find an opportunity, but who knew that such a good thing had already fallen into her lap? "You are a puppy. Here, wipe it clean." Without saying a word, Situ Qinglan gave her the horsetail whisk in her hand, took her umbrella, and turned around to enter the cottage. Seeing that she slipped away quickly, Yushu had no choice but to clean the remaining 2 windows. Fong Zijing only played 2 pieces of music for them to appreciate. One was melodious and the other was loud. It was said to cultivate one's mind. Although there was nothing special about it, it was full of rhythm. Even Yushu, who didn't know how to play the zither, listened with great interest and didn't even yawn. Yushu was concerned about the place to accompany the sacred ancestor on the day of sacrifice, so she had been paying attention to Fong Zijing's movements the moment class ended. Just as she was pondering how she should ask him after everyone had left, she saw Fong Zijing raise his head and look at her. Yushu stood up as soon as she saw the light. "You Swansea, come here." Yushu was almost sure that what Situ Qinglan told her in the morning was true. She walked to Fong Zijing obediently and waited for him to speak. Fong Zijing sat on the low couch, his hand stroking his moon on the plum-tipped zither. He looked up and stared at Yushu for a while. His gaze was vague, but he was trying to discern something. It made Yushu feel as if she was old and couldn't see clearly. As soon as the cottage quieted down, he said slowly, "On the 9th day of May, every year on the day of sacrifice, the Taisher Library will choose 3 men and 3 women to accompany the sacred ancestor to the ancestral mausoleum. There are 18 academicians in the Taisher Library, and 3 of them can choose one. I have discussed with Academician Sima and Academician Liu, and we think that among the new students this year, you are the most promising one." Fong Zijing and Sima Kue were both her teachers. Academician Liu was the retired Mrs. Liu of the Right Commander of the Celestial Commissioner. While thinking, Yushu showed a little joy and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Fong Zijing seemed to be satisfied with her modest attitude. He nodded slightly and said, "I'll let you know about this matter. Come to Rong Sheng Hall at 2:45 tomorrow morning and meet the other academicians. I'll have something to tell you then." After that, he stood up slowly and asked Situ Qinglan, who was standing at the door, to come and hold the zither. Then he rolled up his sleeves and left. "Did you suffer from helping me?" Situ Qinglan came up to her and asked. Yushu raised her long and slanted eyebrows and said with a smile, "If you tell me such good news every day, I can even be your maid." Situ Qinglan giggled and said, "Do you think I'm a magpie?" Yushu waited for her to pack up her zither, and the two of them walked out together. Yushu was a little confused, so she asked her on the way, "It's only half a month before the day of the divine ancestor's sacrificial rites. Isn't it too late to start selecting people at this juncture?" Situ Qinglan said, "Why is it too late? The new students have just entered the school in April. The academicians have to get to know each other for a few days. We can't make random arrangements. If we choose a useless person, it will be a disgrace to our Taisher shoe garden." "That's right." Situ Qinglan turned her head and looked at her enviously. "This is a rare opportunity. Not only can you see the emperor, but also the celestial commissioner and other officials are also there. You should at least show your face." Alas, it's not easy for a woman to become an official. But you, a woman who hasn't appeared for 10 years, are much better than us. Hearing a little bit of unwillingness in her words, Yushu's eyes flashed and she said lightly, "That's because you don't know how I behaved with my head down a month ago." Situ Qinglan was speechless. Looking at her face, she thought of some rumors about Yushu. Her heart was beating fast, and she quickly changed the topic. They talked for a while and separated in front of the small garden. One went to deliver the zither, and the other went to the library. Yushu went to the Library of Han in the West Garden, which specialized in collecting the history books of the 100 schools. She wanted to look for documents about the sacrifice day in advance. There were only a few people walking under the bookshelves on the first floor. It was deserted. Yushu looked around and sighed inwardly. It was a pity that these 4 libraries contained tens of thousands of books, but the Taisher Library only had 200 students at most. The books inside could not be taken out, and outsiders could not come in. Half an hour later, Yushu weakly bent down and put the 2 books back. She patted the dust off her hands and complained for the umpteenth time about the messy sorting. She was obviously looking for books, but why did it feel like she was drawing a lottery and had to try her luck? She walked out of the aisle and looked around. Finally, her eyes fell on a figure squatting under a row of bookshelves not far away. She hesitated for a while and then walked over. She had seen this hunchback man 2 or 3 times. She guessed that he might be a scholar who was down and out. He must know where the books were kept because he traveled between several libraries all day long. "Uncle," Yushu shouted. The old man in front of her had gray hair and loose skin. He was dark and thin and looked to be in his 50s. Yushu shouted. Seeing that the hunchback didn't respond, she thought that he might be deaf, so she moved closer and reached out to touch his shoulder. She called him again in a loud voice, "Uncle." The hunchback man turned his face and looked at her with a pair of narrow eyes. Yushu smiled at him. Do you know that there are books about the great ancestor here? The hunchback man tilted his neck and opened his mouth to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. He almost shouted, "Ah, what did you say?" Sure enough, he was deaf. Yushu lowered her body and repeated it loudly word by word. Then she looked at the yellow teeth in front of her in confusion. Say what? I'll say it. Yushu took a deep breath and said it again with the pitch of her quarreling voice. In the end, what? Say what? Well, she took back what she said. The old man wasn't deaf, he was deaf. Yushu and the hunchback man looked at each other for a moment and decisively gave up the idea of asking him for help. She twitched the corner of her mouth and said, "It's okay." Then, she ignored the old man's reaction and went back the way she came. She had just taken 2 steps when she heard a low voice behind her. "Why are you shouting?" Yushu felt a vain jump on her forehead. She turned her head stiffly and said to the old man, who was muttering, "Uncle, are you making fun of me?" The old man looked up and stared at her. He opened his mouth and said in a loud voice, "What the hell are you talking about?" "Forget it. I'd better go home." In the end, Yushu didn't find an article about Emperor Anwu, so she went back to Wanji Tower resentfully. It was noon when she saw Shui Rue sitting on the first floor drinking tea in broad daylight. She thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. "You came back so early today?" Since the murder case in Taisha, Shu Yuan reached the palace. He left early and returned late every day. "I came back to check if you ran around." It was a joke, so Yushu didn't take it seriously. She sneered and sat next to him. She casually took a red nectarine from the fruit plate and put it to her mouth to nibble a piece. Shui Rue listened to the crisp sounds of her chewing on the peach and the sound of water splashing. His gaze swept past her lips, and he cleared his throat. "If we're free in the afternoon, how about I bring you out to the lake?" Yushu's mouth stopped and said, "This case is gone. Where do you get the time?" She bluntly stated the truth, but Shui Rue didn't feel embarrassed at all. His expression was normal as he said, "Ji Xingxuan is not willing to confess. The Supreme Court's punishment is limited. If it goes too far, it will become a private punishment. If it goes against the law, it will be impeached by the censor. I have sent someone to inquire about the storyteller, but he hasn't replied yet. During this time, I will have time to relax." Yushu nodded. She knew that Shui Rue wasn't having a hard time. Such a big case fell on his shoulders without any reason. She didn't know how many people were secretly watching him make mistakes. If it was her, she would have been irritated long ago. Okay, if you say go to the lake, then go to the lake. Yushu thought. He didn't want her to interfere with Ji Xingxuan's interrogation, so she could accompany him to change his mood. As soon as she agreed, she saw a smile on his face. His lips, which are not thick or thin, raised up. His whole face was full of energy. In the past, Yushu had never noticed that Shui Rue's face was exceptionally good-looking when he smiled. Compared to Shui Rue's graceful bearing and elegant demeanor, Yushu had never noticed it before. "Shu." Shui Rue noticed that Yushu was distracted. He said a few words, but she didn't respond. He raised his hand and waved it in front of her. Yushu suddenly came back to her senses. The tips of her ears were a little red. In order to cover up that she was in a daze, she pretended to cough twice and patted her chest, saying that she choked on the peach. Shui Rue didn't say anything. He stretched out his long arm and took away the remaining half of the peach in her hand. "Hey, don't waste it. Eat it." As soon as she finished shouting, she saw Shui Rue glance at the nectarine that she had chewed on and put it in his mouth without changing his expression. Chapter 442. The Jade Lion Lake was located in the east of Anling. It was no more than 3 to 4 miles long, but it was 2 feet deep. The southern shore was adjacent to the octagonal Wulin Pagoda. Yushu thought that since Shui Rue said he wanted to take a stroll on the lake, then he wanted to book a large pleasure boat, and it would be best if he invited a few musicians to play and sing. They would be served fine wine and delicacies, and they would slowly float on the water as they wandered along the shore and gazed at the scenery in the distance. Who would have thought that when the carriage reached the shore of the lake, there was no such thing as a 3-storied pleasure boat. Instead, there was a wooden boat about 2 zhang long anchored at the bottom of the lake. It had 3 cabins, front and back, with a muddy green canopy, bamboo woven curtains for the windows, and a primrose-colored silk canopy. At the entrance of the boat, there were 2 pots of green gingergrass. Once they were seated in the cabin, the boatman standing at the bow of the boat paddled into the lake with his long oars. Then, he drew the curtains to boil tea, allowing the breeze to cool them down. Leaning against the window and watching the light blue waves close at hand, Yushu had to admit that compared to the elegance of the eldest Shui Gongzi, she was truly a vulgar person. Shui Rui was a person who knew how to enjoy life. Although the boat was small, it did not lack any tables, stools, and beds. They were all of the short Western jean style. In addition, it could accommodate 5 or 6 people, making it more spacious than it looked from the outside. Yushu looked at the pillows and bedding on the short bed opposite her and said, "Your boat is so good that people can live in it." Shui Rui added fuel to the charcoal stove as he said with a smile, "You're right. When it's hot in the summer, I'll occasionally spend the night on this lake. Other people would find it difficult to sleep while holding ice in their hands, and I'll even add a blanket to my body at night. I'll hear the summer insects singing, and I'll be able to gaze up at the stars in the sky." Yushu felt envious just by listening to it. Last summer, she traveled north to the capital by water. She also spent the night on a ship, but the merchant ships had to be in a hurry, so they had to swim quickly on the river. The wind was howling, and the rain was intermittent. It was difficult to sleep peacefully, let alone comfortably. "If you like, I'll bring you to the lake when the weather gets warmer." Shui Rui seemed to be able to see through Yushu's thoughts, and every move tickled her. As expected, Yushu happily clapped her hands. "Great, don't forget." She did not think too much about it. Shui Rui said he would bring her, but how could the 2 of them sleep on a boat and a bed? It was raining in the morning, and the sun was not strong in the afternoon. The weather was cool, and it was the best time to tour the lake. In the blink of an eye, it was summer, and the willow trees on both sides were thick. When the boat reached the center of the lake, it was surrounded by light green. Yushu looked out of the window and saw a tower in the distance. She asked curiously, "What tower is that? It's so tall." Anling City was much bigger than the small Yang County. Yushu had been here for less than a year and had never been to many places. Thus, she did not even recognize the most famous martial spirit tower in the capital. Shui Rui followed her gaze and looked over. Before the water boiled, he told her a story. This tower is called Martial Spirit Tower. It was built 100 years ago during the reign of the late Emperor Shizong. Legend has it that one day, Emperor Shizong was touring the Jade Lion Lake. In the dead of night, he suddenly saw a white light descending on the southern shore. A human figure appeared in the light, looking at the lake. Emperor Shizong went up to ask who it was. That person turned his head and said in a dignified manner, "I came from the Jade Lion Palace to meet my descendants. I'll be leaving soon." Emperor Shizong was shocked and woke up. He knew that it was a dream. Later, he met Xia Jiangyi and asked about the dream. He found out that the person in the dream was the Martial Spirit Emperor. Emperor Shizong ordered a tower to be built on the shore of the Jade Lion Lake and named it Martial Spirit Tower. This tower was used by the Martial Spirit Emperor when he was in heaven. Yushu rested her chin on her hands and listened with great interest. The Dun dynasty had been around for 300 years, and there were many wise rulers. This Emperor Shizong who liked to dream was a wise ruler in Yushu's impression. "Huh, what's so funny?" Shui Rui looked at Yushu, who suddenly started laughing. He did not know what was so funny about her. "I'm laughing that our Emperor Shizong really liked to dream," Yushu said disrespectfully. She stretched out her fingers and counted. "Dreaming of the Martial Spirit Emperor is one of them. He also dreamed of the 9 heavens, Xian Nv, and added mathematics to the Da Yin examination. I also heard that 100 years ago, there were 2 sons of Yi in the same dynasty." Emperor Shizong also had a dream. She stretched out 3 slender fingers and waved them in front of Shui Rui and smiled. Shui Rui glanced at her set of white teeth and felt an itch in his heart. So he shifted his gaze away and said, "During Emperor Shizong's reign, There were indeed quite a number of strange and extraordinary people. Other than the two Emperor Shizong, there was even a female general. A female general. Yushu immediately came to her senses. She sat up on her knees and rested her arms on the tea table. She waited excitedly to listen to his story. It would be fine if it was a chaotic era, but in this prosperous era, there was a female general. This in itself was a strange story. Shui Rue stopped talking and asked her, "Do you want to hear it?" Yushu's head moved up and down. Shui Rue's eyes flashed slyly. "Kiss me first, then I'll tell you." Shui Rue held back his laughter when he saw the expression of "Why are you like this?" on her face. He purposely pointed at his right cheek and said seriously, "You kissed my left cheek last time, so I'll kiss my right cheek this time." Yushu did not know whether to laugh or cry at his request. She thought to herself, "How can this person be so shameless? He always wants to take advantage of me when he has the chance." Actually, kissing him was not a big deal. They were no longer in the ambiguous relationship of brother and sister. They were in love with each other, and kissing wouldn't make her pregnant. However, seeing his confident look, she was a little depressed. Shui Rue looked at her eyes flashing and cheeks bulging. There was a trace of foolishness in her cleverness. He could not help but smile. Yushu happened to catch a glimpse of his snicker and realized that he was teasing her. She was immediately annoyed and sneered inwardly, but her face was a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Then come closer." Shui Rue was originally teasing her, yet who would have imagined that he was about to succeed? So how could he not be happy? There was a small coffee table between the two of them, and he leaned towards her and stopped at a distance of an inch. He could smell the refreshing fragrance that was like dew on her body, and his gaze descended onto her smooth forehead. That circle of fine and curly hair caused his heart to soften, and he practically forgot his impure intentions. Just then, the person in front of him moved. When he saw her raise her face, he turned his head to the side. Unexpectedly, she put her hands on his face and held it in her hands. Then she kissed him quickly and accurately. She pecked his lips. Shui Rue reacted in the next moment. He was so excited that he almost lost his balance. However, this kiss ended quickly. When he came back to his senses, Yushu had pushed his face away and quickly moved 2 feet away. She got up from the stool and sat on the short couch not far away. Shui Rue's hand grabbed empty air. He looked at Yushu, who was pretending to look out of the window. He had an impulse to pull her over and kiss her. Fortunately, he still remembered that he was on a ship. Taking a deep breath, he sank it into his dantian and suppressed his restless thoughts. Sitting up straight, he looked at her figure that was right in front of him and laughed in a low voice. It was intermittent once or twice, and it was obvious that he was in a very good mood. Yushu was proud of herself, but when she heard him laughing nonstop, she became shy. She turned her face and stared at him. She said in a bad mood, "What are you laughing at? Don't laugh." Who knew that when Shui Rue heard this, he laughed even more happily. "Ha! Then come and kiss me again. I won't laugh anymore. Dream on." Chapter 443. As the sun set, they returned from the lake. Shui Rue, who had been handling cases for days, finally felt relieved. He sat in the carriage and looked for an opportunity to hold Yushu's little hand. She didn't shake him off until they arrived at Wangji Tower. "I'll go upstairs first." Yushu entered the backyard and left Shui Rue. She trotted upstairs. On the boat, she drank a pot of tea and endured it all the way back. Shui Rue watched her run away and laughed in his heart. When he got off the boat, he knew that she was in a hurry to go to the toilet, but she didn't say anything. He was embarrassed to ask directly, so he had to ask the coachman to hurry back. A quarter of an hour later, Yushu had changed into a clean pair of shoes and socks in her room. She relaxed and sat on the recliner to rest. She held the list of rare objects in her hand. Whenever she had free time, she would flip through it and ponder over the list of feng shui treasures that were practical and easy to raise. Her eyes flashed as she vaguely came up with an idea to make money. Shui Rue sent someone to call her for dinner. Yushu was in the study writing a document. She had just started, so she didn't want to delay. She thought it would be better to finish it in one go. So she sent the servant away. Just like that, an hour passed by. Shui waited for a long time, but the dishes were already cold. She still did not come, so he personally went up to call for her. After saying 3 sentences, he coaxed Shui downstairs. Who said you were hungry on the way back, and now you want to eat? Big brother, eat first. I have to finish writing this. Then you write it. It's boring to eat alone. I'll wait for you. Don't. I'll wait for a while. Don't worry, I'll sit here. You do your work, and don't worry about me. Let's go and eat first. Shui looked at Yushu's helpless face, and his lips curved slightly. Other people did not understand her, but based on the vicious things she had done, they would always think that she was a condescending person who would not be moved by force or persuasion. However, he knew her inside story. Her heart of stone was only towards outsiders, but towards the people she regarded as one of her own. This girl had always been accommodating and extremely soft-hearted. In other words, it was something worth rejoicing over to be able to be taken seriously by her. He thinks about it carefully, just looking at the people around Yushu, who hasn't received her kindness. Yu Xiaoxiu can live a carefree life because he has such a good sister. Zhao Hui can change her appearance and get rid of her bad luck because she has such a foster daughter. Xia Jiangmin can stay in the capital safely because she has such a sister. Xian Lu can save his life at a critical moment because he has such a friend. There was also Jing Chun. If it wasn't for her love and friendship and accompanying him all the way, this Taoist of Daoan sect would still be alive or dead. When Shui Rui thought of Jing Chun, he felt a little unhappy. Previously, every time he saw Yushu's stubborn look towards Jing Chun, he felt envious and depressed, as if swallowing a mouthful of saliva. His heart was full of regret. It was clear that he met her first, but because of a moment of hesitation, he actually let someone else get the moonlight first. Fortunately, that Taoist priest did not know what was good for him, so he turned back in time and snatched her back. Otherwise, he did not know how long he would have to swallow this bitterness. After dinner, on the contrary, Yushu was not in a hurry to think about her plan to earn money. Seeing that the courtyard was quite cool, she asked someone to move the table and chairs and sat outside with Shui Rui to get some fresh air. Shui Rui felt that it was too dark, so he asked Gui Qi to add a few more lanterns on the second floor to illuminate the courtyard. The light rain in the morning was not enough, so it became hot and stuffy at night, as if the sky was covered with a quilt. Yushu was not afraid of the cold, but she was very afraid of the heat. She felt that it was too thick even in a single layer of clothing. She really missed the days when she could wear short sleeves and shorts, but the ancient etiquette was still there. Even men could not casually expose their hands and feet, let alone women. Shui Rui held a folding fan. Seeing that she gently pulled her collar, he considerately changed the direction of the fan and fanned for her. Yushu did not stand on ceremony with him. She even moved closer to him, tilting her neck to let the cold wind get close to her. She squinted her eyes and looked like she was enjoying it. Seeing this, Shui Rui wanted to laugh, but he did not stop fanning. Xiao Dai, who was waiting at the side, saw this situation and quickly turned to go upstairs. On the stairs, she met Xiao Qing, who came down with a lamp. "Where are you going?" Xiao Qing asked. "Go back to the room to find a fan. Look, the lady is hot." Xiao Dai pointed to Xiao Qing, who was sitting in the courtyard. Xiao Qing looked over and rolled her eyes. She pulled Xiao Dai and whispered, "There's no need to go. Isn't the young master fanning the lady?" Xiao Dai stared at her and said, "How can we let the young master do it? If the shopkeeper sees us, he will think that we are slacking and will definitely reprimand us." Xiao Qing looked at the courtyard calmly and said to her, "Don't worry, the shopkeeper will definitely not reprimand us. If you go there with a fan now, the young master will be unhappy." Xiao Dai did not understand and said with a fox face, "What kind of nonsense is this? The young master is happy to please the lady. Why are you going there? Why does the young master want to please the lady?" Xiao Qing covered her mouth and laughed. She scolded her for being a silly girl and pulled her to the corner of the stairs where there was no one. She whispered in her ear, "Can't you see that the young master and our lady are a couple?" "Really?" Xiao Dai cried out involuntarily. "Shoo, lower your voice," Xiao Qing hurriedly covered her mouth and poked her head into the courtyard. Seeing that Shui Rue and Yushu did not notice them, she pulled Xiao Dai, and the two sisters ran upstairs to talk. On this side, Yushu felt lazy from the breeze and was slightly sleepy. She was just about to tell Shui Rue that she wanted to return to her room to rest when she raised her eyelids to see that his gaze went past the top of her head and looked behind her. Yushu turned her head and saw that at the back door, Gue Qi was leading an official in a gray robe forward. "My lord, what happened?" "Something happened in the prison." Yushu's face tightened, and she sat up straight. She was afraid that Ji Xingxuan, who was locked up in the prison, would cause trouble again. Shui also frowned. He put down the folding fan in his hand and said coldly, "Speak clearly." The official looked around and did not avoid Yushu. He lowered his head and quickly said, "The prisoner Ji Xingxuan fainted this morning due to a high fever. She did not wake up even after pouring water and salt. She was probably tortured too much. This subordinate was afraid that she would not be able to bear it. So I came to ask my lord if we should stop the torture and treat her." Shui Rue's expression suddenly changed, and he scolded, "Tortured too much? How did you do it? Don't you know that this is a wanted criminal of the imperial court, and that no accidents can happen before she goes to court?" There were two reasons for putting Ji Xingxuan in prison. One was to interrogate her with torture and find out who was behind the scenes. The second was to guard her well so that she would not be silenced. So from the beginning, he had instructed his subordinates not to torture her too heavily and to keep her alive. The official shrunk his neck and braced himself to report, "My lord, please investigate carefully. According to the jailer, torture has always been appropriate and has not been excessive. This prisoner could still resist a few days ago. Enough." Shui Rue interrupted him and stood up. He ordered, "Quickly go to Jingue Hall and find a doctor. I will go to the prison to take a look." Seeing this, Yushu also stood up. She reached out and pulled him, saying, "I will go with you." Shui Rue was about to shake his head when he saw Yushu's serious expression. She said with certainty, "I know Ji Xingxuan better than you. I will go with you. If she dares to play tricks, I can warn you." Yushu did not believe that Ji Xingxuan fainted for no reason was an accident. She was afraid that Shui Rue would be careless and fall in her trap, so she insisted on going with him. Chapter 444. There were several prisons inside and outside of Anling. The prison of the Ministry of Justice, which was responsible for judging crimes, held the most prisoners. However, when it came to torture, the Supreme Court, which was responsible for the prisons, held the most severe punishments. There is a saying that if one went to the prison of the Ministry of Justice, they would inevitably suffer physical pain. But if they went to the Supreme Court, they would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. As a suspected criminal, Ji Xingxuan had been imprisoned in the Supreme Court's dungeon for 7 to 8 days. Yushu followed behind Shui Rue, and as soon as they entered the dim and damp dungeon, Shui Rue silently held her hand. Even though she wasn't afraid of the dark, she didn't refuse and allowed his large hand to hold her small hand. The jailer led the way in front. A flickering lantern floated in front of them. The dripping sound of water above their heads could be heard. Occasionally, 1 or 2 painful moans could be heard. It was as if the netherworld was beside them, making one's hair stand on end. Yushu secretly sneered. After coming to the capital, she only went to the dungeon twice, and both times were to visit Ji Xingxuan. What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? The dungeon structure wasn't complicated. After passing through 2 layers of prison doors, they arrived at the place where Ji Xingxuan was imprisoned. The brazier on the wall was burning, illuminating the surroundings. Shui Rue finally let go of Yushu's hand. A man who looked like a jailer came up and talked to him in a low voice. Yushu looked around and quickly found a gray figure lying against the wall in the cell on her left. The figure's back was facing the cell door, bent over on a simple wooden bed, motionless. Her vision darkened. Her intuition told her that this was Ji Xingxuan. As expected, Shui Rue said a few words to the jailer and then shifted his gaze to this cell. He asked, Why is Dr. Zhao not here yet? As they were talking, a series of footsteps approached them from behind. Yushu turned around to look and saw that the official who went to the Wangji Tower that night was leading a man who was carrying a medicine box over. When the man saw Shui Rui, he hurriedly quickened his steps and walked forward. "My lord, this is Dr. Zhao from Jingwutang." As a medical center, Jingwutang was in a special situation. It was affiliated with the Supreme Court and treated a group of criminals who couldn't see the light of day. They didn't treat the wounded and dying, but dealt with the aftermath of a heavy punishment. "My lord Shui." Dr. Zhao greeted Shui Rui. Shui Rui waved his hand to the side and ordered the prison guard to open the cell. He then led Dr. Zhao inside to check on Ji Xingxuan's condition. After a while, the doctor walked out, and Shui Rui asked with slight impatience, "What happened to the prisoner? Why is he unconscious?" Yushu saw the strange expression on the face of the doctor invited by Jingwutang. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. "Darren, may I have a word with you?" Shui Rui nodded and walked away. Feeling strange, Yushu didn't follow him. After a while, she saw Shui Rui come back. Seeing his gloomy face, she couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Shui Rui's gaze was complicated as he glanced at the person who was locked in the cage. Just as he was hesitating on how he should tell Yushu about this, he heard a rapid gasp, as if a person who had sunk into the water had climbed up to the shore. It was followed by a series of coughs. Yushu immediately turned her head and saw the figure on the wooden bed move and slowly climb up. Ji Xingxuan woke up at this time. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The gray-black figure turned around and looked at the light. His messy hair and dirty face made Yushu unable to recognize him for a moment. Ji Xingxuan quickly recognized her current situation. She leaned against the wall, and with the light from the brazier, her blurry vision swept across the people outside the cage. Without saying a word, she raised her numb left hand and pressed it against her abdomen. After a few moments, a hoarse laugh popped out of her throat. Yushu heard her extremely hoarse voice, but it was conveyed to them word by word. "I want to see Prince Ning." This request baffled Yushu. She thought to herself that she didn't know what was good for her to still want to get involved with Lu Hao at this point. Thus, Yushu turned around to look at Shui Rui, who was the only one here that could make decisions. Yet she saw him go silent for a moment before he spoke with an expressionless face to the person in the cage. "Is the child in your womb King Ning's flesh and blood?" Yushu was shocked and speechless. She stared at Ji Xingxuan in disbelief. She was actually pregnant. On the 9th day of the 2nd month this year. Ji Xingxuan did not answer the question and said something that didn't make sense. But how could Shui Rui not hear the meaning behind her words? He asked Dr. Zhao, who was waiting at the side, "How long has she been pregnant?" Dr. Zhao answered carefully, "Not more than 3 months." Yushu also understood now. The 9th day of the 2nd month that Ji Xingxuan mentioned should be the day that she and Lu Hao had an affair. With one calculation, she knew that she was pregnant. If she wasn't lying, then this child must be Lu Hao's. Yushu's emotions were very complicated. She didn't know if she should be happy for Ji Xingxuan's downfall, or should she be worried that she was pregnant with the flesh and blood of the imperial family at this time. And getting pregnant before marriage was undoubtedly a scandal. A woman's innocence was destroyed. Even if she didn't have to be drowned in a pig cage, she would still be despised by the world. But to Ji Xingxuan, this scandal became a life-saving straw. Under these circumstances, it was no longer possible to use torture to interrogate Ji Xingxuan. It was fine if Shui Rui didn't know. But since he knew, if he continued to hide it, he would be suspected of persecuting the blood of the imperial family. So even if Ji Xingxuan didn't ask to see Ning Wang, Shui Rui still had to inform Lu Hao of this matter and let him make the decision. This point, Yushu could think of, and Shui Rui would definitely be aware of it. So he made a prompt decision and got the doctor to prescribe medicine for Ji Xingxuan to protect the pregnancy. At the same time, he sent a subordinate to inform Ning Wangfu. When Ji Xingxuan heard Shui Rui's arrangements, she quietly lay back in the corner and covered herself with a thin blanket. She no longer cared about what was happening outside. She didn't even look at Yu Shu, who had a deep hatred for her. She was completely lifeless, without any trace of the joy of being a mother. Yu Shu didn't have the mood to kick her when she was down. She looked coldly at her dying breath. After a while, she and Shui Rue left this dark and cold prison cell. Shui Rue and Yu Shu didn't return to Wangji Tower, but went to the Yamen of the Supreme Court to wait for news from Ning Wangfu. In the dead of night, there were only patrolling soldiers on duty in the enormous Yamen. The officials that came and went during the day had gone back to their homes before the sky turned dark. Shui Rue brought Yu Shu into the rear hall. In the place where he usually rested, he could speak without worry and didn't have to worry that the walls might be eavesdropping. Ji, based on your understanding of Ning Wang, would he come out to vouch for Ji Xingxuan for this child? He's a person who cares about his reputation. If he knew that a criminal was pregnant with his flesh and blood, he probably wouldn't be happy. Then according to what you're saying, he would place righteousness before family. Yu Shu had a grudge against Ji Xingxuan, and she also had a grudge with Lu Hao. Not to mention the distant ones. During the Shuangyang conference, she had been schemed against by Shui Yun and had been captured by Lu Hao. Afterwards, when the incident occurred, Shui Rue and Jing Chun quarreled at the morning court, enraging the imperial countenance. Lu Hao took the chance to frame the fourth imperial prince Lu Si, causing the other to be expelled from Jing. He had gotten rid of a competitor without bloodshed. The shrewdness of his methods made others wary. No, he will protect this child. Shui Rue saw the confusion in Yu Shu's eyes and calmly explained to her. 3 years ago, when Ning Wang established his Fu, he only had a daughter born from a concubine. Ning Wang Fei had just entered the Fu not long ago, and there has not been any good news. If the child in Ji Xingxuan's belly is a boy, then it will be his eldest son. No matter what, he will not abandon it. Yu Shu's brows furrowed, confirming Shui Rue's analysis. Indeed, with the dynasty's culture, respect for the Tao, and respect for Yi, the eldest son meant that the bloodline would be passed on. If he abandoned it, it would go against the Tao of Yi and be undesirable. It seemed that Ji Xingxuan also understood this point, which was why she was so determined to see Lu Hao. This Ji Xingxuan, her life is really tough. Shui Rue sighed. According to the doctor's diagnosis, it's true that her body is weak, but the child in her belly is safe and didn't die because of the torture. She really is lucky. Yu Shu nodded her head. Wasn't her life tough? Every time a disaster came, Ji Xingxuan would be able to escape in time. This time, when she was really at the end of her rope, she had managed to grab onto a life-saving straw. Although she felt helpless, she also saw a favorable side to this matter. So her eyes flashed, and she said to Shui Rue, "His Majesty wants you to close the case in a month. With this kind of accident happening, you can use this opportunity to delay it. It's not your fault anyway, so it won't be blamed on you." Shui Rue saw that she was still thinking for him at this time. He was both happy and worried. He sighed lightly. "I would rather close the case as soon as possible so that you won't be targeted by that poisonous woman. A long night is fraught with trouble." He was very clear about the grudge between Yu Shu and Ji Xingxuan. So compared to not being able to report back, he was more concerned about not being able to help his sweetheart resolve her future troubles. Hearing him say this, Yu Shu felt good inside, but her face showed disdain. She said disdainfully, "Why would I be afraid of her?" Honestly speaking, at this point, Yu Shu was no longer as apprehensive about Ji Xingxuan as before. The two of them had fought more than once or twice. In the end, Ji Xingxuan had always been defeated by her and wasn't a threat. He. Shui Rue gave a low laugh. Looking at her sharp brows, he actually felt much more relaxed. The two of them turned to discuss countermeasures. After waiting for 2 hours, someone from Ning Wang Fu finally replied, "Greetings to Shui Darren. Our Wang Yi invites Darren to come to the Fu for a chat." Shui Rue and Yu Shu exchanged a look. Inside, they were sure that Lu Hao was going to protect this child. Otherwise, Lu Hao could just ignore it and pretend that the child in Ji Xingxuan's belly wasn't his. This was a matter where there was no evidence. Whether to admit it or not, it was all up to Lu Hao. Wait for this official to tidy up before going to visit Wang Yi. Shui sent away the people from Ning Wang Fu and turned to say to Yushu, you go back to Wang Ji Lu first. I'm going to see Ning Wang and see what he has to say. Even though Yushu wanted to see the excitement, she understood that this was not the time to cause trouble for Shui Rui. So she nodded and said, then be careful. I'll go back and wait for you. Ning Wang was not an easy person to get along with. Shui Rui had been at odds with him for a long time. Encountering this kind of matter, he might fly into a rage out of humiliation. Yushu was slightly worried that Shui Rui would take his anger out on him. Chapter 445. In the fourth watch period, Wang Ji Tower was silent. Yushu was draped in clothing as she reclined on the ebony couch in the living room. There was a hard wooden board on her bent knees and paper on top of it. She could use a willow charcoal pen to draw. On the side, the list of rare objects was open. On the page facing upwards, there was an exquisitely crafted jade bracelet with detailed annotations written on the side. Miss, it is late at night. Newbie will make the bed. Rest. If you stay up, it will be daybreak. Xiaoqing took down the lampshade and replaced it with a candle. She leaned over to persuade Yushu. Yushu raised her head from the lines that she had scribbled on the paper. She used the back of her hand to rub her sore eyes. She said tiredly, my eldest brother has not returned yet. Not yet, Xiaoqing said. Why don't you lie on the bed first? When Gongye returns, Newbie will wake you up. Yushu gave a yawn and nodded. She put away the books, papers, and brushes in her hands and put them in the secret compartment of the study. She then passed through the door to her bedroom. She undressed and lay down. The night was not as hot as the evening. She closed her eyes, and after a while, her breathing became steady. Not long after Yushu fell asleep, Shui Rui finally came back from Ning Wang Fu. When he entered the Hoyuan, he first raised his head to look upstairs. He didn't know if Yushu had fallen asleep. He asked the Xiang who was on duty in the Hoyuan tonight, when did the lights go out upstairs? This one just saw Xiao Dai pour water downstairs. Shui Rui was afraid that Yushu was already lying down and that he would disturb her if he went upstairs. So he asked A Xiang to find Yushu's maid and ask her about it. When he found out that Yushu had waited for him for half the night and had just fallen asleep, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Miss said that when Gongye returns, she is to wake her up. Should Nubi go upstairs and wake her up? Xiaoqing asked Shui Rui. Shui Rui did not even think before stopping her. He rubbed his forehead and said, no need, let her rest. Yes, this servant will take her leave. Shui Rui had been running back and forth for the entire night. After a simple wash, he went to bed with his clothes on. Taking advantage of the fact that the sky was not yet bright, he seized the opportunity to rest for 2 hours. When the day came, he still had to enter the palace to meet the emperor. The next day, the sky was bright. Yushu woke up and saw the sun outside the window. Her face was a little bad. She called Little Butterfly, who was sprinkling water outside, and asked. Only then did she know that Shui Rui came back at dawn and went out again in the morning. Why didn't you wake me up? Yushu said unhappily. Little Butterfly stammered and looked back outside the door. Xiaoqing walked in with morning tea. Seeing Yushu's serious face, she thought for a while and understood, so she went forward to apologize. It's all Nubi's fault. When Gongye came back, he called me for questioning. I blurted out that Miss was asleep, so Gongye didn't allow us to disturb you. Yushu was just angry when she woke up, but she would not vent her anger on the 2 maidservants. Hearing this, she did not pursue the matter further. She waved her hand and asked them to wash up and change into a thin garment. Because the weather was hot, she only wore a ginger half-sleeve shirt. She tied a ribbon satin around her waist and hung a pouch with the arithmetic seal and the door key. She had no appetite for breakfast. After drinking half a bowl of red bean porridge, she rushed out. 2 days ago, Fong Zijing informed her that she was chosen to accompany the emperor on the day of divine ancestor sacrifice and asked her to go to Taisher Shuyuan at 2:15 in the morning. She slept late last night. Sitting in the carriage, she inevitably felt dizzy. She held the beast jade seal and pressed it on her eyebrows all the way before she gradually woke up. Rongxing Hall, located at the end of the south gate of the Taisha Shuyuan, was the place where the academicians usually gathered to discuss matters. Today, it was rare for 18 academicians to gather together. The morning classes were suspended for the day, and there were many students standing in the courtyard to watch the fun. Inside the hall, there were seats on the east, west, and north sides. There were a total of 18 chairs, and all the academicians of the 6 disciplines were present. At a glance, half of them were old people with white hair, but there was no lack of beautiful women and handsome young men. But without exception, they all had extraordinary attainments in the study of and were worthy of their name. Inside the door, there were 4 or 5 young students, both male and female. They were all good-looking people, dressed in 2-colored uniforms. Their faces looked more or less immature, and it seemed that they were this year's newcomers. It's 1:15 in the morning. Is everyone not here yet? Academician Gao of the mathematics department looked outside the door with slight impatience. He glanced at the 5 students standing below, and it was obvious that one person was missing. As soon as he spoke, someone else chimed in. Which colleague's candidate is not here? Tell us. Don't make us wait in vain. Fang Zijing, who was flipping through a chess manual, lifted his eyelids and said casually, maybe they were delayed on the way here. It's not a big deal to wait for 1/4 of an hour. Academician Gao said in a strange tone, it seems that Academician Fang's disciple is late. 1/4 of an hour is easy for you to say, but bringing such an unpunctual junior to the day of divine ancestor sacrifice might ruin things. If something goes wrong, are you going to be responsible for it? Ha, Academician Gao, why are you so angry so early in the morning? I see that the bridge of your nose is black. Be careful of what you say today. A gorgeous woman sitting below Fang Zijing laughed and played with the crystal-clear beads on her wrist. It was obvious that she was helping Fang Zijing. This charming and beautiful woman was none other than Madame Liu, who had just retired from her post as the right magistrate of the Celestial Commissioner a month ago. She was now teaching physiognomy at the Taisha Library. Half of the young teachers who had just entered the school this year were under her tutelage. Academician Gao was a little embarrassed by Madame Liu's words, but he did not argue with her. He just looked at Han Wenguang, who was sitting above him with his eyes closed, and silently swallowed his words. Jing Chun, who was also a new academician this year, paid no attention to the outside world. He held a scroll of Taoist scripture in his hand and tilted his head to look outside the door. He saw a figure walking over from afar. His eyes flickered, and he lowered his head again. Yushu walked to the door of Rongxing Hall and saw that it was full of people. She knew that she was the last to arrive, and she was secretly puzzled. Wasn't it 7:15? She had seen the sundial at the main entrance, and it was just 7:15. She had arrived 1/4 earlier, but why were all these people earlier than her? Thinking of this, she did not stop walking, and as soon as she entered the door, she first greeted the many elders present. Student Yushu, fellow academicians, nice to meet you. After saying that, she looked up and saw that most of the 18 academicians present were looking at her unhappily. Yushu was puzzled and did not know that she had been made a fool of. Okay, now that everyone is here, we can get down to business. Academician Shangwan of Li was the oldest among the people, so no one objected to him presiding over the matter. I will start first. Academician Qin, Academician Do, and I will recommend this year's new 9th grade E-Master, Qin Yuero, who is ranked 32nd in Li. Does anyone have any objections? After Academician Shangwan finished speaking, Yushu slightly turned her head and saw that Qin Yuero, who was also waiting to the side, was among a few other students. When the academicians asked questions, she would answer them in a well-behaved manner. Before coming here, Fang Zijing did not tell Yushu clearly, but looking at the situation, she could guess why they were standing here. It turned out that just the recommendation of 3 academicians was not enough. In the end, whether or not they could participate in this year's ancestral worship ceremony still needed to be reviewed by all the academicians before a decision could be made. This knowledge caused Yushu to have a bad feeling in her heart. She looked around without batting an eyelid, and she wasn't surprised to see the virtuous and respected old diviner Han sitting in the seat of honor. Yushu could almost predict that when it was her turn, she would definitely be troubled. Chapter 446. Every year, on the sacred ancestor sacrifice day, the emperor would personally go to the ancestral mausoleum to offer sacrifices. The imperial historian's library would choose 6 students to attend the ceremony. This was a great opportunity for the emperor to show his face, and the 12 prefectures' Ishu families wouldn't miss it. However, the Taisher library had its own rules. Every year, the 6 candidates were not only the children of the capital's aristocratic families, but they would also choose young teachers from the north and south, according to their discretion. On one hand, it would avoid being accused of nepotism, and on the other hand, it would not bury true talents. Thus, Academician Shangwan recommended Qin Yuro, because last year, Academician Qin and Academician Do recommended a junior from the Shangwan family. This year, the Shangwan family and Do family didn't have any new students. The Imperial Historian's Library would inject new blood every 3 years, and this year, they couldn't recommend old people. This was another rule that everyone tacitly agreed on. Without a doubt, no one disapproved of Qin Yuro attending the ceremony on the sacred ancestor sacrifice day. After a few simple questions, the 18 academicians unanimously agreed. The next 2 male students were also from the Amling aristocratic families. Their rankings in this year's Grand Yin examination weren't low, and one of them was a 6th grade Ishu master. Yushu could see that including Qin Yuro, these 3 people were already set in stone. Today, they were just here to go through the motions. As for the remaining 3 people, including Yushu, they weren't from the Amling 12 prefectures' aristocratic families. Just based on their names, it was obvious. What made her slightly surprised was that Han Wenguang, who was a master of the 3 predictors, recommended a Xiaoyi master named Sun Jun. He was also from humble background. The academicians were obviously harsher on Sun Jun. Not only did they ask a few difficult questions, but the academician who taught physiognomy also called Sun Jun in front of him and carefully looked at his palms and palms. Sun Jun was about the same age as Qin Yuro, but he didn't look very smart. When he answered, he stuttered a few words, causing the academicians to frown slightly. However, they tactfully expressed their dissatisfaction to Han Wenguang and didn't directly oppose him. However, Han Wenguang only said one sentence to suppress these complaints. Although the Sun family is now in decline, their ancestors are the military school of Qi Min Dunjia. Their ancestors have passed down a book called Ghost Valley 7 Chapters. Sun Jun has already offered this strange book to the Taisher library and temporarily store it with me. I will take it out and read it with my colleagues in the next few days. This child's righteous action shows his moral character. Is it not enough to pay homage to the heavens? Yushu thought to herself that she did not know the content of the 3 chapters of the Haunted Valley, but she could guess its value from the expressions of more than 10 academicians present. Since Han Wenguang had openly invited everyone to have a piece of the pie, no one would be stupid enough to make things difficult for him. This was not making things difficult for Han Wenguang. It was making things difficult for themselves. Even Fang Zijing, who had always been at odds with Han Wenguang, just blew his beard and acquiesced to this matter. After Sun Jun, there was only Yushu and another girl left. Yushu then looked at the delicate girl in a pink skirt. She just felt that she looked familiar, but for a moment, she couldn't remember where she had seen her. At this time, Academician Kong, who was sitting on the right side of Academician Shangwan, was the old master of the Kong family, one of the 12 aristocratic families of the capital. After discussing with Academician Xie and Academician Jing, I am willing to recommend Miss Zhang from Jiangxi, the 39th place in Feng Shui this year, level 9 master, Yizhan Xuan. Yushu now remembered that Miss Zhang in front of her was not one of a group of female students who were summoned to the small building for questioning, because Jing Chun was suspected on the 2nd day after the stargazing platform murder. At that time, these delicate girls spoke to protect Jing Chun and even accused the deceased Chao Yuling of improper behavior. It could be said that Yushu did not have a deep impression on her. Thinking of this, Yushu looked up and found the indifferent figure of Jing Chun among the 18 chairs. She looked at him silently, and her mood was surprisingly calm. The depression and unwillingness of the previous parting gradually disappeared in the disappointment again and again. What was left was only a few inexplicable feelings of loss. When she could stay out of the matter, she understood that a man with a special background like Jing Chun had too many involuntary actions. He could sacrifice himself for the greater good, but Yushu was a self-respecting, selfish, and self-centered person. There was such a clear difference in essence. Even without Shui Yun's involvement, they would eventually go their separate ways. Yushu looked on coldly. The academicians did not make things difficult for Zhang Shuyuan like they did for Sun Jun just now. Seeing that she answered a few simple questions, they approved of her cleverness. After everyone nodded, Zhang Shuyuan blushed with joy. She secretly glanced at Jing Chun, then retreated to the door and stood together with Qin Yuero and the others. Yushu did not care about this short scene because Feng Zijing had already spoken. After waiting for a long time, it was finally her turn. This year's Grand Yin examination is an eventful period. First, the Celestial Commissioner's officials practiced favoritism and committed fraud. The astrology section issued a white list, and the mystic art section actually did not have a champion. Next, the arithmetic section unexpectedly produced a female fortune teller. The first thing Feng Zijing said seemed to have nothing to do with the main topic of the day, but after thinking about it carefully, the three things he said were all related to Yushu. I'm sure everyone here has heard of this young female fortune teller. This old man, Madame Liu, and academician Sima recommended her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yushu instantly felt more than 10 pairs of eyes fixate on her. Their gazes were not reserved at all. None of the 5 people in front of her had enjoyed this kind of special treatment. Even though she had seen many big scenes and was very calm, facing this group of old and shrewd elders, who added up to almost 1,000 years old, was enough to make her feel uncomfortable. There was pressure, but she would not cower. The Imperial Historian's Library was a place with rules. She was a 4th-grade fortune teller. In terms of rank, among the academicians present, there were not many who were stronger than her. However, even if she thought this way, others might not take it seriously. Yu Xuanzi is indeed one of the most outstanding of the younger generation who entered the academy this year. However, I heard that Yu Xuanzi gambled with someone, humiliated them in public, and stole their seal. I personally feel that such an unruly, impulsive, and reckless woman is not suitable to participate in the solemn scene of ancestral worship. Yushu originally thought that they would more or less raise a few academic questions for her to perform and then make things difficult for her. Who knew that the higher-ups would directly reject it? The reason was that she had caused a ruckus at the banquet at Wang Jilu last month. Her words were righteous and unruly. To put it bluntly, she didn't swallow her anger and instead slapped Han Wenguang's face in public. The person who spoke was Academician Gao, who looked to be in his 50s. He was considered young among the group of white-haired old people. Yushu had seen him once from afar. At that time, Exine Liu had pulled her to identify him, reminding her that the Gao family and the Han family were in-laws. Since she had offended Han Wenguang, it was best not to think about worshipping this academician, Gao, as a disciple. Yushu did not care at that time. With her level of knowledge in mathematics, she had never planned to study at the Imperial Historian's Library. Yushu looked at Han Wenguang, who was sitting calmly in the seat of honor, and sneered to herself. Now that this academician Gao had made it clear that he was in cahoots with Han Wenguang, it was not appropriate for her to defend herself on such an occasion. What kind of people were there? Black and white had their own conclusions. If she could not make it clear with a few words, it would instead make her seem rash. Therefore, she turned to look at Feng Zijing, thinking that Feng Zijing was the one who recommended her. Shouldn't he speak up for her? Feng Zijing didn't say anything, but the other person whom Yushu met for the first time today said, "What's the matter? Where did academician Gao hear this rumor? Why is it different from what I have heard?" It wasn't that Yu Xuanzi was holding a banquet to entertain his guests, but there just had to be someone who didn't know what's good for him and chose to come and challenge him on his wedding day. Not only did he fail to pick a fight, he was ridiculed instead. How could it be that Yu Xuanzi's words and actions were wrong? After all, she was personally chosen by the Celestial Commissioner, and her name was on the Celestial Commissioner's list. How could she let a few villains talk about it? If she did not speak up, then she would be a good-for-nothing. The woman sitting on the right side of Fang Zijing was in her 30s. She had a pair of phoenix eyes and a smile, but the words that came out of her mouth were full of sarcasm. Yu Shu had no doubt that this beautiful and sharp-tongued woman was the famous Madame Lu at a glance. Guessing her identity, Yu Shu quickly figured out why the other party would speak up for her. Han Wenguang was ambitious and wanted to be the leader, break away from the Celestial Commissioner, and set up his own organization. He tried to use Yu Shu as an opportunity to smear the face of the Celestial Commissioner. All kinds of calculations the Celestial Commissioner would definitely be aware of later, so how could she not be angry with Han Wenguang? After the banquet at Wangji Building, Han Wenguang's faction did not make any moves for a month. Presumably, he was suppressed by the Celestial Commissioner, so he did not act rashly. But even so, Madame Lu, who had just stepped down from the Celestial Commissioner's position not long ago, had a conflict with Han Wenguang. At this time, it was not difficult to understand why she would say a few words for Yu Shu. Academician Gao's eyebrows trembled because of Madame Lu's sharp rebuttal. He couldn't help but retorted sarcastically. He used the virtue of women to argue, but Madame Lu grabbed him and scolded him. Everyone present was speechless. It was not that they didn't want to interrupt, but they couldn't. The result of a quarrel between a man and a woman could be imagined. Yu Shu widened her eyes and watched Madame Lu rudely beat her chest and stamped her feet on Academician Gao. She was so envious of her. When could she get that position? If she was in a bad mood, she would scold whoever she wanted. In the end, Academician Shangguan, who was the oldest, became the peacemaker. Ahem, listen to me. Let's stop for a moment. Don't let this affect the harmony between us. Whether Yu Xuanzi is chosen or not isn't something that can be decided by just one person. Why don't we have a vote? According to the rules, if more than half of the people agree that she should participate in the ceremony, others can't disagree. If not, we will find another candidate. Hearing this, Yu Shu didn't care what others thought. She felt unhappy in her heart. To be honest, she didn't have to go to the sacrifice day. She stood here and was criticized by a group of people because she didn't want to miss an opportunity to make progress. But it didn't mean that she was willing to be picked like a cabbage. If it didn't work, they would find someone else. She didn't even have the right to speak up. If she had known that she would face such a passive situation in Rongxing Hall, she might as well sleep in and wait for Shui Rue to come back in Wangji Building. I agree that Yu Xuanzi should participate in the ceremony. Madame Lu was the first to speak, followed by Fang Zijing, Sima Kuei, and then Academician Qin, who taught Li, Academician Qin, who taught arithmetic, Academician Xie, who taught physiognomy, and Academician Shangguan. One after another, 7 people expressed their agreement. This was not enough. At least 9 people were needed to decide. 2 people were not enough. Seeing this, Academician Shangguan sighed and confirmed, "Is there anyone else who wants to say something?" No one answered. Yu Shu lowered her head. In the eyes of others, she looked a little discouraged. Some of the young Ili teachers who passed looked at Yu Shu with sympathy, while others looked at her with schadenfreude. But in fact, as the person involved, Yu Shu didn't feel good or bad when she saw this situation. She just felt a little impatient. She wanted to end this voting without human rights as soon as possible and go back to her business. At this moment, a cold and clear voice rang out. I thought Yu Xuanzi was qualified to participate in the ceremony. Chapter 447. I thought Yu Xuanzi was qualified to attend the ceremony. Yu Shu was stunned and looked sideways at Jing Chun, who had just spoken. She saw that he was reading the Taoist scripture in his hand without raising his head, as if she had heard an illusion. Jing Chun would speak up for Yu Shu. No one present would be surprised about this except Yu Shu herself. However, Han Wenguang's influence was greater than Yu Shu had imagined. Out of the 18 academicians, half of them did not approve of her participating in the sacred ancestor sacrifice ceremony. Even with Jing Chen's support, the situation could not be reversed. Under Madame Lu's beautiful eyes, academician Shangwan could only regretfully announce that Feng Zijing and the others needed to recommend another candidate as soon as possible. Even a fourth-class female Swansea can be scolded. The Taisher Library is really getting better and better every year. Madame Lu sneered and left. When she passed by Yushu, she did not say anything. She just raised her hand and gently stroked her shoulder, and then passed by. Yushu, who felt that she had been comforted, felt a little strange. She turned her head to look at Madame Lu's graceful back as she walked away. She wondered if she should find a time to pay a visit to this strong woman. Madame Lu's words before she left had annoyed some of the old people in the Taisher Library. Immediately, someone shouted with dissatisfaction, "Only women and villains are difficult to support." Yushu looked back and saw a few angry old faces. She suddenly felt much better. After watching the show, she immediately raised her hand to salute Feng Zijing and asked to leave. "Academician Feng, there is nothing for me here. I will leave first." Feng Zijing had been quietly looking at her. Seeing that she was not selected, he could still maintain a sense of propriety. His eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded. "You go." Before Yushu left, she quietly looked at the two people present. One was Jing Chun, and the other was Han Wenguang. Jing Chen's eyes never left the scripture from beginning to end. His undistracted look made Yushu suspect that he had said that on a whim, so she did not take it to heart. What she noticed was that Han Wenguang did not show any emotion on his face. He did not show the slightest bit of pride because he had tripped her up. Obviously, he did not take her seriously. Yushu wasn't very angry towards this because she knew her own limitations. She didn't have the qualifications to challenge such a cunning figure now, so she could only make a note of this in her heart. Sooner or later, she'd wait for an opportunity to pay him back. Humph! It was just accompanying the emperor to worship the tomb. If he didn't want to go, then don't go. She didn't care. Coming out of Taisher Shuyuan, the sun was already hanging high. Yushu calculated the time. Shuirue went to the palace and would come back in the afternoon. So she was not in a hurry to go back to Wang Ji Tower. Instead, she asked Lao Chue to drive the carriage to find the Commercial Association of Tihan in the east of the city and go to the territory of Beijing. The Den dynasty encouraged the people's livelihood and did not neglect the industry and commerce. The commerce in the capital was even more developed. Merchants from all walks of life had a head office in Anling. Among them, the Commercial Association of Tihan was not an old one, but it was a rising one in recent years. Last year, Beijing was promoted to the head office in Anling as the deputy general manager. Because he was close to Zhao Hui's family, Yushu often heard some market information from him. She also knew that Beijing had a lot of authority. She could ask him about some things that couldn't be bought outside. Before Yushu came, she didn't tell Beijing. Fortunately, it was the end of the month. Beijing stayed in the guild during the day. He didn't go to the shops downstairs to inspect, nor did he go to the warehouse to check the goods. Beijing was upstairs managing the accounts with several accountants. When he heard the waiter come up to pass on a message, he said a few words and went downstairs. When he saw Yushu in the tea room, he called for the waiter to change the ordinary tea on the table with the good tea he had collected the day before and greeted her with a smile. "Did the sun rise from the west today? I don't see you all day long. How do you have time to come here to find me?" Beijing teased Yushu. He was really surprised. "I have something to ask of you." "Uncle," Yushu said directly, "I want to find a few things. It's not easy to buy them outside, or they're shoddy goods. Can you help me find a way to buy them?" She didn't call him uncle for nothing. Since Zhao Hui officially recognized Yushu as her adopted daughter, Beijing also treated her as half a daughter. Because of convenience, he often brought delicious food and fun things for them. Now that Yushu asked, he agreed without hesitation. "You only need to say, as long as there is a name, I can find a way to find it for you." Yushu regarded Beijing as an elder. She didn't say any polite words to him. She immediately took out a shining crystal the size of a copper coin from her pouch and handed it to him. She asked, Does Uncle recognize this thing? Pei Jing took it in his hand and rubbed it. He raised his eyebrows and said, "This is carved water essence stone. There are no holes on it. It must be used for inlay." Yushu was happy when she heard this. Pei Jing's guess was right. This piece of topaz was a gift from the ninth prince. It was from a beautiful brocade box. The ancients loved jade. They often used jade to ward off evil spirits. It was used to nourish people, and they carried it with them. However, few people recognized this crystal. They didn't know that compared to jade, crystals of various colors were also the best choice for feng shui. Moreover, the crystal was bright and transparent. It was the best for decoration. She had seen a lot of feng shui tools in the rare objects list, all of which were carved out of jade. A small bracelet used 18 Hatian jade beads, which was expensive to make. Yushu had seen the same bracelet in the Xian family's great exchange store, which was carved out of fine jade. She had copied others' ideas, so she thought of making a fuss about the raw materials. If she succeeded, she would have her own way of earning money. Pei Jing didn't know Yushu's plan. He weighed the topaz in his hand and smiled. He said, "This water essence looks good. Some rich people use it to decorate their jewelry. However, it is not as durable as jade. It is not very useful. Moreover, it is produced in a faraway place. So, it is not circulated in the market." Yushu heard his words. She was happy and worried at the same time. She was happy that no one recognized it. She was worried that it was not easy to find. She didn't have time to be disappointed, because Pei Jing's next words made her excited. "I know a sea merchant. He seems to have this kind of water essence. He happens to be in the capital. If you want this thing, I will ask him." Okay. Please ask him for me." Yushu was happy. She didn't hide her desire for Pei Jing. "It will be best if there is ready-made. I want as much as you have. As long as the price is not too outrageous." Pei Jing waved his hand to reassure her. "Don't forget what your uncle is doing. I won't let you suffer any loss. Go back and wait for the news." Yushu was happy. She handed a cup of tea to Pei Jing. She said embarrassedly, "There is one thing that is not easy to find." "You said it." Chapter 448. Due to the prevalence of barter in the peach wood, known as the dragon-subduing wood, was widely used by people. Ordinary people could not afford to buy gold, silver, and jade, but they also valued the saying of exorcising evil and seeking good fortune. They would often hang a piece of peach wood on the door beam of their houses, seeking both safety and peace of mind. Ordinary peach wood could be sold in the barter shops, and the price was not expensive. A foot-long piece would not cost more than half a string of money. But those were not of age. As long as it was more than 50 years old, the price would multiply by several times. Peach wood that was more than 100 years old was priceless in a market, and the 100-year-old peachwood root was even harder to find. When Pei Jing heard Yushu's request, his face revealed a hint of difficulty, and he said, "Items of peachwood are mostly bought and sold in the barter shops. If it was only 30 to 50 years old, I could very well help you buy it at a low price. But this 100-year-old peachwood root that you want is even rarer than lingji and ginseng. Not to mention that it is not available outside. Even if someone could take it out, it would most likely be snatched away by the aristocratic families the moment it appears, and it would not be up to us merchants to extend our hands. Uncle does not dare to boast. I can only help you keep an eye out for this matter." Yushu looked a little disappointed as she nodded her head. "Then I will have to trouble you." She had heard Taoist Qing Zheng pass on the theory of yin and yang and the 5 elements of energy, and knew that peachwood was the essence of the 5 elements. Only on the 100-year-old peachwood root would there be a trace of innate yang energy, which could subdue 100 ghosts, and was the best at suppressing evil yin. She was inspired by the list of rare objects, and taking into consideration that Shui Rue often had to come into contact with matters of the underworld when he was in the Supreme Court Justice, and after a long time, he would inevitably attract evil yin, so she thought of borrowing the 100-year-old peachwood root to personally cultivate an object that could be carried around with him. But this 100-year-old peachwood root was not easy to find, so this matter could only be put aside for now. Pei Jing waved his hand and said, "We are a family. There is no need to be so polite. It is almost noon. You can go back and eat by yourself. I still have a big pile of accounts to verify here, so I will not keep you. As for the water essence, I will give you an answer by the day after tomorrow." Yu Shu bade farewell to Pei Jing and went to the northern part of the city to visit a few trading shops. She compared the good and the bad and purchased all kinds of items with the essence of the 5 elements to build a feng shui pond. Going back and forth like this, the 500 taels of silver she brought with her was all gone. But as the saying goes, one cannot catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. Thinking of the future profits, she didn't feel so pained. When Yushu returned to Wangji Tower in the afternoon, Shui Rui was already there. She called a waiter from the backyard to move the things she bought from the carriage upstairs. She then walked to the door of Shui Rui's room. When she pushed the door open, she saw that he was holding a bowl and chopsticks in his hand. There were a few hot dishes on a round table. They were still smoking and did not seem to have been touched. "It is already so late. You still haven't eaten?" Shui Rui raised his hand and motioned for her to sit down. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "Don't mention it. In the morning, I went to the palace with Ning Wang to see the emperor and explain the matter of Ji Xingxuan. I angered the emperor. In order to protect the child in Ji Xingxuan's belly, Ning Wang knelt in the imperial study for 2 hours. I couldn't leave, so I could only stand at the side as punishment." Yushu looked at Shui Rui sympathetically and asked, "What happened after that? How did His Majesty deal with Ji Xingxuan?" From Yushu's point of view, of course, she didn't want to let Ji Xingxuan go. But with the current situation involving the imperial family, it was not something she could control. After His Majesty's anger subsided, he gave a secret order. Tonight, he asked me to secretly release Ji Xingxuan from the prison and hand her over to Ning Wang. Even though Yushu had already expected this, she couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard the emperor's order to bend the law. She said, "Are we still going to try this case? Many people are watching. At least, Chao family and Xian family will not let Ji Xingxuan go. Now that the murderer has disappeared, how are you going to explain this to the public?" When she finished speaking, she saw the corner of Shui Rui's mouth revealed a cold smile. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and leaned towards her. He whispered, "After tonight, there will no longer be a person called Ji Xingxuan in this world." Yushu's mouth widened in shock. She couldn't close it for a long time. Shui Rui poured 2 cups of wine. He handed one to her and brought the other to his lips. He slowly drank 2 mouthfuls before saying in a low voice, "His Majesty has always been biased towards the 7th prince. Now that such a scandal has happened, he will definitely cover it up. If we want to keep the child in Ji Xingxuan's womb alive and not cause any more trouble, there is only one way: to fabricate the false impression that Ji Xingxuan committed suicide to escape punishment. Only when she is dead, no one will pursue the matter." Yushu was momentarily speechless. She picked up the cup of wine that Shui Rui poured for her. She tilted her head back and drank it down. Her throat was burning. Only then did she feel that what she had heard and thought was true. Man proposes, God disposes. I had thought that Ji Xingxuan would be able to escape another calamity. Who would have thought that the straw that she was grasping it would actually prematurely sentence her death? That day in Xian Chun Yuan, Yushu had clearly seen Ning Wang's attitude. Right now, he only wanted to protect the flesh and blood in Ji Xingxuan's womb. When Ji Xingxuan gave birth to the child, what awaited her was undoubtedly an ending where she would keep the child but lose the mother. Yushu did not want to deny it. She really did view Ji Xingxuan as a thorn in her side and wanted to get rid of her quickly. But knowing that she was about to face a tragic end, she did not feel much joy in her heart. Instead, she felt a sense of regret. Ever since she came to this world, this woman had always been at odds with her. It was as if she was destined to become her mortal enemy and fight endlessly. Thinking back to that day, her predecessor had died in vain because of Ji Xingxuan. Now, because of her, Ji Xingxuan had finally walked onto the road of death. Wasn't this what the Tao of Yi said, the cycle of heaven's law? retribution is not pleasant. When Shui Rui saw the complicated expression revealed on Yu Shu's pretty face, he sighed lightly and said, "You can't escape the consequences of your own actions. Ji Xingxuan only has herself to blame, so you don't have to feel pity for her." Yu Shu blinked and came back to her senses. She could not confess her thoughts, so she could only pass the empty cup to him and ask for another cup of wine. She smiled slightly and said, "You have known me for so long. Am I the kind of person who sheds tears and pretends to be compassionate? It is the best thing for me that she has ended up like this. I only feel pity that you have no chance to investigate this case." Yu Shu and Shui Rui were the same. They did not believe that Ji Xingxuan was the mastermind of the two murders in Taisha Shiyuan. They also vaguely felt that the mastermind behind the scenes was carefully planning something. Unfortunately, the clues were cut off from Ji Xingxuan, and there was no way to trace it. Shui Rui filled her cup with wine. A light flashed across his eyes, but he smiled and did not say anything. He raised his hand and clinked glasses with her. Ding dong. Yu Shu and Shui Rui were both good drinkers. They drank half a pot of wine, but they were still sober. After the dishes were removed, they moved to the study to make tea. Shui Rui asked her about the day of sacrifice. Yu Shu told him about the farce in Rongxing Hall in the morning. Intentionally or unintentionally, she skipped the part where Jing Shen helped her and focused on the part where Madame Lu and Academician Gao quarreled. As she spoke, she couldn't help laughing. Big Brother didn't see the expressions on those people's faces. Madame Lu's words made their mouths crooked, but no one dared to quarrel with her. Only after she left did they make irresponsible remarks. Shui Rui saw that she did not care and said helplessly, "I told you earlier. Why didn't you pay more attention? That half of the people don't agree with you. It's not necessarily Han Wenguang's idea. If you had sent a few gifts in advance, you wouldn't have been selected." Yu Shu's smile did not diminish. She crossed her arms and said, "This ancestral worship thing, if it can be bribed with money, it's fine not to go. Even a fourth-grade female fortune-teller like me can be pulled down by them. I can be selected by donating a special technique. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is something wrong. It's their business that they like to deceive themselves. Why should I cooperate with them?" Shui Rui also knew that there were more and more muddy waters in Taisha Library in the past few years. Thinking about it carefully, it was good to be like Yu Shu. Forget it. After all, you're the most famous in this Dian. This kind of thing is just icing on the cake. Moreover, when the day comes, you will have to carry the artifacts with you. If there is any mistake, it will be either a blessing or a disaster. It's better to let others do it. Yu Shu was not interested in the ancestral worship ceremony. Hearing Shui Rui mention it, she did not ask in detail. Instead, she leaned forward on the tea table and opened her round and bright eyes. She sweetly said, "Big Brother, I want to borrow a place from you to set up a feng shui pond. What do you think?" Shui Rui rarely saw her acting like this. He really could not stand it. He nodded his head in confusion before asking her, "Where?" Yu Shu pointed upstairs. "The courtyard on the 3rd floor. I want to make a feng shui pond and personally raise some artifacts." Shui Rui laughed. "You really know how to choose a place. There are 2 feng shui eyes in this Wanji loft. One is the small pond in the middle of the backyard. The other is the courtyard." Yu Shu laughed. "Then will you lend it to me?" It was just a place. Since she started asking, how could Shui Rui not give it to her? However, seeing the fervent look in her eyes, he could not help but tease her. "What's in it for me to lend it to you?" Hearing his tone, Yu Shu secretly rolled her eyes. He was at again. Every time young Master Shui wanted to take advantage of her, he would first ask for benefits and then wait for her to take the bait. She had acted dumb and let him have his way a few times. He really thought she was easy to trick. "Do you want me to give you a kiss?" Ahem. Shui Rui did not expect her to be so straightforward. He choked. Although he was very moved by this proposal, he did not miss the cunning look that flashed in her eyes. His intuition told him that if he nodded, he would definitely be in trouble later. Thus, he suppressed the itch in his heart and pretended to be serious. "Look at what you think of me. How am I a playboy? You can do whatever you want with the courtyard. Just don't tear down the floor. Yushu looked at him with a smile. Her eyes glanced at his thin and moderately thick lips. She thought to herself, at least he knows his place. If he really dares to take the opportunity to ask me to kiss him again, I'll see if she doesn't bite him hard later to teach him a lesson. After talking about business, Yushu did not stay for a moment longer. She stood up and said, "All right, you should take advantage of the day to sleep. Look at the dark circles under your eyes." Shui Rue pressed his forehead. It would have been better if she did not say it. The moment she said it, he felt weak all over. These 2 days, he did not sleep for 2 whole nights. He was indeed tired. "Then I will rest first. You go busy yourself. If you need anything, just tell Lin Fu and let him get it." Chapter 449. Feng Shui originated from the art of geomancy. In the beginning, it was used by people to look at yin and yang residences. Later, with the development of the study of Yi, there were several branches that were no longer limited to geomancy. Masters of Yi condensed the metaphysics of Feng Shui into objects and used it to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Feng Shui pawns were best if they were natural. However, natural Feng Shui pawns were mostly located deep in the mountains and forests. It was inconvenient to use it on the spot. Thus, masters of Yi would often build a Feng Shui pond in a certain area of their residences. According to the method of construction, there were 3 grades of Feng Shui pond. The 3rd grade Feng Shui pond could only be used to regulate the front and back of the house. The 2nd grade Feng Shui pond could be used to nurture animals. The 1st grade Feng Shui pond could even be used to guard the residence. It sounded mysterious, but when one understood the principles, it was just that. Yushu was a practical person. When she said she wanted to set up a Feng Shui pond, she asked Shui Rue for a piece of land. In the next moment, she brought people upstairs to clean up the place. In the courtyard of the 3rd floor of Wangji Tower, there was a Hui corridor. Looking up at the sky, the Feng Shui pond was perfect. In the middle of the empty space was a 1-meter wide balcony. It was paved with uneven cobblestones. After a few spring rains, a few weeds had sprouted in the corner. There were also a few palm-sized pieces of tender green moss. Yushu had set her sights on this small piece of land a few days ago. She took out a pre-drawn map and gestured on the ground. She had 2 handymen, Ping and Xiang, dig out the stones in the southeast corner, revealing a 3-chi radius of flat land. She watched as they cleaned up the soil while instructing Xiao Qing to call Lin Fu over. "Miss, you're looking for me?" Lin Fu ran up after a while, panting. "I remember there's a fish tank in the main kitchen. Have someone clear it, wash it, and fill it with half a vat of spring water for tea. Carry it upstairs for me." Yushu squatted at the edge of the balcony and weighed a few cobblestones in her hand. Lin Fu had a strange expression on his face. He hesitated and said, "There are fish in that vat every day, and it smells fishy. If Miss wants to use a water vat, there is a large porcelain cup in the front hall. It looks beautiful." Yushu sneered and threw away the stone in her hand. "I want that fish tank. Hurry up and go. Don't delay my business." What was the use of being beautiful? The fish tank in the kitchen looked inconspicuous, but was filled with fish that Shui Rue had carefully selected from all over the country. These fish were full of spirituality and were on the verge of becoming spirits. When cooked into a dish and eaten, it could increase one's fortune. Even if it was just a little bit, after 100 days of breathing, the fish tank would be infected with a layer of spiritual qi. It couldn't be better to use it as a Feng Shui pond. Lin Fu didn't go against Yushu. He obediently went and carried a spare water tank from the warehouse to keep the fish. He cleaned the fish tank that Yushu wanted and personally delivered it to the roof. In the afternoon, business in the restaurant was slow, so he stayed on the side and watched Yushu tidy up the fish tank. After she placed it in the right place, she took out a strange ruler and a piece of paper. She measured the distance between the fish tank and the fish tank. She then filled the area with some strange objects such as tortoise bones, copper plates, red sandstones, and even 2 pieces of Poryacoco's root. By the time Yushu was done with this corner, the sun had already set. "It's done." Yushu patted the dust off her hands and took the teapot from Xiao Qing's hands. She drank 2 mouthfuls of water and looked at her first feng shui pawn with satisfaction. She ordered the waiters and handymen on both sides. Just leave it like this. No one is allowed to come up to the courtyard on the 3rd floor without my permission. Do you all hear me? Yes, Mississippi, a group of people answered. All right, go and do what you need to do. Yu Shu dismissed all the people and went back to her room. There was hot soup and water waiting for her. She took a clean bath and put on a comfortable silk dress. She went downstairs to find Shui Rue. When Shui Rue woke up, his complexion looked much better. He ate dinner with Yu Shu, and there was still a few hours before they had to leave, so he curiously followed her to the patio to look at the feng shui pond that she had built. The Shui family naturally had no lack of feng shui treasures in their house. When he saw the gray fish tank in the corner of the balcony, the corner of his eyes twitched. He turned his head and asked her, "Is it really useful to do this?" Yu Shu was a little unhappy when she saw his doubtful look. She rolled her eyes and pulled his sleeve to the side of the fish tank. She said, "Close your eyes and raise your hands above your head with your palms facing the sky." Shui Rue hesitated for a moment, but he still did as he was told. He closed his eyes and raised his hands high. He didn't know that he looked a little silly, and he didn't see Yu Shu snickering. Relax your whole body. Breathe in, breathe out again, breathe in again. Do you feel anything? It seems a little cool, Shui Rue said against his conscience. In fact, he didn't smell anything except a little fishy smell. It shouldn't be. Try to take 2 more breaths. Yu Shu quietly pulled out a strand of her hair and pinched the end of her hair. She tiptoed in front of Shui Rue. Shui Rue listened and moved his nose again. His hair scratched the tip of his nose. He didn't pay attention and sneezed. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Yu Shu's small face that was trying to hold back her laughter. He knew that he was tricked. Yu Shu's shoulders shook as she laughed. Her almond-shaped eyes curved into a crescent moon. Her white teeth bit her lower lip. Halfway through her laughter, Shui Rue grabbed her hand and pulled it to his chest. His dark eyes stared straight at her. Yu Shu realized that the situation was not good. She quickly stopped laughing. She put one hand on his hard chest and shrank her neck back. She said, "I was just playing with you. You can't be so petty." Shui Rue didn't say anything. He held her fist tightly. His eyes wandered around her clean and well-behaved face. His heart was moved. He slowly lowered his head and moved closer to her forehead. Smelling her soft breath, he opened his mouth and kissed her lips. It was as if he was testing her. The next moment, he reached out and hooked her slender waist. He lowered his head and deepened a kiss. Yu Shu pressed her hands against his chest and was forced to raise her head. Their lips pressed against each other. His gentle breath made it impossible for her to reject him. It was only a moment of hesitation, but it allowed him to attack her. The man's nimble tongue gently swept across her lips and teeth with a hint of deliberate flattery. It was slightly hot. It was the taste of entanglement that she had never experienced before. Very quickly, this inexperienced leftover woman was mesmerized by the kiss. She allowed his strong arms to wrap around her small waist. She narrowed her eyes and enjoyed it. In a daze, she thought, this fellow's skills were too good. He must have trained. As soon as this thought came out, Yu Shu's mind became clear. She felt uncomfortable in her heart. She opened her mouth and bit down. Shui Rue was in a daze when he suddenly felt pain. He had no choice but to leave her soft mouth. But he was reluctant to let go of her. So he pressed against her smooth forehead and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's wrong?" Yu Shu pursed her wet lips in annoyance and pinched his chest with her fingers. However, Shui Rue did not even frown when she pinched his chest because he was skinny. She did not pinch much of his flesh, and it was neither painful nor itchy. "Who allowed you to kiss me?" Shui Rue didn't know what she was thinking. He thought that she was shy. He felt an indescribable satisfaction from the deep kiss just now. His heart warmed. He put one hand on her waist and the other on her shoulder. He pulled her into his arms. His lips gently touched her forehead and said in a very serious manner, "Ah Shu, wait a little longer. After a few days, I will go to your house to ask for your hand in marriage. Okay?" Things happened too suddenly. Yushu's mind turned twice before she understood what he was saying. This guy couldn't be proposing to her, right? Yushu suddenly raised her neck and almost hit Shui Rui's chin. She carefully looked at his handsome face, trying to see what was going on. Shui Rui didn't see any happy expression on her face. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He hugged her tighter. His eyes darkened and said in a low voice, "You don't want to?" She didn't want to. The two of them just saw each other for a few days. Now, they were talking about marriage. It was like the wind and rain. Would they directly roll on the bed and give birth to a child tomorrow? Yushu's expression at this moment fully expressed her thoughts. Shui Rui was a smart person. How could he not know that she was not willing? In a split second, her heart was in turmoil. What tenderness and sweet feelings were all destroyed. This little ingrate. He had kissed and hugged her. He almost dug out his heart and lungs for her. But she actually didn't want to marry him. He resisted the urge to break her waist. He took a breath and squeezed a smile at her. He softened his voice and said warmly, "I'm being rude. You're still studying at the Taisha Library. The marriage is not urgent. We will discuss it later." He was not angry. He was not angry. He cast a long line to catch a big fish. He was not angry at all. Yushu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest recklessly and rolled her eyes at him. "You scared me." Shui Rui secretly gritted his teeth. He thought that if she dared to say another word of nonsense, he would make her happy even if she was not willing. It was a good thing that Yushu did not continue to test Shui Rui's patience. She pushed him and said, "What time is it? Don't you want to go to the judicial office? Hurry up and leave." Shui Rui reluctantly let go of her waist. His other hand was still around her shoulder as he led her down the stairs. Yushu thought that after tonight, there would no longer be a person called Ji Xingxuan in this world. Her mind started to move. She poked Shui Rui's ribs and asked, "Can you take me with you?" Shui Rui was filled with anger. He glanced at her. No. Yushu did not give up and said, "Take me with you. This is most likely the last time I see her." What is there to see? Ning Wang is present tonight. The secret edict of the palace cannot be announced. Aren't you afraid that he will remember you when he sees you? At worst, I will disguise myself as your subordinate. It will be dark and no one will recognize me. I said no means no. Stay obediently in Wang Ji Tower. De Ji. You can't even call me De Yi. Damn you. Chapter 450. In the end, Yushu did not manage to convince Shui Rui to bring her to the Supreme Court. In the dark, she stood in the corridor on the second floor and watched him get on the horse carriage. She then turned back to the room to look at the unfinished cases. During these past few days, Yushu had gradually sorted out the files that Shui Rui had brought out from the Supreme Court, and she'd gathered all the information that she needed. At most, in another 2 or 3 days, she would be able to start completing the Law of Time of Calamity. When Yushu woke up the next morning, she was not surprised to hear that Shui Rui had not returned for the entire night. In order to smuggle Ji Xingxuan, the murderer, out of the Supreme Court's prison, it was necessary to fabricate a scene of her committing suicide to escape punishment. Most probably, the real culprit was already in Prince Ning's hands, and there was an additional female corpse in the prison as a substitute. After having breakfast alone, Yushu went to the courtyard to check on the feng shui pond she had set last night. Yesterday, to test its effectiveness, she had placed a pot of gentle flowers and plants beside the fish tank. After a night of adjustment, the surrounding 5 elements essence began to circulate. Looking again this morning, it was not difficult to find that the direction of the flowers and leaves had begun to tilt towards the fish tank, tilting their necks. In fact, it was Yushu's fault for her mediocre aptitude and lack of wisdom. Otherwise, she would have been able to judge the quality of the feng shui pond based on her intuition. There would not have been a need to use the stupid method of flora orientation. Yushu saw that her first feng shui pond was successfully set up and was naturally happy. Although she had made a solemn vow in front of Shui Rui, she had been so worried last night that she could not sleep, fearing that her efforts would be in vain. She had set up this feng shui pond strictly according to the position of the Gate of Life, corresponding to the northeast Gen Palace. Among the 8 gates, the Gate of Life belonged to Earth, flourishing in summer. Earth gave birth to all things, and it controlled the circulation of yang qi. It was the gate of great fortune. Among the 5 elements, water subdued Earth. She had chosen this fish tank and the spring water from the mountain, all of which had Reiki. Under the restraint of the Gate of Life, the essence of water resided in the Gate of Life, growing and multiplying endlessly, circulating in this small feng shui pond. If she threw an artifact into the pond, after the sun and moon's good fortune, the Gate of Life would move, and the artifact that was nurtured would increase the person's luck. Using the essence of the 5 elements to nurture things, there is no lack of such methods in the list of rare objects. Anyway, Yushu has been taught by Taoist Qingzheng, so she is not bad at all. Instead, she applies the 8 gates life and death swordsmanship. She learned from Qingzheng to the placement of the 5 elements in a bold and imaginative way. Although it seems nondescript, it is actually of excellent quality. If someone like Feng Zijing was here and saw her fiddling with this fish tank, he would definitely realize the mystery in it and scold her for wasting such a precious treasure. It was a pity that the people of Wangji Loft were all amateurs. Yushu, this unlucky child, had poor aptitude to the point that she couldn't sense any spiritual energy at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the guts to live in the room where Xia Jiangying died tragically. Therefore, under Yushu's subjective assumption, this feng shui pond on the patio, which is almost enough to protect a house, can only be used to nurture things. In the morning, before Shui Rui comes back, Yushu sends a message from home. Aunt Shui has been driven back. The person who comes to deliver the message is Lu Zhong. After Yushu visited Assistant Minister Yin's mansion last time, she left some harsh words. Since the marriage couldn't be negotiated, Aunt Shui was disliked in someone else's house. After staying for 2 days shamelessly, she was driven away by Madame Yin. Aunt Shui has nowhere to go. Early this morning, she brought servant girl Xiang Sui back to the small courtyard that Yushu bought for her. The servant woman in charge of cooking had been instructed by Yushu to immediately run to Zhao Hui's house to deliver the message when she saw her mistress return. When Yushu receives the message, she isn't in a hurry to see Aunt Shui. She quietly records her case in the study until Shui Rui comes back. How is it? Is everything settled? Yushu consciously wrings a handkerchief and hands it to Shui Rui, who just entered the door, to wipe his sweat. She asks someone to instruct the kitchen to prepare something to eat. She turns back and asks about Ji Xingxuan. Shui Rui gives a light sigh and sits down on a chair. He says with his eyes half closed, "In the second half of the night, Ning Wang took her away. I found a convict on death row to be punished in advance. She scratched her face and took the fall for her. This matter only came out early in the morning. When I went to report to Shanqing Darren, I only concealed the fact that Ji Xingxuan couldn't bear the humiliation and went crazy. She couldn't accept it and hanged herself." Yushu sighed in her heart and said worriedly, "Everyone says that Lord Gua, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, is an impartial king of hell. Your words are full of loopholes. Didn't he suspect anything?" Seeing how tired Shui Rui is, she is dissatisfied with the master in the palace. With a gag order, the 2 of them can relax, but Shui Rui has to work hard to clean up their mess. Shui Rui opened his eyes and looked at her. With a smile that was not a smile, he said, "Lord Gua won't believe me easily, but he won't believe that I will deceive him even more. If he uses his brain, he will know whose intention it is. In the end, he will definitely pretend to be confused." Yushu changes her mind. She shakes her head and says, "There are no fish in the clear water. In this world, how can there be a righteous person like Justice Bao? The highest is the emperor's order. If the emperor wants the minister to die, the minister has to die. Only those who don't care about their lives will destroy the emperor." Yushu chatted with Shui Rui for a while and ate with him. She urged him to go in and rest. Then she turned around and asked Lao Chui to drive the car out of the door. She brought along the two girls, little Qing and little Dai. Yushu had long known that concubine Shui wasn't a law-abiding person. If it wasn't for Yu Xiaoxiu's sake, she would have long packed this woman up and thrown her back to Yang City based on the fact that she had turned a blind eye to the two siblings. This time she was almost sold by this mother. She was really angry with concubine Shui, who dared to take advantage of her marriage. She was waiting for her to come back and teach her a good lesson, so that this woman would not make mistakes in the future and make trouble for her. At this time, Aunt Shui doesn't know that a disaster is coming. She is sitting at the door of the central room. She is eating melon seeds and talking about her miserable life. She scolds Yushu from time to vent her anger. Maid Xiangsue lowers her head and adds tea for her. The old maid who keeps the fire hides in the kitchen. I was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to such a heartless thing. People always say that daughters lose money. Not only did she lose money, but she also almost caused me to lose my life. I was originally living a good life as a grandmother in Yang Prefecture. I lived in a big house and ate fish every day. It was all that Jinx's fault. She killed her father, and now she came to kill me. I was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to such a heartless thing. People say that daughters are losers. She not only lost money, but also almost made me lose my life. I used to be a good grandmother in Yang City. I live in a big house and ate fish and meat. It's all that Jinx's fault. She killed her father and then came to kill me. Goo, Mississippi. When Xiangse sees Yushu, she shrunk back and stammered. After Yushu entered, she waved her hand for Xiao Dai to close the door. She walked in front of Aunt Shui and smiled. Why is Mother back? Is she not staying at the assistant minister's fu? Aunt Shui is timid and angry when she faces Yushu. She is subconsciously afraid that Yushu, this daughter who is not even close to her, is angry at Yushu's unfilial behavior. She can't admit defeat. She says stubbornly, You girl, still dare to say it. A good marriage has been ruined by you. You still have the face to ask me. Yushu looks at her for a moment and doesn't try to reason with her. She turns her head and says to Xiangsue, who is submissive, What did I teach you last time? And didn't I tell you to take good care of Yin and immediately come back to tell me if she goes out? Her voice is not loud and her tone is not hot, but her sharp eyes make one shudder. Xiangsue clenches her fists and lowers her head. She says in a small voice, This servant knows her mistake. What did you do wrong? Xiangsue, this servant girl, lives with this muddle-headed mistress, Aunt Shui, in the Ji family's rear residence. It has to be said that she has some wits about her to be able to live safely until today. Right now, seeing Yushu's attitude, she knows that Yushu wants to make a move on her. Other than being afraid, she regretted her previous wishful thinking and going against Yushu's words. After living a few comfortable days with Aunt Shui in the Yin residence, she forgot Yushu's warnings at the back of her mind and started to dream of being an official servant. Yin Yang coaxed her and said that when Miss marries the young master of the assistant minister's fu, she will be bestowed to Miss as a dowry. In the future, she might be able to become a Yin Yang. Why aren't you speaking? I'm not asking you. As usual, Yushu speaks in a soft voice. She doesn't sound angry at all, but it makes the other person's hair stand on end and panic uncontrollably. This servant did not listen to Miss and did not look after Yin Yang. I shouldn't have let her go out. Xiangsue says these words in a trembling voice. She doesn't care that Aunt Shui's face has turned green, and she glares at her angrily. Yushu reaches out to lift Xiangsue's chin. She doesn't use much strength and says in a serious tone, When I brought you out of the Ji family, it was because I saw that you have a bit of cleverness. But now, you eat my food, live in my house, and wear my clothes, but you don't know who you should listen to. What's the use of a traitor like you? Xiangsue is already trembling. She averts her eyes and doesn't dare to look at Yushu. She looks like she is about to cry. After all, you came from the south with my mother. For the sake of our relationship, I won't sell you this time. But you have done something wrong, so you have to be punished. Xiao Dai. Yushu let go of her and took 2 steps to the side. She called for the maids she brought from Wangji Lu and glanced at Mistress Chui. Her lips curled into a mocking smile as she said, "Slap her mouth one by one until I'm happy." Xiang Sui's legs soften, and she almost kneels down. Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai look at each other. On the way here, they only heard that Yushu is going to visit her mother. The two sisters are a little happy, thinking that Yushu is close to them. Who knows that when they arrive at the place, it is not the case at all. "Why are you still not moving? Hit her!" Yushu suddenly shouts coldly, scaring everyone in the courtyard. Xiao Qing is the first to react. She grits her teeth and slaps Xiang Sui's face regardless of the consequences. Slap! Xiang Sui tilts her head and tears fall. She happens to see Aunt Shui's evasive gaze. Her heart turns cold. Xiao Dai sees this scene and sneaks a peek at Yushu. Seeing her cold expression and thinking of the girl in Wanji Tower who is easy to serve and talk to, she swallows her saliva. Rather than saying it is fear in her heart, it is better to describe it as awe. After Xiao Qing slaps Xiang Sui more than 10 times, Xiao Dai dawdles, but she also slaps. Just like that, Xiang Sui's face is bruised. She tilts her head and a mouthful of bloody saliva splashes on Aunt Shui's shoulder. Her inhuman appearance falls into Aunt Shui's eyes. This woman finally can't sit still anymore. She screams and jumps up. She runs into the room with a pale face. Enough! Yushu stops at this moment. Looking at the servant girl who is slapped until her eyes are dazed, she frowns without a trace and says coldly, "This time, you should remember who you are going to listen to in the future." Xiang said twice and knelt on the ground with a thud. She keeps nodding her head, afraid that Yushu doesn't believe that she is loyal. Ignoring her, Yushu looks at the closed door of the room and calls the servant woman hiding in the kitchen. She gives her a few instructions and leaves with Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai. Outside the door, Yushu pauses and turns to say to Xiao Qing, "Go in and leave some money for her medicine." Chapter 451. By the time Shui Rui woke up, Yushu had already returned. The weather was intermittently hot. After dinner, the two of them sat by the small pond in the middle of the courtyard to enjoy the cool air. The front half of the Wanji Tower was a restaurant, while the back half of the building was empty. However, it didn't receive any guests. Slowly, it became like one's own backyard. Shui Rui didn't know where Yushu had gone in the afternoon. He watched as Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai surrounded Yushu, busily arranging tea and incense. They were so careful that they didn't make any mistakes. He saw something strange. He waved his fan and pointed at Yushu. "Did they make you unhappy?" The two maids froze. Yushu was fiddling with a few cherry wood skewers, trying to connect them with a red thread. She didn't even raise her head as she replied, "My mother is back. In the afternoon, I'm going to visit her, so I'll bring these two to help me." Shui Rui knew that her mother ran away from home a while ago and didn't wait for him to help find her. Yushu waited for the matchmaker to come. She didn't tell Shui Rui about this. When she returned from Assistant Minister Yin's residence, she only told Shui Rui that she found the person. Shui Rui was the most tactful person. Whether it was before or after Yushu got together with him, he didn't deliberately put a spy by her side to keep an eye on her. Therefore, when Yushu encountered some trouble, if she wanted to hide it from him, Shui Rui could turn a blind eye to it. But if he knew that Yushu's mother almost found a husband for her, he would have to consider keeping a closer eye on her. I will still say the same thing. After all, she is your birth mother. No matter how thin the relationship is, it can't be ignored. You have the hope of becoming an official in the future. If someone takes advantage of the loophole and accuses you of being unfilial, it is not worth caring about. Yushu raised her head to look at him and smiled. "I see that you want to lecture me every chance you get. All right, do you think I don't understand this logic?" If she really didn't understand, she wouldn't have only hit a maid today. According to her temper, it would be a light punishment to tie Aunt Shui up and lock her up for a few days. Now that she has beaten the maidservant, she can scare concubine Shui by beating the cow across the mountain. That maidservant will naturally keep an eye on concubine Shui for her. She doesn't expect concubine Shui to learn to be honest. As long as concubine Shui doesn't have a chance to make trouble, she doesn't mind keeping such a person for nothing. Moreover, She didn't bring along Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai on a whim. She had stayed in Wang Ji Lu for a long time, and these two followed her from day to night. They knew many things about her. Sometimes, they would snitch in front of Shui Rue. No matter if it was good or bad, she didn't want to give them face. She didn't want to give face to Shui Rue, and he wasn't their real master, so it wasn't good to warn them directly. She wanted to use this opportunity to give them a warning so that they wouldn't be spoiled and would sell her out easily. Yushu didn't like to be disciplined, so Shui Rue didn't want to annoy her. He looked up at the moon and slowly waved his fan, saying, Ji Xingxuan is dead. His Majesty retracted the edict. There is no need to investigate the Supreme Court's closed case anymore. It seems that I will be free for a few days. Since you weren't chosen to attend the ancestral worship ceremony, why don't we find a sunny day and find a mountain spring to drink wine? Yushu still remembered what Shui Rue said about the joy of drinking wine in the forest. Hearing this, she became spirited and said happily, All right, let's call young Master Feng and Jinshu and Mimi. It's fun when there are more people. Shui Rue turned back and smiled at her. He nodded. Then you set a date. Don't let it rain. Don't worry about this. If I set a sunny day, there won't be any rain. Yushu confidently guaranteed. Her law of clear rain was not just for show. 5 days in a row was more accurate than the weather forecast of hundreds of years later. Yushu entrusted Pei Jing to help her inquire about the crystal. The next day, Pei Jing came to Wang Ji Lu to look for someone. He brought her a piece of good news. Yushu welcomed him upstairs. Just as she sat down, she saw Pei Jing smiling. Xiao Yu, your luck is not bad this time. My friend, who is a sea merchant, came to the capital to sell his goods. He brought ready-made water essence with him. Do you have time these 2 days? Do you want me to help you talk to him, or do you want to meet him yourself? Yushu immediately smiled. Jujio is not busy. Bring me to meet him. I have nothing to do today. Why don't we go over now? She used the 6 lines to divine the sale of this crystal. She knew that it would be smooth. Pei Jing said, That's good. I told you earlier so that you don't have to worry. Yushu rubbed her hands and stood up. I will go back to my room to get the money. Did you ask how many things that person has? What is the price? It's not expensive. It depends on the color you want. Yushu heard it and was happy. Why does he have several colors? She originally thought that most of the crystals were yellow and white. It was good enough to find a source. She didn't dare to think that she would have a good choice. Seeing that she was happy, Pei Jing said a few more words. There are 4 colors: yellow, white, purple, and pink. The pink one is rare and the most expensive. A palm-sized piece costs 80 taels of silver. The white one is not valuable. It only costs 30 taels of silver per caddy. Even though Yushu had already planned it, she couldn't help but be surprised when she heard the price. So cheap? A palm-sized piece could be made into 5 or 6 bracelets. It was obvious that the rarer something was, the greater its value. 80 taels was really not worth much. Pei Jing didn't mind and said, If you don't do business, how would you know about the market? Rich people will buy gold and jade jewelry. Poor people won't be willing to spend money on these things that can't be used to eat or drink. That boss Liang is a jewelry merchant. This time he came to the capital to sell sea pearls and coral gems. He brought a few pieces of water essence. From the beginning, he used it as a bonus. If someone was willing to spend money to buy it, he couldn't wait. If it wasn't for the fact that you might need it in the future, I would have fallen out with him at this price. Yushu licked her lips and said with a smile, Can you help me estimate how much water essence he has? I will keep it all. Seeing her being so forthright, Pei Jing said with some hesitation, Although Boss Liang doesn't have a lot of water essence, but if you take it all, it will still cost about 1,800 taels of silver. I know you have some money on hand, but you can't spend it. Tell me honestly, what do you want it for? If it's for serious business, then it's fine, but if it's just a plaything, as an elder, I have to discipline you. Why else would it be said that Pei Jing knew how to conduct himself? On the day Yushu came to find him, he was curious about what she wanted the water essence for. She didn't take the initiative to explain, so he didn't ask directly. He readily agreed to settle this matter with her first, then he would ask in detail later. Yushu thought about it and decided that there was no need to hide it from Pei Jing. In any case, she would take it out in the future. So she lowered her voice and told him, "This thing, water essence, in the hands of others, is a worthless stone. But I can nourish it and make it into a piece of jewelry. When I take it out, it will become a treasure." Pei Jing was shocked and looked at Yushu skeptically. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Yushu blinked her eyes at him and didn't explain anymore. Chapter 452. The water essence stones that Yushu got from a sea merchant, Boss Liang, were all specially selected natural crystals. They had different shapes. Some looked like clusters of corals, while others looked like frozen ice cubes. The bigger ones were as long as a child's arm, while the smaller ones were as small as a jujube. The unpolished crystals seemed to be covered with a veil and didn't reveal their beauty. However, the bright color of the water was very unique. Boss Liang had heard of Yushu's name and wanted to make friends with her. Under Pei Jing's persuasion, he sold her more than 10 water essence stones for 600 taels and gave her a small box of pearls to play with. Yushu returned with satisfaction. Next, she needed to find a skilled craftsman to create a few crystal ornaments. From the looks of it, the merchants had a wide range of contacts. Pei Jing really did know an old jade craftsman who could carve this water essence. However, he was not sure if the craftsman would be willing to help. Thus, that afternoon, he led Yushu to the south of the city to look for that Master Su. When Master Su heard the purpose of their visit, he wasn't very enthusiastic. It seemed that he didn't want to waste time on these worthless broken stones in Yushu's hands. No matter how hard Pei Jing tried to persuade Old Man Su, he just wouldn't let go. Yushu looked at the small number of jade ornaments on the 8 treasure shelf in the living room. She walked closer to take a closer look. The quality of the jades couldn't be considered the best, but each and every one of them had unique craftsmanship and ingenuity. Looking at them, she was greatly moved. She turned her head to look at the stubborn old master, and in the blink of an eye, she had an idea. "Is there a patient in Master Su's house?" Yushu suddenly interrupted. Pei Jing and Old Su, who were talking, turned to look at her. Old Su was suspicious. "My grandson, Ah Fu, had a cold a few days ago." "How did you know?" Yushu was not in a hurry to answer. She lifted her legs and walked around the living room, then walked out of the house. Old Man Su became increasingly suspicious, so he also got up and walked out. Pei Jing secretly guessed that Yushu was playing tricks on him, so he followed. Old Su's house wasn't big. It had a courtyard with 2 entrances and 3 rooms. There were a few pots of flowers under the eaves. In the southwest corner, there was a well. Beside the well, there was an iron tree with green needles that grew to waist height. Standing beside the iron tree, Yushu pinched the prickly leaves in her hand. She turned to Old Man Su and said, "I can see that the feng shui of your house is quite good. It should be suitable for a family. This fire-repelling banana is indeed a good omen for you to have many descendants. However, this well is the eye of the house. Just because it is a prosperous thing like this, it will block the blessings of your ancestors. As time goes by, the children in your house will inevitably be plagued with misfortune." Old Man Su's expression changed as he said doubtfully, "Young miss, please don't speak nonsense. This fire-repelling banana was something that I had specially bought and placed there a month ago. How did it become a scourge in your mouth?" Yushu wasn't in a hurry to explain. She smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I am also an exchange master. This year, I have just obtained an official title. If Master Su doesn't believe me, can you hand over your grandson's birth data and let me read it?" Old Man Su treasured his grandson the most. He would rather believe that it was true, so he asked someone to prepare a pen and paper. When Yushu received the birth date, she immediately used the pen to calculate the date of Su Afu's illness. She even clearly stated that the child had caught a cold because of the rain. Her words were so convincing that Old Su had no choice but to believe her. Pei Jing then opened his mouth and said, "Master Su, if you believe the master from the exchange shop, why don't you listen to my niece? She is a proper hide-one master. Why would she be afraid of lying to you?" With Yushu's origins revealed, Old Su didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately called for 2 apprentices, and under Yu Shu's guidance, they carried the iron tree by the well to the backyard. Back to business, old Su didn't have any reason to be unwilling. In the end, Yu Shu left a small piece of each color of the water essence and ordered the design. Old Su didn't even accept the deposit and only told her to come back in a month to collect it. Yu Shu didn't want to wait that long. After clarifying the situation, she told old Su to let him carve 2 strings of beads and come back in 5 days. At dusk, Yu Shu and Pei Jing were sent out by old Su. Sitting in the carriage, Pei Jing couldn't help but sigh. Your ability to learn is getting better and better. Just by looking at the house, you can tell that there's a sick person in the house. Yu Shu smiled and said, Haha, I don't have such good eyesight. It's just that my nose is sharp. When I entered the house, I smelled a bit of medicine. That's why I dare to trick him. Old Su stayed at home and smelled the medicine, so naturally he didn't notice it. She used to carry a medicine pot with her and brewed medicine every day, so she was more sensitive to the smell of medicine than most people. Then you said that the fire-parting bananas were fake? It's true. That thing was placed incorrectly. If I didn't point it out, his child would have suffered a lot more. Yu Shu said seriously. That's good. Pei Jing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but complain. Nowadays, public morals are getting worse. There are always some people who don't follow the right path. Instead, they rely on their abilities and swindle others. Just like that G family, they colluded with someone to make a fake life sign. They insisted that your godmother brought bad luck to her husband, causing her family's wealth to be stolen. She ended up living on the streets. Luckily, she didn't lose her life. Yu Shu nodded. When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. I can't control others, but I can control myself. Back to Wanji Tower. Yu Shu put the remaining more than 10 pounds of crystals in the study room. She put it in a solid wooden box and temporarily put it in the shade. In the evening, Shui Rue didn't come back for dinner. He sent Lao Chue to deliver a letter saying that he had something to do and might not come back tonight. When Yu Shu saw the letter from Shui Rue, she shook her head and smiled. Unknowingly, they had lived in Wanji Tower for almost a month. They almost regarded this place as their home, except that they didn't live in the same room. They lived almost the same life. She needed to make a complete copy of the cases from the Supreme Court Justice. She thought about it and decided that she would be able to return home within these 2 days. Without further ado, she would inform Shui Rue tomorrow, pack her things, and return home. At the end of the month, there was an astrology lecture by Sima Kue. Yu Shu met 2 academicians in Taisher Shu Garden. Not mentioning Fong Zijing, academician Sima only had 3 lectures a month. When the Supreme Court investigated the case, the observatory was sealed. Academician Sima simply suspended his lectures until Ji Xingxuan was arrested and put in prison. Today was the first day that Yu Shu came to Sima Kuei's class. She was identifying instruments in the garden of the observatory. She saw 1 or 2 familiar faces. Unexpectedly, Xian Lu also came. Lotus Room. As soon as Xian Lu saw Yu Shu, he left the girl who was talking and ran up to hold her arm. He pouted and said coquettishly, I thought you wouldn't come today. Yu Shu saw that her complexion was good and her cheeks were round again. She couldn't help but pinch her cheeks and said, Are you feeling better now? Xian Lu covered her face and nodded. She looked around and tiptoed to her ear and whispered, Do you know that Ji Xingxuan died in prison? I heard that she couldn't stand the torture and hanged herself to escape punishment. Yu Shu turned to look at her. Xian Lu's face was sad. It was not because of schadenfreude, but because of sympathy. I know. What did your family say? Do you still want to pursue the matter that she wanted to kill you? Ji Xingxuan was gone, but the Ji family was still there. Ji Huaishan had 3 sons. Yu Shu did not specifically ask for information, but she knew that after Ji Huaishan bit his tongue to commit suicide in court, the Celestial Commissioner seemed to have come forward to keep his body whole and had the Ji family send the coffin back to their hometown in Yang. So Ji Xingxuan stayed alone in Jing and had no choice but to seek refuge with Ning Wang. But she didn't even have an elder who could help her. Xian Lu said. She's dead, and the Ji family is in shambles. They don't even have a door, so where can they pursue the matter? My family's old ancestor will speak, and the matter will be closed. The unlucky one is the Chao family. Even now, we don't know who Ji Xingxuan hired to kill Chao Yuling. When Ji Xingxuan died, she was determined to be the mastermind of Chao Yuling's murder and determined to be a contract killer. But the killer who strangled Chao Yuling that night on the observatory was nowhere to be found. Scholar Sima hadn't arrived yet. Yushu and Xian Lu were standing next to a sundial and chatting. Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter came from the south. The dozen or so people standing under the observatory turned their heads and saw a group of 3 or 4 young people walking over. There were both males and females, and among them was a girl dressed in pink. She had willowy eyebrows, a raised nose, and her hair was combed into a pair of peach-shaped buns. A thin gold necklace hung around her neck, shining brightly and blinding. Xian Lu poked Yushu and raised his chin at the girl, asking, "Who is this?" There wasn't a single young master and young miss of the Yi Shui aristocratic family in Amling that Xian Lu didn't recognize. This new face, she guessed that it was an outsider. Yushu thought for a moment and said, "Seems to be from an aristocratic family in Jiangxi, surnamed Zhan." Xian Lu frowned. "Is it the Zhan family of Tianyu Feng Shui?" Yushu asked curiously, "What is Tianyu Feng Shui?" Xian Lu was about to explain when he saw the group of people walking straight towards them. "Nice to meet you, female fortune teller." Zhan Shuiyuan took the lead and saluted to Yushu. Her companions were a little slower. They glanced at Yushu and came up to greet her one by one. Yushu nodded to them and was a little puzzled. Wasn't this Miss Zhan studying astrology under Jing Chen? How did she sneak into Sima Kuei's class? A few days ago, I met you Swansea in Rongsheng Hall. I didn't have the chance to greet you before you left. I hope Swansea won't blame me for being impolite. Zhan Shuiyuan smiled faintly at Yushu. On the surface, he appeared polite, but in reality, his words were a bit crafty. He was clearly still remembering the afternoon of the murder, when the female student under Jing Chen's name had been summoned to the small building for questioning. At that time, Yushu had put on a show of strength. Yushu raised her eyebrows and looked at the silly girl in front of her. She was too lazy to nitpick, so she didn't continue. Zhan Shuiyuan got snubbed, so she turned to talk to Xian Lu. "You must be Miss Xian Lu. I heard that you were sick when you entered the school. Are you feeling better now?" Xian Lu smiled at her and nodded, but didn't say anything. She was a perceptive person. She could see that Yushu didn't like Zhan Shuiyuan, so she certainly wouldn't try to get close to her. Zhan Shuiyuan got a soft rebuff again. She couldn't keep her smile, so she went to the other side with her companions. As soon as they left, Xian Lu wrinkled her nose and said to Yushu, another one with eyes on her head, "How did you know her?" Yushu told her that she stayed at the observatory for one night after she fainted, and the next day, the Supreme Court took over the case and questioned her. After hearing it, Xian Lu looked at Zhan Shuiyuan, who was not far away, and asked curiously, "Isn't she a student of academician Jing? Why did she come here to join in the fun?" Chapter 453. Xian Lu was very popular. After a class, he casually asked around and found out why Zhan Shuiyuan and his group came to Sima Kuei's place. It was said that the day of the sacrifice of the sacred ancestor was approaching. Jing Chen, the Taoist, was personally sent by the emperor to the Directorate of Astrology to make preparations for the ceremony. The Taisha Library could not take care of it, so they asked academician Sima to do it on their behalf and let a few new students learn from him. Xian Lu not only inquired about this, but also found something else. They said that you were recommended to attend the ceremony and were replaced by someone else. Yes, Yushu didn't feel much pity about it. She just didn't know who Feng Zijing found later. Even you couldn't be selected. I really don't know what kind of people they chose. Xian Lu felt it was unfair for her. As the two of them walked out of the gate, Yushu listened to Xian Lu's grumbling while looking at the blueprints given by academician Sima today. She was familiarizing herself with the instruments on the observatory. When they reached the gate and said goodbye, Yushu mentioned to Xi and Lu, I'm going to go on an outing in a few days. I'm looking for a good place to cool down. Going out to play? Xi and Lu's eyes brightened at first, and then she said with a sullen face, I can't do it on the 4th or 5th day of the Chinese New Year. We have a family banquet on the Dragon Boat Festival. No one can be absent. Yushu thought about the barometer she calculated last night, reached out and patted her on the shoulder. Then let's do it on the 3rd day of the Chinese New Year. Xi and Lu nodded happily. She had been bored at home for many days. Someone took her out to play was more than she could ask for. Who else is going with us? Brother Shui and his sister, my brother Xiaoxiu, and the young master of the Feng family. The sister of Lord Shui? Who is it? It's the 3rd daughter of their family. Her name is Jin Sun. Don't you know her? Hearing this, Xen Lu's face showed a little strange, and she said, It's her. Well, what's wrong with her? No, nothing. Yushu saw that Xen Lu's face was not right, and she was suspicious. She didn't intend to let her fool her. If you have something to say, just say it. Why hide it from me? If you're like this, I won't tell you the next time I hear any news. Xen Lu pouted and didn't want to talk about it. It's not a good thing. It's been a long time. It's meaningless to talk about it again. It's better not to talk about it. Yushu glanced at her and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Xen Lu hurriedly pulled her. Looking at Yushu's, forget it if you don't want to say it. Look, he was very depressed. Looking around, he dragged her into the opposite tea house, found a private room on the 2nd floor, and sent the waiter away. Then he closed the door and said frankly, the current empress has no children. You should have heard that the 2nd princess is the legitimate daughter of the empress and has married Qiu Hongji, the eldest son of the Grand Secretary of the Tao Wenguan. Now there is only the 14th princess by the empress's side, who is only 9 years old. Do you know that there was a 10th princess by the legitimate wife? Yushu shook her head. She was born in the marketplace and had just made a name for herself. How could she know about the things in the imperial city? She had only been in contact with a few nobles. Although she had Shui Rue, a relative of the imperial family, as a lover, he usually didn't gossip with her. The 10th princess died 3 years ago. It was said that she died of typhoid. Xen Lu leaned forward, half lying on the tea table, and suddenly lowered his voice. But in fact, the 10th princess fell from the Sea View Tower and fell into the water in the middle of winter. After being rescued, she died. Hearing this, Yushu had a vague guess in her heart. She then asked, could it be that the death of the 10th princess is related to Shui, Jin Xuan? Not only related. There are rumors that it was Miss Shui who caused the 10th princess to fall into the water. Yushu was stunned and then frowned. She thought that Shui Jin Xuan, the daughter of the prime minister, had a timid temperament. Could it be because of this rumor? So when people in Anling City heard about this, they didn't want to have anything to do with Miss Shui. The first young master of the Shui family was even more unlucky. He lost the position of the emperor's son-in-law. Xen Lu sighed lightly. Yushu heard it and was stunned for a moment. She blinked her eyes a few times and then repeated a few words dryly. Emperor's son-in-law. Isn't it so? I heard from the elders that the emperor intended to marry the 10th princess to the first young master of the Shui family. At the last moment, the 10th princess was gone. The first young master of the Shui family was sad and left Anling City. He only returned to the capital after 2 or 3 years. He was really an infatuated person. Xen Lu continued to ramble on, not noticing that Yushu, who was sitting opposite him, was unusually silent. After coming out of the tea house, Yushu and Xen Lu separated and got on the carriage. She stopped halfway and got off the carriage. She asked the coachman to go back first. She wanted to walk on the street alone. At this moment, she was upset. When she returned to Wangji Tower, she didn't know what expression to show to Shui Rue. She didn't believe everything Xen Lu told her. Originally, those groundless rumors were 30% true. As it was passed on, people said it was 100% true. She could not believe it, but she had a doubt. Was the 10th princess killed by Shui Jinshuan? Did Shui Rue almost become the emperor's son-in-law? And did he leave the capital city because of his broken love? These questions caused Yushu's mind to be uneasy. She walked and thought all the way, and unknowingly, she'd returned to Forgotten Opportunity Restaurant. She stood at the entrance of the rear courtyard and looked at the closed door, unable to take a step forward. What are you doing here? Are you going to be a door god? A sound of laughter sounded out from behind her, causing Yushu to turn her neck stiffly. She saw Shui Rue, who wore an official's robe, walk out of the palanquin nearby, and he held a pair of wings and a black gauze hat in his arms as he walked towards her with a bright expression, and he truly had a graceful bearing and dignified appearance. Her lover might have more than one woman in his heart. Shui Rue walked in front of her and saw her gloomy face. He raised his hand to touch her head in confusion and asked gently, "Why are you unhappy?" Taking a breath, Yushu pushed his hand down and turned to knock on the door. "No, it's too hot. I'm upset." Shui Rue looked up at the noon sun and said, "It's stuffy these days. I don't know when it will rain." Yushu glanced at him, then entered the courtyard and went up to the second floor. During lunch, Yushu and Shui Rue mentioned that they wanted to go home. "I've been out for almost a month and didn't care about Xiaoxiao. I've copied all the files. It's time to go home." Shui Rue's hand, that was holding the chopsticks, paused. He looked up and said, "When are you leaving?" Yushu pretended not to see his strange look and said, "Tomorrow." Shui Rue scooped a spoonful of peas and put it on her plate. "You're leaving so suddenly. I really don't want you to leave." Yushu smiled and said, "It's not like we can't see each other. We'll just go home. I can't stay in Wangji building for a lifetime." When Shui Rue heard her speak in a carefree and unrestrained manner, there was not a hint of reluctance on her face. He was secretly distressed. According to his thoughts, it would be best if he could continue spending time with her. This little girl did not have deep feelings for him, so perhaps after she left tomorrow, she would forget about him in a few days. He couldn't find a suitable reason to let her stay for a while, so he had to settle for the next best thing. "Have you picked a good day to go out to play?" Yushu bit the chopsticks and said, "On the third day of the new year. I met Xian Lu today and invited her to go out. You tell Feng Xiaomiao in advance." "Okay, we'll go out early on that day. Take your horse. I can teach you and Xiaoxiao how to ride when we go to the suburbs." I've already asked someone to find the way out of the western suburbs. After choosing the day, Shui Rue arranged a specific itinerary. Yushu listened to his words, but her mind was somewhere else. On the first day of May, Yushu brought a cart of sundries and was sent home by Shui Rue. Zhao Hui hadn't finished her confinement yet and couldn't get out of bed, so she didn't go out of the backyard. She let the wet nurse follow Yushu to carry the child out. Shui Rue was well-mannered and gave Yi Xiaochuan a set of exquisite puppets. After playing with the child for a while, he got up and said goodbye. When he walked to the gate, he looked back at Yushu, who was waving goodbye to him. He thought that the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't run away, so he turned around and left with relief. In the afternoon, Yu Xiaoxiao's class ended. When he saw his sister coming back, he was very happy. He immediately turned into a small tail and circled around Yushu. Wherever Yushu went, he followed. He was teased by Zhao Hui. After dinner, the siblings returned to the room. Yushu first looked over Yu Xiaoxiao's homework in Baichuan Academy and asked a few questions. Finally, she told him that they were going out to play in 2 days. "On the third day of the new year, we'll go for an outing and bring little Red along. Your big brother Shui said that he'll take you to ride horses. Are you happy?" Yu Xiaoxiao grinned in surprise. After a while, he asked Yushu for praise. "Sister, when you weren't at home, I was the one who bathed and fed little Red. I could only take it for a walk in the yard, causing its temper to become worse and worse. When it sees people, it wants to kick its hind legs." Yushu blushed with shame. No wonder when I came back to the stable to see it, it kept rolling its eyes at me. It seems like in the future, I'll have to take it out for a run more often. After not seeing each other for a long time, the siblings had a lot to talk about. During this period, they inevitably mentioned Aunt Shui. Maybe Yu Xiaoxiao heard something from Zhao Hui, but he didn't argue to see her. Instead, he complained a few words to Yushu. He complained that Aunt Shui lived in someone else's house without saying a word, which made people worried. Late at night, Yushu drove Yu Xiaoxiao back to his room to rest. but she called his attendant by ran out alone and asked him about some things in the school, such as whether Yu Xiaoxiu was bullied, whether he was naughty, whether the teacher was serious, and so on. Bai Ran answered in detail. When Yu Shu was satisfied, he returned to his room and was pulled by Yu Xiaoxiu. He excitedly shared the good news with him. Aran, my sister said that she'll take us out to play in 2 days. Big brother Shui will teach me to ride horses. Chapter 454. Updated. On the 2nd day of the 5th month, there were less than 7 days left to the ancestral worship ceremony. The Ministry of War sent people to the Imperial Mausoleum 50 miles away from Jingdong. The officials of the Ministry of Rites came and went with the Celestial Commissioner every day. They were busy preparing. Inside the Taishi Tower, the head Tiandi was wearing a purple robe with a jade ribbon and a crane crown on his head. He was sitting behind the desk and going through the documents that had been submitted today. Every once in a while, an official would come in to handle some matters. Throughout the year, his quiet place was the busiest during these few days. Grand Secretary, Lord Wang of the Ministry of Rites wishes to see you. Invite him in. The Grand Commissioner put down the documents in his hands again and looked at the figure that hurried in from the door. This lowly official greets the Grand Commissioner. Lord Wang first bowed respectfully. Then, he revealed an ugly expression and said in a muffled voice, "From today onwards, we will start teaching the ritual system to the artificers." However, the Imperial Historian's Library only sent 5 people. We can't do without one person. I had them look for him, but after waiting for an entire morning, no one came. I could only ask the Grand Commissioner to make the decision. The Grand Commissioner said with a gentle expression, "Lord Wang, please do not be impatient. Wait for me to send someone to ask, Chung Su." The guard at the door walked in with his head lowered. After listening to the Grand Commissioner's orders, he quickly left. After walking for a while, he returned with an old man in formal attire. Clearly, he had met him on the way. Reporting to the Grand Secretary, Academician Qin of the Imperial Historian's Library has arrived. Qin Yuan, who was sweating profusely, walked forward and saw the angry Lord Wang standing at the side. He knew what was going on. He smiled bitterly and said to the person on the high seat, "This lowly official has failed in his duty. Originally, 6 people were chosen. Who would have thought that my granddaughter Yuero would accidentally fall down the stairs and sprain her ankle when she went out this morning? She can't go, so I'm afraid she won't have the fortune to go on the day of ancestral worship. I hope that the Grand Commissioner will forgive me. I have already sent someone to inform the academicians and have them choose another person to replace her as soon as possible." Hearing this, the great supervisor swept an indifferent gaze across his face. He raised his hand and took out a name list from the stack of documents on the desk. He opened it and read out each and every one of them. Ili 32, Qin Yuero. Extraordinary Technique 38, Sun Jun. Feng Shui 39, Zhan Xuan. Extraordinary Technique 3, Wen Xiaoan. Closing the name list, he raised his head to look at the embarrassed Qin Yuan and asked unhurriedly, "Isn't there a female fortune teller in this year's Grandian examination? With such a young talent, why isn't her name among the 6 candidates?" This, Qin Yuan hesitated and did not know how to answer. He could not possibly say that it was because of Han Wenguang that half of the people did not agree to the female fortune teller's participation in the ceremony. Lord Wang was anxiously waiting at the side. When he heard this, he couldn't help but interject, "Since that's the case, we're currently short 1 person. Why don't we add this female fortune teller?" The corners of Qin Yuan's eyes twitched. Just as he was hesitating whether he should object or not, he heard an order from above. "Her then." Qin Yuan opened his mouth and looked at the purple-robed figure on the seat. He was worried, but did not say anything in the end. He acquiesced silently. With the matter settled, Qin Yuan and Lord Wang left Taishi Brothel one after another. Looking at the stack of documents on the table, the Grand Tiandi gently rubbed the end of his brows. He stood up and walked down from the couch. He walked past the 12 yellow rosewood fan screens and entered the chrysanthemum courtyard of the Taishi brothel. The 9 turns bamboo bridge floated on the emerald blue water and led straight to a pavilion. A person was sitting cross-legged in the pavilion. He was not in the mood to go up and was breathing in and out. His Taoist robe indicated his identity. It was Jing Chun, who had stopped his lessons at Taisha Library not long ago. The T took a step forward and entered the pavilion. Jing Chun slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crystal-clear eyes that were extremely pure and had few desires. "It's been the 4th day. It's been hard on you." The Grand Tiandi stood in front of him with his hands behind his back. He sighed softly, and there seemed to be pity in his eyes. Jing Chun said indifferently, "It's not a problem for me. When I cultivate in the mountains, I stay among the rocks and often don't see anyone for months. In order to find the person who broke my fate, I can even meditate for 100 days, not to mention 10 days. The Grand Tiandi looked gratified. He nodded and said, "Your heart is firm. It's a great kindness." Jing Chen's expression changed slightly. He turned his gaze to look at him and said, "Uncle Zhu, can you tell me now, after I find the person who will destroy my life, how should I deal with this tribulation of life so that I can free my seniors?" Zhu Muzhao put his left hand behind his back and drew an arc in the air with his wide sleeve. He bent down and raised his right palm to gently touch Jing Chen's shoulder. He said, "It won't be too late to tell you when that day comes. Just wait patiently." Jing Chen looked away and did not pursue the matter. He was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Zhu Muzhao looked at a pair of white cranes flapping their wings on the water in the distance. He quietly accompanied him for a while before returning to the building to deal with the unfinished business. Yushu stood in front of the stable and fed Little Redgrass. She was absent-mindedly thinking about the divination she made in the morning after she packed the things for tomorrow's trip. She was worried that there would be an accident. She was getting more and more familiar with the 6 lines. Until now, she could have a 40 to 50% accuracy. Judging from the divination, they could not travel tomorrow. Yushu muttered in her heart. She wondered which troublesome person would delay the trip. Then she heard Yindo's voice. "Miss, someone is coming from the front. He said that he was sent by Taisha Shuyuan to send a message and asked you to go over." Yushu touched Little Red's slender neck and turned to meet the person in front. An hour later, Yushu stood in Rongxing Hall. She looked at the few academicians who were present and understood the reason why they could not travel tomorrow. It turned out that the troublesome person was her. Qin Yuan sat in his chair and said to Yushu with a serious face, "Yuero fell and injured. She can't go to the ancestral worship ceremony. After discussing with several academicians, we have decided that you will replace her. Go back and prepare as soon as possible. Then, take the official seal to the Ministry of Rites and find Lord Wang." After listening to this simple explanation, Yushu almost laughed out of anger. What was going on? That day in Rongxing Hall, a group of people pulled her down with an abacus. Now that there was a mistake, they wanted her to make up the number. Did they think that she, a female fortune teller, would come and go at their beck and call? Yushu wanted to say that she did not care about going and let them find whoever they wanted. But when the words came to her mouth, she held back her temper and grinned. "I have the official seal with me. There is no need to prepare. Academician Qin, please help me find someone to lead the way to the Ministry of Rites." After all, such a big event like the ancestral worship ceremony could not tolerate her temper. It was not worth it to ruin her future just for a moment of pleasure. Damn it, a good outing was ruined. Qin Yuan did not know that Yushu was secretly hating. He called a female student who knew the way and led her away. After they left, the people sitting in the hall began to talk. Hee. Some people's luck is just like that, no matter how you try to stop it. Madame Lu touched her hair and showed a mocking expression. No one said anything. Chapter 455. After walking around for a while, Yushu still managed to sneak into the ancestral worshipping ceremony group. Even though she was reluctant, there was no reason for her to reject an opportunity that was presented to her. She comforted herself and calmly went to the Ministry of Rites to report. The Ministry of Internal Affairs was at the foot of the Imperial Palace, not far from the Celestial Commissioner. When Yushu found Lord Wang, the sun was about to set. There were only 4 or 5 people sitting in the meeting hall. They were all students of Taisher Library. Yushu glanced over and saw Wan Xiao, and sitting in the corner. After a short surprise, she realized that he was probably the person who replaced her. What a coincidence! When Xiao entered Taisher Library using one of the places she squeezed out, he participated in the ancestral worship ceremony and became her candidate again. When Xiao also saw Yushu, who had just walked in, he was stunned for a moment and then stood up and nodded to her. No matter how the other students felt when they saw Yushu coming back, Lord Wang of the Ministry of Rites was very happy. The 6 people holding the instrument were finally all here. After Lord Wang and Yushu greeted each other, he asked the registrar to bring the flower register and stamp Yushu's seal on it. He gave her a thin booklet and turned to the young people who came to the Ministry of Rites this morning. He said, "You'd better memorize the etiquette rules when you go back. You don't have to come tomorrow. 3 days later, the dress will be made. The Celestial Commissioner will arrange for you to stay in Huajin Garden outside the Imperial Mausoleum. You can see the instrument then." After that, he hurriedly led Yushu to the administrative department to find a tailor to measure her. Watching them leave, Zhang Xuan pulled the booklet in his hand hard and said to himself, "Why is it still her?" When Yushu came out of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, it was already dark. Because only official horses were allowed to pass on the main street, Lu Zhong was waiting on another street with a carriage. Before Yushu walked far, she heard someone calling her from behind. "Shu." As soon as Yushu turned around, she saw Shui standing on the steps of the gate that she had just walked through. It was obvious that he had just come out, and there were 2 officials following him. Seeing that it was her, Shui briefly bade farewell to the 2 assistants. He picked up the corner of his robe and walked down the doorstep. In a few strides, he arrived in front of Yushu. "Big brother, why are you here?" Yushu asked first. She had returned home from Wangji Tower the day before yesterday. Including today, she hadn't met Shui for 2 days. "I'm here for business." Shui brushed it off and asked her, "What about you? Why did you come to the Ministry of Rites?" Speaking of this, Yushu was filled with anger. She held her forehead and told Shui about how Qin Yuero had sprained her ankle and couldn't walk. When Shui heard this, his eyes flashed, and he said, "So there's such a thing? You got a bargain." Yushu said unhappily, "What bargain?" "He clearly asked me to make up the numbers." She then sighed and said proudly, "Fortunately, we're only leaving in 3 days. Tomorrow, we'll go out and play as usual." Unexpectedly, Shui shook his head and said, "Since there's business, don't think about running around. There are only a few days left until the sacred ancestor worship ceremony. If anything goes wrong, there will be trouble everywhere. Don't worry and wait for the ancestral worship ceremony to end. We'll go out to relax." Yushu also knew what was more important. She resentfully said, and Shui saw that she was in low spirits and that the word unhappy was written all over her face. He chuckled and lowered his head to get closer to her. He said, "Don't be unhappy. I'll go this time too." "Huh? Did she hear wrongly? He's going to the Imperial Mausoleum too?" Shui said, "In the afternoon, I received an edict ordering me to accompany the Emperor to the Imperial Mausoleum on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. You should be leaving on the same day. Although it's not convenient to meet, you can still stay in Huajin Garden before the ancestral worship ceremony. I'll find a chance to find you." Yushu's face instantly disappeared. She suppressed the smile on her face and nodded. Shui raised his hand and patted her shoulder. "Let's go. I'll send you back. How did you get here?" "The carriage is parked in front. Did you stay up late to read these 2 days?" "No." She didn't tell him even if she did. Shui turned his head and looked at her. "You've been eating at Wang Ji Lu's food for so long. Are you not used to it?" Yushu said embarrassedly, "Don't laugh at me. To be honest, I'm not used to it." And I'm not used to it either. He wasn't used to eating alone. Without her in front of him, even his favorite wine tasted bland. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Yushu and Shui had to go to the Imperial Mausoleum in a few days. They had no choice but to cancel the outing on the third day of the Lunar New Year. Yushu didn't know how Shui Rue explained to Feng Xiaomiao and Shui Jinshuan when they got back. That night, she personally went to Xian Lu to apologize for standing her up. Xian Lu didn't blame her. Instead, he was more interested in the fact that Yushu was chosen to attend the ancestral worship ceremony. He asked all sorts of questions and even flipped through the rules and regulations in Yushu's hands. In the end, he hesitantly asked, "You said Yuero fell and hurt herself. Should I go see her?" Yushu put away the booklet and glanced at him. She said, "If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, you don't have to force yourself. It's up to you." Xian Lu touched his nose and bitterly said, "Ever since Ji Xingxuan's accident, we haven't been in contact. A while ago, I went to see her, but she closed the door and refused to see me. Now that Ji Xingxuan is dead, I'm afraid she's blaming me." Seeing her gloomy expression, Yushu sneered and said, "Ji Xingxuan reaped what she sowed. What does it have to do with you? If she really doesn't want to see you because of this, it's better if you don't use your hot face to stick to her cold, but if you really want to get to the bottom of it, even if I killed Ji Xingxuan, it's not your turn to steal the credit." Towards Qin Yuero, this person, Yushu didn't have any good or bad feelings toward her. She helped Ji Xingxuan hide the note, so Yushu could still praise her for being righteous. However, because Xian Lu revealed this matter, it caused Ji Xingxuan's miserable end. She shifted the cause of Ji Xingxuan's death onto Xian Lu and ignored Ji Xingxuan's sins. This kind of person wasn't worthy of her eyes. When Xian Lu heard her vulgar words, her face reddened, but her heart felt much better. She looked at her reproachfully and said, "You're too blunt with your words. I won't let her close the door, that's all." Yushu lightly snorted and picked up her teacup to take a sip. She turned her head and said, "After a while, I'll give you something good to play with." "What is it?" "You'll know when the time comes." Xian Lu's attention was diverted by the something good Yushu mentioned. However, no matter how she asked, Yushu wouldn't tell her. After finishing the tea in her hand, she patted her butt and left. When she got home, she still had to coax Xiaoxiao. That child knew that his plan to go on a trip was ruined and would definitely be disappointed. However, he was sensible and wouldn't throw a tantrum. In the next few days, in addition to memorizing the booklet issued by the Ministry of Rights, Yushu took out a thick notebook that recorded various cases and started to fix her law of the time of calamity bit by bit. During this period, she was summoned by the Celestial Commissioner once. He told them to go home and pack their luggage. They had to leave Anling City early in the morning on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. They would pass through the Taiping Gate and set off for the Imperial Mausoleum. It would take them a day to travel, and they had to settle down in advance before the day of sacrifice of the Holy Ancestor. They would stay outside for 5 to 6 days. When Yushu heard the news, she immediately dealt with a few important things at hand. The first thing was to take the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works, Qiu Jiming, to her mansion on Baochang Street. She let Zhou Hu and Song Dali, who were guarding the mansion, know each other and entrust the repair work to Qiu Jiming. In addition, because she was short of money, she owed the 1,000 taels for the construction work. Then, while it was still early, she took Indo to the small courtyard in the west of the city to see Aunt Shui and ask Xiang Sui. She knew that Aunt Shui had been very obedient these days, so she left her this month's money for firewood and rice. In addition, she gave 2 taels of silver to the old woman who was cooking, so that they could keep an eye on each other and no one could have any evil ideas. Chapter 456. Old Man Su's craftsmanship was better than what Yushu had imagined. Because of Yushu's request, he had polished 20 round beads of the same size from each of the water essences. After the polishing, the water essences revealed their original luster. The white was shiny, the pink was fresh and tender, the yellow was crystal clear, and the red was delicate and beautiful. It was not as flawless as the crystal products in her memory. Instead, it was natural. When she held in her hand, It was like holding a glistening water light, especially cool and refreshing under the sun. Yushu was very satisfied with Old Man Su's craftsmanship and praised him generously. Old Man Su, who had always been proud of his craftsmanship, couldn't help but feel proud. He gave her an idea. "Mr. Yu, if you want to string these water essence beads together, it will look clumsy if you use ordinary silk thread, and the color will show through the holes. Why don't you use gold and silver thread and let a skillful embroidery girl weave it before using it?" Yushu expressed that she had learned a lot and left 100 taels as a reward. She let Old Man Su polish the rest of the water essence stones and collect them after a month. After leaving Old Man Su's small workshop, Yushu first went to Wangji Building. She scattered all the 80 water essence beads in her hand in the feng shui pond on the courtyard to raise them. She told Xiaoqing and Xiaodai to change the spring water every 2 days, and they would only be effective after 7 days. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of departure. Yushu was woken up by Yindo before dawn. She cleaned up and was called by Zhao Hui to remind her of some things when she was outside. Finally, she was sent to the carriage by Yu Xiaoxiu to go to the Celestial Commissioner. Early in the morning, the Celestial Commissioner's gate was full of people and carriages. Yushu saw many unfamiliar faces. Most of them were men, and there were only a few women. They were all wearing the special official uniform of the officials. The clothes were simple on the top and plump on the bottom. They were like famous officials walking out of the way in Jin Dynasty paintings, shining with style and bright clothes. After everyone arrived, there was a person in charge who counted the name list. Then they boarded the carriage and went to the foot of the imperial city to meet the other people. Outside the city walls, there was a sea of people, 1 supervisor, 2 stations, 3 temples, 6 departments. All sent people to accompany the emperor and see him off. During the annual ancestral worship ceremony, the high-ranking officials of the Celestial Commissioner's office turned out in full force. Even the great headmaster of the Tongxiang Marquis was present. This group of people formed a circle and paid their respects to each other. The great headmaster of the Tongxiang Marquis was dressed in a purple robe and was surrounded by the crowd. He fully deserved his peerless talent. He was like a moon surrounded by stars. Every move he made attracted countless envious gazes. When the Son of Heaven came out, the horns sounded. Someone took the lead, and a wave of worshipping voices rang out. Yushu and the others followed suit and knelt down. They secretly raised their heads, but could not see the emperor's entourage clearly. They could only see a mass of bright yellow moving slowly in the crowd. When she boarded the carriage again, it was already an hour later. Yushu's forehead was covered in sweat from the morning sun. She sat uncomfortably in the carriage arranged by the Celestial Commissioner. In the same carriage were the students chosen by the Taisher Library to attend the ceremony. The carriage was very spacious. There were 6 people, 3 men and 3 women. They deliberately sat separately. When Yushu got on the carriage, she was a step late and sat at the door. No one let her sit. After all, after leaving the Taisher Library, she was indeed not as precious as a young lady from an aristocratic family. Along the way, Yushu did not talk much with the 5 people. She had always been a person who ignored people if they did not get close to her. Moreover, she did not feel that there was any need to make friends with the second generation of the aristocratic families in the carriage. Except for Wen Xiao, and she already knew him. Like Yushu, Wen Xiao, and sat quietly by the window and played with an octagonal compass. The other 4 people were talking and laughing, vaguely forming a small group. It seemed that Zhang Shuyuan from the aristocratic family in Jiangxi was the center. Speaking of Zhang Shuyuan, it reminded Yushu of the Tianyu feng shui that Xian Lu told her. The ancestors of the Zhang family lived in Anya in Jiangxi. It was said that the ancestor hundreds of years ago was the descendant of the founder of Taoism, Zhang Daoling, Celestial Master Zhang. Because he entered the secular world to cultivate, he could not bear the loneliness of the secular world. So he started his own family and changed the surname Zhang to Zhan. The Zhan family was different from the 2 aristocratic families, Wen Chunbei and Xia Jiangnan, which rose 100 years ago because of the protection of Ez. They were an old-fashioned family of feng shui and had a very high reputation in the local area. It was said that they were a little afraid of the emperor, but the common people along the Yangtze River might not know who the current emperor was, but everyone knew the name of the Zhan family. And this Tianyu feng shui was a secret ancestral skill of the Zhan family. Any direct descendant of the Zhan family who was born at 8 years old and had excellent talent will be passed a Tianyu to practice the secret skill. With this skill, they could predict good or bad luck and would always be successful. And Zhan Shuyuan was such a direct descendant who had a Tianyu, so she could stand out among the geniuses in the Taishe library. Yu Shu was a little interested in this Tianyu divination tool, but when she looked at Zhan Shuyuan, she did not find any special jade on her. It was dozens of miles from the capital to Huazhen Garden. They set off in the morning and arrived in the evening. Everyone got off their horses and alighted, and according to the order of the line, they entered the garden. Huazhen Garden was actually a summer mountain resort. It was next to mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. Yu Shu and her group of 6 were arranged to stay in a summer courtyard in the west wing. There were 2 rows of north and south, and there were exactly 6 rooms. The 3 male students stayed in the front courtyard, and the 3 female students stayed in the back courtyard. No one was in the way of the others. But when it came to choosing rooms, they encountered some trouble. Zhan Shuyuan and the other 2 girls had agreed to stay next door, and they were the first to choose 2 rooms with good lighting. Yu Shu had no intention of fighting with the 2 girls, so she carried her luggage into the remaining room in the west wing. But after she checked the doors and windows and made the bed to rest for a while, just as she lay down, someone knocked on the door. Dong, dong, dong. You Swansea. Yu Shu frowned. She waited for 7 or 8 calls from outside, each louder than the last, before she reluctantly got up to open the door. She saw Zhan Shuyuan and another female student standing outside. What is it? Zhan Shuyuan smiled apologetically at her and said, Let's change rooms. Why don't you go to the room in the east wing? I won't change. Yu Shu was not so easy to talk to. Without asking, she was about to close the door. She had sat in the carriage for a day and didn't eat much rations on the way. Her whole body was uncomfortable, and she was too lazy to even take a few steps. How would she want to move? Wait a moment. Zhan Shuyuan raised his hand to stop the door, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He patiently discussed with Yu Shu. Yun Yun's 8 characters are of the fire element, and she is most afraid of the wind. The room in the east wing has too many windows, and it's not suitable for her to stay there. It's just changing rooms with you. Swansea won't be so petty, right? The Yun that Zhan Shuyuan spoke of was the other young miss who was traveling with them, from the Chui family of the 12 prefectures in the capital. Hearing this, Yu Shu swept a glance at that Chui Yun and asked Zhan Shuyuan in reply, Since that's the case, why don't you just change rooms with Miss Chui? Could it be that your 8 characters are also of the fire element? Zhan Shuyuan naturally wouldn't tell the truth that she didn't want to stay in the rooms at both ends, and said to Yu Shu, That's not it. If I could change rooms with her, I wouldn't need to trouble Swansea. However, I have Tianyu, and can only trouble Swansea. Oh, when Yu Shu heard Tianyu, her interest was piqued, and she wasn't in a hurry to close the door and chase them away. She looked Zhan Shuyuan up and down, and said curiously, I've heard that the Zhan family's Tianyu is marvelous. I wonder if Miss Zhan can let me take a look? Looking at Yu Shu's expectant gaze, Zhan Shuyuan's face revealed some arrogance. Probably intending to show off, she hesitated for a moment, and then pulled out a piece of string from her collar, revealing the item hanging around her neck. She held it in her palm, and didn't have any intention of taking it off. This is the heirloom of the family. What entered her eyes was an oval-shaped jade, with an 8-clawed golden handle on the back. Its surface was dark green. At first glance, it didn't look any different from ordinary jadeite, except that the color was much more intense. Yu Shu stared hard at it a few times, but couldn't find anything strange about it. Zhan Shuyuan then lovingly hid it back in front of her chest. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but at the moment she took it back, Yu Shu seemed to see a strange red light flash across the jade. Then I'll have to trouble you, Swansea, to change rooms. Zhang Xun raised her chin lightly, with a delicate look that said, You've seen my stone, so you should listen to me. Seeing this, Yushu secretly sneered. She felt that it was meaningless to argue with a little girl, so she nodded and agreed. She was not sure about her horoscope, but there were not so many bulsh asterisk tea taboos. It was the same no matter where she slept. Besides, the Luyao divination last night reminded her to be careful of villains on this trip. Zhang Xiuyan was obviously a narrow-minded person. As long as she did not offend her, it was not worth it to give way. Yushu turned around and went to get her luggage. The two girls stood outside the door. Cui Yin held Zhang Xiuyan's arm and said with a hint of flattery, Xun, you're so nice. Without you, I don't know what to do. Then she whispered in her ear, This female fortune teller has always been arrogant, but she doesn't dare to go against you. You have a way. Zhang Xiuyan proudly smiled and looked at the room with a trace of disdain. She thought to herself, she's just a fortune teller. How can she be compared with an aristocratic family with a deep foundation like theirs? At most, she will marry into an official family in the future. She won't even be able to enter the Celestial Commissioner's office. No one knew whether it was intentional or not, but Zhang Xiuyan ignored Yushu's identity as a fortune teller. She was also the hide one of this year's Dian Wonder technique. Because of the grand ancestral worship, half of the high-ranking officials and nobles in Anling City lived in Huajian Garden, waiting for the 9th day of May. Therefore, a team of Yulin royal guards was sent to guard the garden. It looked calm inside and outside the garden, but in fact, it was heavily guarded. The status of the few students from the Taisher Library was obviously not high enough. They were not qualified to bring maids and servants with them. They all traveled alone, so after they settled down, they drank tea and fetched water. There were only 2 maids in the courtyard to serve them. It was time for dinner, but no one cared about them here. They couldn't walk outside the courtyard casually, so they could only wait for someone to deliver their food. Zhao Hui prepared a box of pastries for Yushu, but Yushu was sick of eating them on the way. Her appetite had been trained to be picky in the Forgotten Opportunity building, so every meal had soup, rice, and oil. Otherwise, she would not be able to swallow them at all. Looking at the dark sky outside, she stuffed 2 mouthfuls of pastries into her mouth. She was so hungry that her head hurt. At this moment, she was worried about whether Shui Rue, who was accompanying the emperor, was also hungry. Just when she was about to go out and ask when the food would be delivered, Cui Yin called her to eat in the tea house. Chapter 457. There were 4 or 5 standard plates scattered on the wide round table. There were 6 people sitting around the table. In Yushu's eyes, these dishes were really simple. Noble Jean had just sent a servant to bring them over. When I left, my father told me that we would sleep on an empty stomach the night before. With our status in Huajian Garden, it would be hard for us to have a hot meal even if we wanted to. Fortunately, Xu Yuan is here. I propose that we use tea instead of wine to toast her. Cui Yin picked up the teacup in front of her and raised it to Zhang Xiuyan with a smile. Then she looked around at the others and signaled them to toast with her. Yes, yes, to Miss Zhang. Feng Jun and another young man quickly echoed. When Xiao and looked at them and frowned slightly. He also picked up the teacup and placed it on his chest. However, Zhang Xiuyan pressed the teacup on the table and didn't move. Her eyes fell on Yushu, who didn't move at all. It seemed that she was competing with her patience. If Yushu didn't move, she wouldn't move either. Seeing this, the others all turned their eyes to Yushu. Yushu lazily picked up the cup. Before Zhang Xiuyan could raise the corner of her mouth, she brought it to her mouth and took a sip. Seeing Zhang Xiuyan's face turn sour, she laughed inwardly. You want to drink tea from me with just a few dishes? Dream on. Zhang Xiuyan was a little annoyed with Yushu's behavior of not giving him face. He lightly snorted. Cui Yin looked at this and that. She smiled and picked up the chopsticks to smooth things over. Let's eat quickly. I've been hungry for a long time. Hey, this tofu is really good. Xin, try it first. Zhang Xiuyan was really hungry. Looking at the food Cui Yin put in her bowl, he then glanced at Yushu, who was slowly drinking tea, and lowered his head to take a sip. Pretending to be enjoying it, he called out to the others, "Oh, although it's not as exquisite as the food at home, there's a special taste in the mountains. Yin Yin, young master son, young master one, young master Zhou, please eat your chopsticks. Don't wait for the food to get cold. There's no fire in this courtyard, and if you're hungry in the middle of the night, no one will make supper for you." She greeted everyone, but left out Yushu. She thought that if Yushu also picked up her chopsticks at this time, people would inevitably look down on her. But if she had the guts to leave, she would have to wait until dawn to starve. What she didn't expect was that Yushu didn't eat the dishes, nor did she leave angrily. Instead, she just sat there casually, refilling her cup after she finished her tea, and calmly watched them eat. Being stared at by her like this, it was the few of them who felt uncomfortable eating. Zhang Shuiwen had never met such a shameless person before. Gritting his teeth, he was about to say something gurgle, gurgle. A rhythmic rumble of hunger sounded. Everyone who was eating was stunned. They raised their heads and looked at each other. Finally, they all looked at Yushu strangely. What are they looking at? So what if it's her stomach rumbling? Yushu cursed in her heart. She couldn't maintain her composure. Zhang Shuyuan sneered and said, "I thought you Swansea wasn't hungry." At this moment, someone came in from outside the door. "He's here." Why is he already eating?" A few people at the table turned their heads, only to see a eunuch wearing a round crown on his head and embroidered silk armor mumbling to himself as he walked in. Behind him was a young eunuch carrying a food container of myriad treasures. "Young masters and young ladies, her ladyship has ordered this servant to bring some food over." The eunuch smiled as he looked at the 6 young people at the table. After recognizing their faces, he called the little eunuch to bring the food container to the table. He opened the lid and took it out layer by layer. At the same time, he announced the names of the dishes: marinated golden eel, crispy sliced goose, 3 delicacies, stewed pig skin, jade tofu pudding, lotus flower cashew nuts, and finally, this white spirit fresh fish soup. The various delicacies were placed on a blue and white porcelain plate. There was a pot of soup with a silver spoon and a tray of snow-white steamed buns. The dishes were arranged in a circle around the table. The aroma of the steaming hot food pushed the original 4 dishes and 1 soup to the center. It was a pitiful sight. Gulp. It was unknown how many people swallowed their saliva. Water. Yushu was no exception. She was so hungry that she wanted to scratch the wall. Cui Yin used her elbow to nudge Cui Shuyuan. She winked at her and said, "Her ladyship really treats you well." She quickly added a few more hot dishes. "How can we finish them?" When that flower-clothed eunuch had entered, he had said, "Nyang nyang," and everyone present had heard it. With Cui Yun's words, they all thought that Zhang Guiran had added more food for them, and their gazes toward Zhang Shuan immediately became a bit warmer. This caused Zhang Shuan, who had been a bit puzzled earlier, to become proud again. She raised her eyes and glanced at Yushu. She smiled and politely said to the eunuch, "I've troubled this eunuch to make this trip. Please help my daughter thank her ladyship for her concern." The eunuch glanced at her and didn't pay her any attention. He took out the silver tin wine jug from the last layer of the food container in the little eunuch's hands. He took out a small plum blossom-shaped wine cup and placed it next to one person. He bent over and kindly said, "This is her ladyship's 100-year-old wine. It clears the heart and moistens the lungs. Miss, you should drink less. Rest early tonight and don't delay tomorrow's official business." Her ladyship? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Zhang Shuiwen froze with a smile on his face. He stared at the wine jug next to Yushu. No matter how stupid he was, he understood that she was thinking too much. His face quickly turned red, and he wanted to bury his head in his chest in embarrassment. Yushu was stunned for a moment. Her eyes flickered, and she understood the whole story. She immediately felt a burst of sourness and sweetness in her heart. In this world, she probably wouldn't be able to find a second considerate person who cared about her so much. Among the 4 consorts in the imperial palace, Who else but noble consort Shui could call her noble consort Nyang Nyang? She had nothing to do with noble consort Shui at all. If it wasn't for Shui Rui's mediation, how could she have such a big face? Thank you, her ladyship, for your kindness. Yushu moved her chair and stood up. She cupped her hands towards a eunuch in flowery robes. I'll see you out. Ignoring the people at the table who had become mute, Yushu saw them out the door. She walked into the courtyard and took the opportunity to ask, May I know Eunuch Xiu's great name? I don't dare. Miss, you could just call me Eunuch Xiu. Miss, you don't need to trouble me to see you out. You can go back. This servant has already informed the kitchen that they will send food to you on time tomorrow. You don't need to share a table with others. Yushu thanked him again. She reached into her sleeve and took out the 100 taels banknote that she had prepared for emergencies. She stuffed it into the eunuch's hand. I'll have to trouble Eunuch Xiu to take care of me in the future. Eunuch Xiu smiled but didn't refuse. He took the thin banknote. The young eunuch saw it with his sharp eyes and didn't say anything. When they reached the entrance of the courtyard and saw that Yushu had gone back, he asked in a low and puzzled voice, Master, didn't you say that the biggest taboo for us internal officials is a little chick lying on the doorstep and chattering? Didn't eldest young master already tip her? Why did you still accept her? Eunuch Xiu cast a sidelong glance at him and then stuffed the banknote that hadn't warmed in his hand to his young disciple. He snorted, You're such an idiot. If I don't accept it, it means that I'm too lazy to deal with this person. If I accept her, it means that she's worth befriending. Take it and give it to your old mother for treatment. Don't say that I didn't take care of you. The young eunuch didn't quite understand, but he silently noted it down. Holding the banknote between his fingers, he glanced at the number on it and grinned. He tucked it away in his bosom, thinking whatever master says is fine. When Yushu returned to the dining room, Zhang Xiwen and Cui Yin were nowhere to be seen. They must have been embarrassed by what had just happened and had run back to their rooms. The dishes on the table hadn't been touched. Yushu looked at the three youths sitting obediently at the table, waiting for her to return. She generously waved her hand and said, You're welcome. Let's eat. Other than the expressionless one Xiao, and the other two sighed in relief. It was only after a whole day that they revealed a friendly smile to Yushu. Because of someone's thoughtfulness, Yushu's appetite increased. She only felt full after eating 2 steamed buns. During the meal, there were inevitably people who tried to ask about her relationship with Imperial Consort Shui. Yushu pretended not to know anything. In the end, she couldn't eat anymore and returned to her room with a pot of wine. After washing her face with water, Yushu took off her coat and lay on the bed. She held a small wine cup in her hand and looked at the crescent moon outside the window. She smiled and squinted her eyes. The mood that had been stifled because of the sudden appearance of the 10th princess a few days ago had been soothed by this meal. No matter who Shui Rue used to have at his heart from now on, she would do her best to make him only have her in his heart. At the same time, in the north court of Huajin Garden, in a small building by Lake Li, Qiu Gonggong quietly walked into the middle room. He pushed aside the layers of beaded curtains and bowed his head. He respectfully half-knelt on a carpet and said in a low voice, Replying to your ladyship, this servant has just delivered the food and the pot of wine. Inside the tent, there was a figure lying on her side. The light reflected on the yellow silk curtains. Her elegant voice was like silk, making people's hearts tremble. Did you see her? I saw her. She's clean and delicate. Her appearance isn't shocking, but she speaks with propriety. She doesn't seem like someone who sticks to formalities. You devil's mind, did Ben Gong ask you these things? This servant was too talkative. The voice behind the curtain let out a faint laugh and said, Forget it. I am just curious. Chung Bai is fine. He asked you to take care of a girl, and he did not deliberately hide it from me. I think he has some childish thoughts. That's why he deliberately let me know. Eldest brother passed away a long time ago. Chung Bai is sensible and much more capable than the other hedonistic sons. His Majesty is willing to put him in an important position. As his aunt, I feel proud. It's a pity that he left his mother at a young age. I only have one son, Xiaojio, so I love Chung Bai like a son. Naturally, I have to worry about him. Xiao Gonggong hurriedly said, "Eldest young master is young and talented, skilled in both the pen and the sword. Which young master in Anling City can compare to him? Only our prince can." Haha, don't try to make me happy. Although Xiao Jiu is smart, he isn't as flexible as Cheng Bai. After all, he stayed in the mountains for so many years. Noble consort Xue's thoughts were unknown. She sighed and waved her hand. "You can leave. Ask about that girl. We'll talk later." "Yes, this servant will leave." Chapter 458. Yushu moved to the room on the east side. Early in the morning, she was woken up by the sunlight shining into the room. She was not unaccustomed to the new environment. Perhaps because she drank some wine last night, she had a good sleep and got out of bed refreshed. There was water in the room that she had a maidservant fetch before going to bed last night. She used it directly to wash up, not expecting anyone to serve her early. First, this wasn't Wanji Tower. Second, there were two delicate young ladies living in the backyard. Those two servants were definitely not enough to order around. Sure enough, when Yushu changed her clothes and strolled around the yard, she saw the two servants bustling in and out of Zhang Shuyuan's and Chui Yun's rooms. When it was time for breakfast, the little eunuch from last night came again with a food box. There were many kinds of breakfast, but the amount was not as much as last night. It was enough for Yushu to eat alone. Obviously, the people from last night were not included. This was also true. Noble consort Shue's subordinates took care of Yushu because of Shui Rue. There was no need to involve the young ladies and young masters. However, Yushu suspected that it was also because Eunuch Xiu didn't know what was good for Zhang Shuyuan and the others last night. Only breakfast was prepared for her, so Yushu ate in her room. She wasn't as childish as Zhang Shuyuan, showing off a few mouthfuls of food in front of others. She wasn't afraid of others secretly saying that she was giving preferential treatment. Yushu leisurely finished her breakfast and went to the door to call for a maid who was free to come in. She asked her to wash the bowls and chopsticks and wait for someone to deliver the food at noon. She also asked, "Has everyone else eaten breakfast?" However, the answer was somewhat beyond Yushu's expectations. They were still hungry. Yushu folded her handkerchief and wiped her mouth. Looking at the rising sun outside, she shook her head and sighed. Noble consort Zhang was still not as powerful as noble consort Shui. At 7:15 in the morning, official Wang of the Ministry of Rights came to find them with two people carrying a large box. He gathered the 6 people in the empty front yard. Yushu watched as he asked someone to open the box. There were several bronze tools of different shapes inside, and she could tell that they were heavy. "Today, I'll teach you how to identify and retrieve weapons. I'm sure you're all familiar with the etiquette that was passed down earlier. These 6 weapons were passed down by the sacred ancestor, since Lord Wang gave a long speech, mainly explaining that the mission of the 6 of them during the sacred ancestor day of sacrifice ceremony was to protect the 6 artifacts and follow the sacred ancestor closely to worship the ancestors. These 6 bronze artifacts were a book, a sword, a ruler, a cauldron, a Rui scepter, and the 8 trigrams. They respectively represented Emperor Anwu's achievements in pacifying the 9 prefectures and governing the world. It was just right for the 6 of them to take 1 weapon each. However, according to the rules of etiquette, women should not use sharp weapons, and men should not be weak. Therefore, Lord Wang assigned one Xiao and the other 2 teenagers to take the sword, the tripod, and the ruler. The rest were left with the book, the Rui, and the 8 trigrams. Looking at the remaining 3 bronze artifacts, without waiting for Lord Wang to make arrangements, Zhang Xuan spoke first. "I'll take the Rui scepter. Yin takes the 8 trigrams plate, and Yu Xuanzi takes the bronze book. How about that?" Chui Yin quickly nodded and said, "Let's do it this way." Among the 6 artifacts, if one were to compare the level of metaphor, the tripod would naturally be the best, followed by the Rui scepter. The 8 trigrams plate was, of course, the symbol of the masters. The 2 of them did not decline modestly and directly picked the best one. Lord Wang turned to look at Yushu. Seeing that she didn't have any objections, he nodded and told the assistant officer behind him to record it down. He told them, "These 6 artifacts are fake. They are for you to practice using. Wait until the 9th day of the 5th lunar month. Then you will hold the real artifacts." Zhang Shuiyuan and Cui Yun happily went forward to hold the bronze artifacts. Yushu picked up the bronze book indifferently. She weighed it in her hand and found that it was about the same weight as she had imagined. She then looked at the Rui scepter and the 8 trigrams in the other 2 girls' hands, and the corners of her mouth immediately curled up. After that, Lord Wang didn't ask them to do anything else. After teaching them the basic hand gestures, he set up an incense burner and moved a chair to the side to keep time for them. He asked them to stand in a line for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The young people didn't care and looked relaxed. At the beginning, they all held the hand gestures and stood in a more standard position. However, before Lord Wang could drink a second cup of tea, someone started shaking the incense burner. Lord Wang saw this and frowned secretly. He didn't know that among the 6 people, 5 of them hadn't eaten or drunk anything that morning. When Xiao and the other 2 teenagers were fine. They had stayed a freeload on Yushu last night, so they could bear it in the morning on an empty stomach. However, Zhang Shuiyuan, who was angry last night and didn't eat, and Cui Yun, who comforted her for the whole night, suffered. The 2 girls hadn't been able to eat their fill after traveling for a whole day yesterday. Moreover, because of their resentment towards Yushu, they had chatted for half the night. They were tired and hungry. How long could they stand with a copper lump in their hands? What's more, compared with the thin bronze book in Yushu's hand, the Rui scepter and the 8 trigram plate were much heavier. Yushu calmly looked at Zhang Shuiyuan, who was standing on her left. Zhang Shuiyuan's face was pale, and his forehead was sweating. She took pleasure in his misfortune and thought, the person who seems to be at a disadvantage may not necessarily be the one who gets the advantage. After a while, Zhang Shuiyuan couldn't stand it anymore. She staggered forward and half squatted down. The bronze artifact in her hand fell to the ground. Cui Yun took the opportunity to put down her sore arm and went forward to help her. Ahem. Lord Wang coughed heavily and stood up unhappily. He said seriously, "How long have you been standing? Didn't you eat this morning?" It had to be said that Lord Wang was telling the truth. Zhang Shuiyuan felt embarrassed and wanted to say that they really didn't eat, but she saw Yushu's figure from the corner of her eyes and swallowed her words. She thought that if Yushu heard what she said, it would prove that no one brought her breakfast this morning. Thinking of the embarrassing scene at the dining table last night, she bit her lips, feeling wronged and resentful. To fight back, she rubbed her arm and pushed away Cui Yun's support. She held the Rui scepter and stood up again. Yushu raised her eyebrows and thought, "At least you have some backbone." They stood like this for half an hour. Except for Yushu and Wen Xiao, and even the 2 boys couldn't stand it and put down their utensils twice, let alone Zhang Shuiyuan and Cui Yun. They almost had to rest after standing for a while. Lord Wang didn't look good. This was related to the ancestral worship ceremony, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Usually, he had to be polite to these young ladies, but now he didn't have to worry. He first nodded to Yushu and Wen Xiao, and then coldly said a few words to the other 4. However, before he finished, Zhang Shuiyuan, who was embarrassed and tired, covered her stomach with cold sweat and bent down. Ouch! Seeing this, Lord Wang stopped talking and hurriedly asked someone to help her back to her room. Sun Jun and another young man took the opportunity to follow them, so that they wouldn't be scolded again. Chapter 459. Lord Wang's sigh was understandable to Yushu, as someone who had once longed to enter the Taisher Library. The E-Academy, which was known as the #1 academy in the world, actually relied on one's family background. That's right, it was family background. On the surface, the Taisher Library, which accepted students every 3 years, selected the best based on the rankings of the Grand Yin examination. But in reality, those who did not have the background of a noble family, lacked the guidance of a famous teacher, and had to rely on their own to figure out their way and achieve results in the Grand Yin examination were all not young. And the other rule of the Taisha library was that they only accepted young talents. This was another dignified excuse. The noble families of the E Academy never lacked children. They had a group of masters to guide them, and even those who were not talents could be taught to become talents. It was not difficult for them to pass the Grandian examination. There were 12 noble families in the capital alone, not to mention those outside the capital. The Taisha library only accepted a dozen or so people every 3 years, and almost all the places were taken by the children of noble families. How many dark horses like Yushu could there be? And how many geniuses have been killed in the cradle in the past 100 years? There were many young people in the Taisha library, but they were limited to the small circle of noble families. Even the 18 academicians in charge of teaching were all from noble families. Of course, Jing Chun was an exception. His background was more powerful than that of a normal noble family. He was the emperor himself. It seemed like there was a constant influx of new blood, but what was not visible was the serious exclusion. Under this kind of atmosphere, it could only result in a situation where each generation was worse than the previous one. It was precisely because of what she saw today that Lord Wang sighed. Yushu did not know which ancestor had proposed the rule of regardless of age, only rank in the Taisha library, but she guessed that the ancestor would not want to see the sealed Taisha library. Unfortunately, Yushu could almost foresee that in the near future, this rule that she admired would probably be useless. This was the so-called, when one flourishes, one must fall. Yushu looked at the sorrowful and helpless Lord Wang, and suddenly realized that the generation she had come to had not only witnessed the prosperity of the E Academy, but also a decline. Complementary operator? Complementary operator? Lord Wang called Yushu a few times to bring her back to reality. Seeing her absent-minded look, he mistakenly thought that she was also exhausted, so he frowned and said, "Do you have any discomfort anywhere?" Yushu flashed a toothy grin and said, "No, I'm fine. It won't be a problem for me to stand for a whole morning." Lord Wang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard her confident reply. He thought to himself that these two were the only ones who could handle the situation. If there was another one who couldn't handle the situation, he would definitely cry. Lord Wang turned around and asked Wen Shaoan, who looked thin and weak. The answer he got was almost the same. "Don't worry, sir. I can stand for a whole day." Well, this one was even more straightforward than Yushu. Lord Wang was so touched that he wanted to cry. He nodded and had them put down the utensils in their hands. He pointed at the bronze utensils that had been left behind by a few people and said, "In that case, Yu Swansea will take the 8 trigrams plate, and young master will take the sword." Yushu and Wen Shaoan looked at each other and didn't understand what he meant. Didn't they choose it before? Why did they change it again? Lord Wang quickly explained to them, when the holy ancestor established the Dan kingdom, he used a Chunjun sword to command the 6 armies. Empress Ningjin received the mandate of heaven and used the book of changes passed down by the goddess of 9th heaven to assist the holy ancestor. Therefore, the sword and the 8 diagrams are the most important of the 6 utensils. They were too weak and were afraid that they would make a mistake that day, so you two took it and walked in front. Hearing the reason, Yushu couldn't help but laugh. This was called an unintentional willow. When Shaoan continued to ask, but it was clearly written in the ritual that among the 6 utensils, the tripod was the first, followed by the Rui scepter. "Don't you want us to memorize it by heart?" Being questioned, Lord Wang smiled and said seriously, "I want you to memorize it by heart, but I didn't ask you to memorize it by heart. The ritual has its own rules. This is the sacrifice day of the holy ancestor, so we naturally have to follow the instructions of the ancestors." Whether Wen Shaoan noticed it or not, Yushu felt that Lord Wang deliberately didn't explain it to them at the beginning. However, the sacrifice day was held once a year. Some students from Taisha Library had even participated in it 3 times, so they should have noticed it. But looking at Zhang Shiyuan's appearance today, it was obvious that he didn't know it, so he chose the Rui scepter. What did this mean? Yushu thought about it, and could only say that the Zhang family of Jiangxi was a local tyrant. In the capital city, they still had to listen to the 12 families. It wasn't until noon that the internal official in charge of the kitchen seemed to remember the people living in the side courtyard and finally sent food over. It was a simple 3 dishes, a soup, and steamed buns. When it was sent over, there was no heat. Fortunately, it was summer, so they didn't have to worry about being hungry. Putting aside the fact that Yushu was giving them special attention in the room, Lord Wang came again in the afternoon. Zhang Xuan and the others had eaten their fill and finally had some energy. However, before they could do anything, they were rearranged to hold the utensils and were told that the 6 people would be led by Yushu and Wen Shaoan. Naturally, some people were dissatisfied, but they were dismissed by Lord Wang. What utensils do you want to hold? Stand under the sun for an hour, and I will agree. Then why don't the 2 of them stand? The person who pointed at Yushu and Wen Shaoan was Cui Yun, who had received the 8 trigrams plate in the morning. At this moment, she was a little resentful. She must be regretting hiding in the room to accompany Zhang Xuan in the morning and wasting the opportunity. That's right. Everyone has to stand. Why don't they stand? Zhang Xuan was also dissatisfied and immediately called the other 2 to agree. Yushu looked up at the sky. Wen Shaoan was expressionless. Lord Wang sneered and said, "When you ran back to your room to rest in the morning, the 2 of them stood for more than an hour." This time, no one had any objections. They arrived at Huazhen Garden on the 6th day of the new year. After the 7th day, on the morning of the 8th day, Lord Wang brought the ceremonial robes for the ceremony. There were also a few palace maids accompanying them. They went into the rooms to teach them how to put on their hats and clothes. The styles of the men's and women's ceremonial robes were different. The 3 youths were wearing crooked robes, while the women's dress was a plain long dress with 3 layers of snow-white undergarments. Only a tall and thin person like Yushu could show off her waist in the dress. The other 2 girls were equally dressed. After changing into the formal clothes, Lord Wang checked them one by one. When he was satisfied, he waved his hand and ordered them to follow him. With a palace maid leading the way, they followed behind to learn the steps and posture. Huazhen Garden was huge. Pavilions and terraces could be seen everywhere. After leaving the side courtyard, they crossed a small bridge. In the distance, they saw a group of nobles in the garden. Some of the 6 youths were tempted to make a move, but Lord Wang acted as if he didn't see it and continued walking. He had no intention of leading them to climb up. In the distance, in a pavilion, someone was looking at the group of people. Imperial brother, look over there. Why are they dressed like that? Are they patrolling the garden?" He pointed to a little girl in the distance. She had a palace gauze on her shoulders and a partridge flower hairpin on her head. She was about 11 or 12 years old. From her voice, one could tell that she was a member of the royal family. Lu Tan, who was arranging the chess pieces, turned his head and took a look. With a normal expression, he said, "Oh, that should be a student of the Taisher Library." After saying that, he turned back and saw the man who was playing chess with him. The man held a chess piece in his hand and didn't place it. He was also looking at the bridge. "Cousin, it's your turn." Shui Rui came back to his senses and smiled at Lu Tan. He placed the chess piece in his hand and didn't say anything. The little princess saw that they were playing chess and didn't play with her. She pouted and looked around in boredom. After a while, she lifted her dress and walked to the side. When they weren't paying attention, she slipped down the pavilion and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 12th princess ran away. Shui Rui raised his hand and started eating the black chess pieces on the plate. Lu Tan was thinking about his next move. Without turning his head, he said, "Huazhen Garden is guarded by the Yulin Royal Guards. We can't lose her. Let her play. It's rare for her to leave the palace." Then he changed the topic and asked, "Is Miss Lianfang here for this year's ceremony?" Shui Rui said she was not selected. Later, Miss Qin fell and got injured, so she was replaced. Lu Tan smiled coldly. The Taisher Library. Shui Rui didn't comment. He watched him move a chess piece. He nodded and said, "Good move." Lord Wang took Yushu and the others to walk around Huazhen Garden. They went to all the places they could go before letting them go. Tomorrow was the 9th day of the new year. The ceremony was at noon. However, they had to rush to the Imperial Mausoleum early in the morning. There was no room for mistakes. Lord Wang reminded them again and again, especially to have them rest early tonight. When he said this, he especially stared at Zhang Xuan and Cui Yun, hinting at something. After Lord Wang left, Yushu returned to her room to change out of her gown and put away in the wardrobe. It was still early, and she didn't bring any books with her on this trip. Now that she had nothing to do, she hid in her room and felt bored. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. You Swansea. Yushu recognized Cui Yun's voice. She came out of her bedroom and opened the door. She saw Cui Yun standing outside with a smile and holding Zhang Shuyuan's hand. What's the matter? It's still early to eat. We're going to walk around the garden. Do you want to come with us? I'm tired. You guys go ahead. After Yushu finished speaking, she closed the door. She would rather stay in the room and be bored than deal with this kind of villain. Zhang Xuan looked at the closed door and said to Cui Yun with a gloomy expression, I told you not to call her. You are meddlesome. If you want to curry favor with her, go ahead. Why bring me along? Cui Yun hurriedly held her arm and whispered, What are you talking about? Why should I curry favor with her? Is it worth it? I don't want to see you become enemies with her. She is a fourth-class female fortune-teller. When we get back to the library, if she comes looking for trouble, I want to see what you will do. Zhang Shuyuan couldn't be provoked. She gritted her teeth and said, Do you think I'm afraid of her? Fine, fine, fine. You're not afraid of her. Let's go. Let's go somewhere else. Don't let her spoil your mood. Cui Yun pulled Zhang Shuyuan away. Behind the door, Yushu listened to their quarrel. She frowned and went back to her bedroom. It was not that she had a good temper and did not want to go out and argue with them. It was really difficult for her to pay attention to such mindless characters. Zhang Shuyuan and Cui Yun said that they were going to the garden. However, Huajin Garden was not a place where they could casually walk around. There were guards guarding the garden. They didn't go far before they were blocked. After a few times, they lost interest and walked around the lake for a while before heading back. Cui Yun followed Zhang Shuyuan back to her room. Seeing that she was depressed, she coaxed, There is nothing fun in Huajin Garden. When we return to the capital, I will take you to a better place. I'm sure you will like it. Zhang Shuyuan nodded. She touched her neck. The next moment, her expression suddenly changed. Bored people were the easiest to get sleepy. Yushu and he lay on the bed and unknowingly fell asleep. When they woke up again, they were woken up by the sound of knocking on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Come out. Yushu, come out. Yushu yawned and sat up. The room was dusky. She tidied her hair and was unhappy to be woken up like this. She went to open the door with a gloomy face. What's with the noise? 1, 2, 3, 4. There was more than one person standing outside the door. The first person was Zhang Shuyuan. When Yushu saw her angrily push her away, she rushed into her bedroom without saying a word. Yushu was stunned. She followed closely and saw Zhang Shuyuan pull the pillow and quilt on her bed to the floor. She stepped on it like a headless fly and turned to pull at her wardrobe. Yushu strode forward and grabbed her hand. She used force to pull her away and shouted, Are you crazy? Let me go, you little thief. Zhang Shuyuan shook off her hand and pointed at Yushu's nose. She scolded with red eyes, You stole my Tianyu. Stop pretending. Give it back to me. Yushu suddenly felt a headache. She pulled her hard, pinched her wrist, and asked coldly, Which eye of yours saw me steal your things, huh? Zhang Shuyuan felt pain. She shrank her shoulders and said fiercely, Who else could it be except you? I went out with Yun Yun in the afternoon, and you were alone in the backyard. You must have been greedy for my Tianyu and sneaked in my room to take it. Yushu almost spat on her face. She was a brainless fool. She was not a member of the Zhang family and didn't know Tianyu feng shui. What was the use of taking her broken stone? Did she want to use it to break the glass of her house? Cui Yun, Feng Jun, and Wen Shaoan, who came to watch, saw this scene and hesitated. They didn't know whether they should go forward to persuade her or not. Cui Yun couldn't stand it anymore. She said bitterly, You Swansea, if you took Xuan's Tianyu, give it back to her. Don't wait for things to get worse. Zhang Xuan suddenly turned around and shouted, Yun Yun, Go and ask Lord Wang to come here. Go and find the guards. Tell them there is a thief here. Go. Chui Yin hesitated and took 2 steps back. She turned around and was about to run out to call the guards. Yushu saw this and felt her teeth itching. Idiots. A group of idiots. Didn't they know where they were? If they really alarmed the higher-ups, they would be in big trouble. When Xiaoan, stop her. Would when Xiaoan, who had been keeping a distance from Yushu these days, listen to her? The answer was proved by his actions. You let go of me. Chui Yin screamed and tried to hit Wen Xiaoan's arm, but Wen Xiaoan didn't budge at all. He didn't let her move a single step away. The other 2 youths looked at her and didn't know whether to help or pull her back. They just stood there blankly. At this time, the room was in chaos. Don't pull me. It hurts. Let go of me. Help. Help. Yushu, you little thief. You damn thief. How dare you steal my Tianyu? You have a guilty conscience. You are despicable and shameless. Yushu took a deep breath. She couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her hand and slapped Zhang Shuiyuan's head. Zhang Shuiyuan was knocked to the side and said angrily, Chapter 460. Yushu slaps Zhang Shuiyuan, who is shouting, and the others are also stunned and don't know what to do. What are you shouting for? Who dares to say one more word? If the nobles in the garden hear you, I want to see who will have a good ending. Yushu takes the opportunity to scare them and calm them down. Then she asks Wen Xiaoan to go out quietly to find Lord Wang and tell him not to disturb others. As soon as Wen Xiaoan leaves, Zhang Shuiyuan starts to cry. Yushu raises her hand without saying anything, which makes her behave. She just holds her face and sobs in a low voice, as if she has been greatly wronged. As the saying goes, a bitch will be tortured by a wicked person. She doesn't listen to Yushu and is even more domineering than her, so she doesn't dare to say anything. Not long after when Xiaoan leaves, he comes back with Lord Wang, who is out of breath. Lord Wang has heard about what happened from when Xiaoan on the way. As soon as he enters Yushu's room, he closes the door with a sullen face. He calls all the people in the bedroom to the living room and reprimands them in a low voice. Do you all want to die? Where's this place? Tomorrow is a special day. How dare you make trouble here? Chui Yun says timidly, Lord Wang, we didn't mean to. Shui Yuan's Tianyu was stolen. Yushu snorts coldly. Lord Wang glances at Yushu. Seeing that she doesn't speak, he turns his eyes to Zhang Shuiyuan, who is covering her head and crying, and asks, What Tianyu? Where did you lose it? Lord Wang is an official of the Ministry of Rites, not a teacher, so he doesn't know much about Jiangxi Fengshui Zhan family. Zhang Shuiyuan thinks that Lord Wang is going to stand up for her, so she becomes bold. She rubs her eyes and stops crying. She first explains the rarity of their family's Tianyu, and finally points at Yushu and says, I was wearing it in the morning and left it in the room in the afternoon. When I came back, it was gone. I couldn't find it anywhere. It must have been stolen by her. Yushu denies it before Lord Wang asks, It's not me. I was sleeping in the afternoon and didn't go to her room. It's you, and you still don't want to admit it. I didn't do it. Why should I admit it? Then do you dare to let me search your room? Who do you think you are to search just because you said so? You have a guilty conscience, you. Lord Wang felt a headache when he saw them quarreling. He immediately said in a low voice, Enough. Don't make any more noise. If anyone says another word, they can forget about attending tomorrow's ceremony. Pack up and leave tonight. Zhang Shuiyuan angrily shut his mouth, and the room became quiet. Official Wang looked at this and then at that, not knowing what to do. It was true that he was in charge of these 6 people, but he was a ceremonial official, not an inquisitor. How could he judge right from wrong? And he had no right to search the body of an oracle. Yushu saw Lord Wang's difficult expression and frowned inwardly. She knew that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. With the muddle-headed behavior of Zhang Shuiyuan and the others, this matter would definitely blow up. Unfortunately, no one was listening to her. Her identity as the fortune-teller did not carry much weight here, so she could not make any decisions. At this time, there was another knock on the door. Miss you, this servant is here to deliver dinner. It was the little eunuch Ziajizi. Yushu moved and walked over to open the door crack. She looked at the little eunuch outside and had an idea. She didn't hurry to take the food box in his hands. Instead, she asked, "Eunuch Xiajizi, where is your master?" After 2 days of delivering food, Yushu was aware of the relationship between this little eunuch and the senior eunuch, Qiu Tongren, who served noble consort Shui. Xiajizi saw that Yushu was blocking the door, so he stood outside and didn't enter. When he heard her ask about his master, he said, "Master is serving Her Highness." "What's the matter, miss?" Yushu was speechless. She wanted to find Shui Rue to deal with this matter, but she didn't know where he was. Only eunuchs with special status could come and go as they pleased in Huajin Garden. She thought that Qiu Tongren would know where Shui Rue was, but eunuch Qiu was serving noble consort Shui, so it would be difficult. Xiajizi was clever. He looked at her and carefully asked, "Miss, if you have something to say, this servant might be able to help." Yushu asked with a trace of hope, "Do you know where eldest young Master Shui is in the garden?" "I know. Eldest young Master Shui lives in the south courtyard." Yushu was delighted and quickly said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to ask eldest young Master Shui to come here. Tell him that I have an urgent matter to discuss with him." Xiajizi remembered that he had received 100 taels from Yushu from his master the day before yesterday, so he was willing to help her run errands. Thus, he readily agreed and gave the food box to Yushu before he ran off to find Shui Rue. Yushu closed the door and returned. Seeing a group of people in the living room looking at her, she said to Lord Wang, "Lord, please wait for a moment. I've already sent someone to inform Lord Shui, the junior minister of the Supreme Court. Let's wait for him to arrive before we discuss the matter." Lord Wang had heard of Shui Rue's reputation before. His expression had relaxed, but Zhang Xuan was still staring at Yushu with a face full of suspicion. Cui Yun, who was standing at the side, pulled Yushu back and remained silent. Yushu was too lazy to explain in front of them. She brought the food in the food box to the table and politely asked Lord Wang about it. Seeing that he shook his head and refused, she called out to Wen Shaoan and gave him a pair of serving chopsticks. The two ignored everyone else and sat at the table to eat. When Zhang Shuiyuan saw Yushu acting like this, he became even angrier. Earlier, his head had hurt for being hit by her. Now that he was angry, he felt dizzy. Chuiyan helped him to sit on a chair. When he thought of the lost Tianyu, tears fell from his eyes again in a daze. Shui Rue came faster than Yushu expected. She had just put down her chopsticks to wipe her mouth when she heard a knock on the door. It was Xiajizi again. "Miss you, I've invited eldest young master." Everyone in the room, who had been silent, suddenly had a change of expression. Yushu hurriedly went to open the door. It was already dark outside, but she still saw Shui Rue, who was wearing a bamboo green robe, standing behind Xiajizi. When their eyes met, she could see the worry in his eyes. What happened? Shui Rue wasn't in a hurry to go inside. Instead, he used his height to look over Yushu's head to see the situation in the room. He guessed and asked her. Yushu briefly told him, "You've heard of Jiangxi Zhan family's Tianyu geomancy, right? The Tianyu that Miss Zhan carried with her was lost. She suspected that I stole it, so she set it up. Official Wang from the Ministry of Rights is also there." Needless to say, Shui Rue knew why Yushu had asked him to come. He nodded and followed her into the living room. He didn't care that Xiajizi was poking his head around outside and didn't leave. Official Wang went forward to greet Shui Rue. In terms of official rank, Shui Rue was half a rank higher than him. Most of the young people in the room recognized who Shui Rue was. Those who were originally sitting there all stood up to avoid being rude. Shui Rue didn't exchange greetings with official Wang. He walked to the chair at the head of the table and sat down. He looked around at the expressions of the people in the room and asked first, "Who lost it?" Zhang Xuan hurriedly said, "It's me. My Tianyu was stolen." "How can you be sure that someone stole it and you didn't lose it yourself?" Zhang Xuan stuttered because of Shui Rue's question. Cui Yun, who was supporting her, spoke quickly and helped her. "It's like this, Your Excellency. Zhang Shuiyuan's Tianyu never left her. She was still wearing it this morning. In the afternoon, official Wang brought a dress for us to try on. Because it exposed her neck, the palace maid's sister asked her to take it off. She kept it in the room and forgot to wear it. We walked in the garden in the afternoon, and when we came back, the tianyu was gone. Chui Yin didn't point out that Yushu did it, but Zhang Xuan immediately found her confidence. She said to Shui Rue confidently, "In the afternoon, only you Swansea stayed in the backyard alone. We all went out. I'm sure that she entered my room and stole my tianyu. On the first day when we lived in Huajian Garden, she asked me about it and borrowed my tianyu. She must have been greedy at that time." In the afternoon, when official Wang took us to learn how to walk, she saw the tianyu above my neck and stole it when I was not in the room. Yu Shu said bluntly, "Are you kidding me? Why would I stare at your neck? I'm not interested in women." Puff. A muffled laugh sounded at the wrong time. Everyone turned around. Feng Jun covered his mouth awkwardly and lowered his head. Zhang Shuiyuan's face turned red and white. She clenched her fists and was about to argue with Yu Shu, but she was interrupted. "Take me to your room." Shui Rue stood up and gestured for Zhang Xuan to go out. When they reached the door, he took the lantern from Xiaoji's hand and the others followed him. Zhang Shuiyuan's room was next to Yu Shu's. It was in the middle of the 3 rooms in the backyard. The door was not closed, so Shui Rue pushed it open. He raised the lantern to illuminate the room. The room was a little messy. It could be seen that the owner had lost something and was anxiously searching for it. Shui Rue asked him to stay outside the door and walked around alone. After a while, he came out and lit the candles in the room. He walked to the door with the lantern, looked down at the feet of everyone, and led them back to Yu Shu's room. He also walked around the room and came out again. He asked Zhang Shuiyuan, "After you took off the tianyu, where did you put it?" "I put it under the pillow." "Are you sure? Did you remember wrongly?" Zhang Xuan pulled Chui Yin anxiously and said, "I can't remember wrongly. Yin also saw it. You can ask her if you don't believe me." Shui Rue nodded and turned his dark eyes to Chui Yin. "Did you see it?" Chui Yin was stunned by his stare. She pursed her lips and said, "Yes." "All right, then take it out." Shui Rue spoke with a calm expression. Chui Yin was stunned. Not only her, but everyone present was stunned when they heard Shui Rue's words. Yu Shu was the first to react. She looked at Shui Rue and then at Chui Yin. She suddenly sneered and said, "It turns out that you're trying to frame me." Chui Yin hurriedly refuted with a pale face. "What are you talking about? Are you suspecting that I stole Shui Yuan's tianyu? How is that possible? It's not me. I have been with her all the time. How could I have the chance to sneak into her room?" Zhang Shuiyuan also didn't believe it. He angrily said to Shui Rue, "Why do you like to wrongly accuse people? You did the same thing at the observatory. You casually said that academician Jing killed someone, and now you are wrongly accusing Yunyan. What kind of official are you? You are not fair at all. Don't say anything. I'm sure it's not her. It's Yu Shu. If you don't believe me, let me go and search." When she heard this, Shui Rue hadn't said anything. Yet Yu Shu was the first to become displeased. She could tolerate these idiots slandering her, yet she couldn't bear to hear anyone speak ill of Shui Rue. So she turned around and glared at Zhang Xuan before she narrowed her eyes and said, Chapter 461. 1 minute. If I can prove that I didn't steal it, then you'll let me slap you 10 times? Anyone who was wrongly accused as a thief would not be happy. Zhang Shuiyuan kept pestering endlessly, which made Yu Shu impatient. If it were any other time, she would definitely teach her a lesson. However, the overall situation was more important, so she asked someone to find Shui Rue to solve the problem. Who knew that Zhang Xuan, who had lost the Heaven Jade, would bite people like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. She even blamed Shui Rue. Yu Shu lost her patience and made up her mind to make Zhang Shuiyuan bear the consequences. Zhang Shuiyuan had a strong temper. Under Yu Shu's provocative gaze, she pushed away Chui Yun, who was trying to dissuade her in a low voice. She gritted her teeth and actually challenged Yu Shu. "If you want to prove that you stole it, do you dare to kneel down and apologize to me?" Shui Rue frowned and his face darkened. Before he could say anything, he heard Yu Shu agree readily. "Why not? We'll do it." Then she said to everyone present, "You all heard it. Be my witness. Ms. Jean personally promised me to slap her." Jean Shuyen trembled with anger. In her opinion, Yu Shu, who was very interested in her heaven jade on the first day she moved in a Huajian garden, must have been greedy, so she took the opportunity to steal her treasure. Otherwise, why would Yu Shu stop people from searching her room? She must have thought that she didn't dare to make a big deal out of the ancestral worship ceremony, so she wanted to hide for a while and take the heaven jade for herself. If she had tolerated it, maybe Yu Shu would hide her heaven jade somewhere else, and it would be difficult to find it again. As a direct descendant of the Zhan family, the heaven jade was no different from a lifeblood to Zhan Xuan. Without the heaven jade, it was impossible for the family to give her a second piece. Without the heaven jade Feng Shui Sutra, half of her life would be ruined. Knowing the pros and cons, how could she not be anxious and terrified? Regardless of how big of a commotion she made, she had to get the heaven jade back. All right, if you want to prove that you didn't steal it, then let me search your room and body right now. Yu Shu sneered and said, "I said I wanted to prove that I didn't steal your stupid stone, but I didn't agree to let you search me." "What? You want to deny it?" Clear Snow said anxiously. "Who's going to deny it? I'm still waiting to slap your face," Yu Shu teased. She pointed at Shui Rue, who was standing behind the door, as if it was a matter of course. "With the junior minister of the Supreme Court, Lord Shui, here, I'll let him make the decision. I think he will definitely give a convincing answer as to who is right and who is wrong between you and me." With these words, she threw the ball to Shui Rue. Not mentioning what others thought, Shui Rue, who had just been a bit angry, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Yu Shu's cunning eyes, listening to her words that were filled with trust, his heart itched, and he really wanted to grab her in his hands and rub it. Yu Shu's actions had to be said to have won his heart. He liked her stubbornness, but as a man, he hoped that the woman he admired would be able to trust him. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't waste Yu Shu's trust. Shui turned to look at Zhan Shuing, who had an unconvinced expression, and reprimanded coldly. "I am the judge of the Supreme Court. With the official seal, I have the right to interrogate officials and scholars below the 6th rank and 5th rank. I can act first and report later. What rank are you? How dare you question me?" Shui Rue was young and successful. He was born in a family of generals and ministers. He worked in the Supreme Court and received orders from the emperor. All he saw were murder cases and capital punishment. His official prestige was much stronger than those civil officials who had been officials for many years. If he really put on airs, all the people present, including Lord Wang of the Ministry of Rights, were not enough. Being stared at by him, Zhan Xuan panicked. He lowered his head and said with grievance, "Even if you are an official of the imperial court, you can't fabricate facts and be biased. You don't need to say it. I will judge it myself." Lord Wang coughed slightly and came out to smooth things over. "Lord Shui, let's find out the truth as soon as possible, so as not to disturb the superiors." Shui Rue nodded and exchanged glances with Yu Shu. Seeing her secretly winking at him, he revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, he put on a serious face again. His gaze swept over the others and finally fell on one Shaoan. He asked a seemingly unimportant question. "Did the 6 of you walk in the garden in the afternoon?" When Shaoan saw Shui Rue looking at him, he hesitated for a moment before answering. "Yes, Lord Wang asked us to change into formal attire and practice our gait in the garden." Shui Rue asked Lord Wang again, "Did you pass by the South Garden?" To avoid disturbing the nobles, Huajian Garden usually did not allow people to enter freely, especially the North and South Gardens. Lord Wang hurriedly explained, "Yes, we did pass by the South Garden, but I did not bring them in randomly. Instead, we walked by the Treading Swallow Bridge." "Yes, I was in the pavilion in the garden at the time and saw you," Shui Rue said casually. "There's a newly dug flower pond under the Treading Swallow Bridge. Because it is filled with water, it is not easy to walk, right?" Lord Wang continued, "Yes, we could not go around it. I could only have them carry their clothes, but they still stepped in a lot of mud." Hearing this, Shui Rue smiled and lowered the lantern in his hand. Pointing at their feet, he said, "Then let's look at your shoes." Everyone lowered their heads and looked at their shoes, then at the people beside them. 7 people, 7 pairs of feet, all somewhat dirty. Not a single person's shoes were clean. There's nothing special? What does Lord Shui mean by this? Lord Wang asked in puzzlement. Shui Rue did not say anything. He brought them back to the door of Zhang Shui Yuan's room and pushed open the door that he had previously closed. The candles in the room were bright. It was not as clear as it was during the day, but it did not obstruct people's vision. Before they could see anything, Shui Rue had already pointed out. Look at the floor. Aren't there some dirty and messy footprints? She was not the only one who had entered Zhang Shui Yuan's room. In addition, she had tossed Tianyu and searched everywhere, so it was not strange for there to be some footprints on the wooden floor. However, there were a few sets of footprints that were stained with some brownish-yellow mud. They were different from the blurry footprints at the side and were especially obvious. Holding the lantern, Shui Rue looked at their expressions and said slowly, "There were some clouds in the afternoon, and the sun did not come out. You walked over Swallow Trampling Bridge and returned here not far. The mud on your shoes was not dry, so when you stepped on the wooden floor of the room, you left marks. I heard from you, Swansea, that not long after Miss Zhang and Miss Chui returned, they invited her to tour the garden together. She rejected them, and then she took a nap at her room. It was only 2 or 3/4 of an hour before Miss Zhang and Miss Chui came back and found that Tianyu was missing, so they complained to you, Swansea. Am I right?" The few of them nodded in agreement. Wen Shaoan pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know when Miss Zhang and Miss Chui went out, but I saw them coming back from outside. The 6 of us came back from outside at 5:15 in the evening, but the 2 of them came back at 5:30 in the evening." Wen Shao, Anne's words confirmed Shui Rue's words. Zhang Xuan and Chui Yun went out alone and came back not long after. Hearing this, Yushu already understood. Looking at the footprints in the room, she couldn't help but show a trace of mockery on her face. And Shui Rue didn't ask any more questions. He said to Zhang Xuan in a low voice, "You said that you put Tianyu under your pillow after you changed into your gown and forgot to put it on after you followed Lord Wang to the garden. During this period, you Swansea was with you and didn't have a chance to enter your room. Everyone can testify that, unless she knows how to clone herself. This is nonsense. So if she stole your things, it must be when the 2 of you left the backyard alone. It was a short period of time. The mud on your shoes hasn't dried yet. Whoever entered your room must have left footprints on the ground. But go in and take a look yourself. Are there only 2 people's footprints on the ground? Other than you and Miss Chui, there's no third person." Shui Rue's sharp eyes stared straight at Chui Yun. The latter was stunned and then said nervously, "I did enter Shui Yuan's room, but I was with her the whole time." After saying that, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhang Xuan, but saw the doubt on her face. He immediately smiled bitterly. "Xuan, why would I take your Tianyu? Without your Zhang family's Tianyu scripture, what use do I have for it?" Just as Zhang Xuan's expression loosened, he heard Yushu say mockingly, "You have no use for Tianyu, but what use do I have for it? I already said that thing is just a piece of broken stone to me." The few people outside the door looked at each other, thinking that this was strange. Yushu had never entered Zhang Shuyuan's room, and Chui Yun had always been with Zhang Shuyuan. Why did Tianyu disappear? Zhang Shuyuan's face tensed up, and he glared at Yushu angrily. Ignoring everyone, he walked into the room alone, took the lamp on the table, and checked inside and out. When he came out, he still stared at Yushu and said to Shui Rue, "I can't agree with what Sir said. It's hard to guarantee that someone wouldn't change into a clean pair of shoes and come to my room. That way no one would know." After Shui Rue's analysis, she had calmed down quite a bit and could finally use her brain. Chui Yun hurriedly added, "That's right. She must have changed her shoes before coming here." This time, Lord Wang and the others shifted their suspicious gazes to Yushu's face. At this moment, they heard Shui Rue ask, "Shu, how many pairs of shoes are there in your room?" Yushu crossed her arms. She finally knew why Shui Rue went to her room after looking at Zhang Shuyuan's room. There was a hint of amusement hidden in her eyes as she cooperated with him and said, "Excluding the pair of shoes on my feet, there is only the pair of boots given to me in today's formal dress." Shui Rui said to everyone, "Follow me." The 7 people, including Lord Wang, followed Shui Rui to Yushu's room. After entering the door, they followed behind Shui Rui and entered the bedroom. They saw him open the wardrobe next to the bed, revealing the lattice inside. On the bottom layer, there was a pair of light boots. Shui Rui took out the pair of boots, did not explain anything, just handed it to everyone and lifted the soles. There was not a speck of dust on it. Chapter 462. The second watch arrived. Then it could also be that she took off her shoes and went in barefoot. Chui Yin did not give up and tried to push this matter onto Yushu, but her eyes revealed some panic. Zhan Shuyuan felt depressed. Looking at Chui Yun, her emotions were extremely complicated. On one hand, she hoped that Yushu had stolen her Tianyu, but on the other hand, she was afraid that she had wrongly accused the wrong person and let the real thief steal her treasure. "Then do you want to take off my shoes for you to see if my feet are clean?" Yushu said mockingly. This caused Shui Rui to look at her disapprovingly. With him here, who would dare to ask her to take off her shoes? Who would dare to look? There's no need for such superfluous actions. Shui Rui moved his gaze on Chui Yun and said coldly, "There's no need for you to quibble. According to my deductions, you ought to have been planning something when young Miss Zhan placed her heaven jade beneath her pillow. At that time, you seized the opportunity when she was unprepared to take it away from her right before her eyes. Then you went out with her and left you Swansea alone in the rear courtyard to push the matter onto her. Darren, don't wrongly accuse me." Chui Yun was so anxious that her face turned red. "According to what you said, then why should I drag Shui Yuan to visit the garden with you, Swansea?" "Because you knew that I wouldn't go with you," Yushu said. "That's not me." Chui Yun stomped her feet hard under everyone's questioning gaze and said angrily, "If you don't believe me, you can search my room. Otherwise, let Shui Yuan search my body. If he can find Tianyu, I will kill myself here." Yin Yin Zhan Xuan had already suspected Chui Yun, but seeing her so confident, he could not make up his mind. "Shui Yuan, it really wasn't me." Chui Yun grabbed Zhan Shuyuan's hand and was so anxious that she was about to cry. This was Huazhen Garden, and she was a student that had been chosen to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony. If she was convicted of theft, with so many pairs of eyes watching, it would not be easy. Not to mention how she would be dealt with after the ancestral worship ceremony. If this matter were spread, her reputation would be ruined. It would be a problem whether she could continue to stay in the Taisha library. Zhan Shuyuan couldn't bear to do it, but for the sake of her family jewels, she couldn't let the thief off. Thus, she lowered her head and said in a muffled voice, "Then let me search." Chui Yun's shoulders trembled, and she finally let go of her hand. She said indignantly, Okay. Then you guys search. That's not necessary. You won't be able to find anything from her." Shui Rui said coldly. Under the puzzled gaze of the others, he put his left hand into his sleeve, took it out, and handed it to Zhan Xuan. "Is this Tianyu?" On his palm, there was an oval green stone with 8 claws and a fine silk thread tied to it. It was the heaven jade that Yushu had seen on Zhan Shuyuan's neck a few days ago. "My heaven jade?" Zhan Xuan let out a sharp cry of pleasant surprise and was about to pounce over to grab it. Yet Shui easily dodged to the side and turned to say to her, "This rock was fished out from the shallow waters of the lake when the 13th princess was playing in the garden in the afternoon. According to my knowledge, you Swansea hasn't gone to the lake. Young Miss Zhan, can you tell me who threw it there?" Zhan Shuyuan's body shook, and she slowly turned her head to look at Chui Yun, whose face was red. Her chest rose and fell, and she gritted her teeth and growled. "So it was really you." Although the few people present didn't have brains, they weren't fools. When they heard this, they could already distinguish between right and wrong. "Oh." Yushu dragged her voice and walked to Shui Rui's side. She turned her head to look at Zhan Xuan and Chui Yun, and said with a fake smile, now I understand. Miss Chui's move is really brilliant. First, you stole Zhang Xuan's heaven jade under her eyes, and then went in and out with her, looking for an opportunity to throw it away. In this way, you can frame me and also not arouse suspicion. Even if you are investigated, there is no real evidence. But the bad thing is that you are unlucky to have met the wise and powerful Lord Shui. This little trick can't hide from Lord Shui's discerning eyes. When Shui Rue heard her last sentence of praise, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He turned his body and put his hands behind his back. From the view of others, he held a few of her fingers and held them gently, not saying a word. Even if the 13th princess didn't find this stone and hand it over to him to find its owner, he would still think of a way to protect Yu Shu's reputation. What Yu Shu said just now was what everyone present was thinking. It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. At this point, Cui Yun still wanted to quibble, but she didn't have the confidence. Her words and actions were powerless, and she couldn't be trusted. Lord Wang said angrily, Cui Yun, you still won't admit it. Do you really want this official to report this matter to the great tipping point and punish you right now? Other than Yu Shu, Lord Wang should be the most furious person present when such a shady matter happened in Huajin Garden. It should be known that before the end of the ceremony, these 6 people were temporarily under his control. If anything went wrong, he would also have to bear a part of the blame. Cui Yun was stared at by several pairs of fierce eyes, especially under Zhang Xuan's murderous gaze. Cui Yun was glared at by several pairs of eyes, especially by Zhang Xuan, who looked like he was going to devour her. Cui Yun could not bear the pressure. She knew that the evidence was irrefutable. If she continued to quibble, the situation would only worsen. So she shrunk her shoulders and cried, I didn't do it on purpose. At first, I just wanted to play a joke on Xu Yuan, so I took her heaven jade. Who knew that when I was walking by the lake, I accidentally lost it. I was afraid that she would cut off all ties with me, so I hid it from her. Seeing that she was suspicious of Yu Swansea, I took advantage of the situation. I didn't do it on purpose. As she spoke, she actually knelt in front of Zhang Xuan in front of everyone, grabbed the hem of her clothes, and begged. Such a change was unexpected. The original theft and framing was instantly twisted into a joke by her, but she cried so miserably that no one could tell whether it was real or fake. As long as Zhang Xuan, the owner of the Lost Heaven Jade, did not pursue the matter, it would not be difficult for her. Yu Shu narrowed her eyes, and a cold light flashed across them. She thought to herself, I misjudged. This seemingly inconspicuous Cui Yun is not someone who is easy to deal with. Zhang Xuan was not a person with a heart of stone. Previously, he was angry because of the loss of Heaven Jade, and also because he found out that Cui Yun had used and betrayed him. But now that Heaven Jade was found, looking at Cui Yun's pitiful face and thinking of the days since she came to the capital, the two of them could not help but soften. Shui Yuan, it's all my fault. I beg you, don't blame me. I didn't steal your Heaven Jade. I didn't do it on purpose. Can you forgive me? I don't want to be treated as a thief. I beg you. Zhang Xuan turned his head, clenched his fists, and said in a low voice, Don't cry. I won't pursue this matter. Xun. Cui Yun raised her head and was about to rejoice when she heard a sneer behind her. If you don't pursue this matter, I won't let you go. Zhang Xun looked at Yu Shu blankly and suddenly remembered their previous agreement about the 10 slaps. Yu Swansea, it's all my fault. I'm willing to take your slaps on behalf of Xu Yuan. Cui Yun's brain was fast enough. She took the blame, and Zhang Xuyuan's original anger towards her was immediately reduced by half. However, Yu Shu was schemed against and almost suffered a great loss. Would she let the two of them go so easily? Zhang Xing. Yu Shu simply called his name at this moment and pointed at Cui Yun, who was kneeling on the ground shamelessly. Do you really want her to take the slaps on behalf of you? Zhang Xuan's expression struggled for a moment and then nodded his head lightly as a tacit agreement. All right, I'm not unreasonable. Since both of you are willing, then these 10 slaps, you can split it equally. Each of you can take 5 slaps. Yu Shu waved her hand, pretending to be generous. Zhan, Xuan, and Shui Yun's expression twisted at the same time and wanted to say something to resist, but they did not know where to start. After all, they were the ones in the wrong, and with Shui Rue by the side, they could not deny it even if they said it to the end of the world. If you want to hit, then hit. Don't talk so much nonsense. Although Zhan Shuyuan knew that he had wronged Yushu, but he did not change his hatred towards Yushu, and because of this, he hated her even more. Yushu curled her lips and smiled. There's no hurry. We still have to attend the ceremony tomorrow. My hand is strong, and if I slap your face is swollen, how are you going to meet people tomorrow? Just owe it first, and we'll talk about it when we return to the capital. She loved to slap people's faces in public, and there were only a few people here. How could it be enough? If she wanted to slap their faces, she would have to find a good day. Zhan Shun and Shui Yun's hearts trembled, and after thinking about it, they understood that Yushu wanted to leave it for the future to humiliate them in public. Yushu saw the worry on their faces, and the gloominess in her heart dissipated. She quietly squeezed Shui Rue's warm palm, and in the next moment, she heard Shui Rue say, "The situation is urgent. This official will not report this matter for the time being, but you have disturbed Huajin Garden, and this matter cannot be tolerated. After the ceremony, Official Wang and I will report the matter to the head supervisor and ask him to make a decision." Shui Yun's face turned pale. She did not expect that after she escaped one calamity, there would be another one. This time, Zhan Xuan did not speak up for her, and she could not even protect herself, so why would she care about these two people? They deserved their bad luck. She did not know what the relationship between Shui Rue and Yushu was, but based on their malicious slander of Yushu, how could Shui Rue let them go so easily? Official Wang, you stay and teach them, so that they do not cause trouble tonight. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. Shui Rue let go of Yushu's hand and gave the sky jade to Official Wang and slowly walked out of the door. When he was at the door, he stopped and turned his head slightly. It seemed like he did it unintentionally, but it was noticed by those who were observant. Yushu secretly laughed and said to Official Wang, "I will send off Official Shui." "Okay, you go first." Official Wang was grateful to Shui Rue for helping him solve a problem, so he was happy to have someone pay attention to him. Thus, Yushu followed Shui Rue's footsteps, and the two of them walked out of the courtyard one after the other. Little Jeezy carried a lantern and followed them. They left behind a group of people who were destined to have a sleepless night. The night was dark, and the shadows of the buildings by the lake gradually faded. Eunuch Xiao stood outside a curtain with his back bowed, reporting in a low voice what had happened in the southwest side courtyard in the evening to his master. After a while, he heard a comment from behind the curtain. "According to what you said, that Yu Swansea is not a good-natured person." Eunuch Xiao listened carefully, trying to figure out Imperial concubine Shui's tone. It did not sound like she was displeased, so he carefully said, "Fortunately, she has a temper and managed to control those unruly people. Otherwise, we would not know the outcome of tonight's matter." Ha! Eunuch Xiao heard this chuckle and immediately knew that he had not misunderstood. Chapter 463. Shui Rue didn't let Yushu send him too far away. They walked out of the side courtyard and walked on a small path, talking about the farce just now. Those two female students were targeting you. One of them deliberately set a trap for you to jump into. "What's going on?" Shui Rue asked curiously. He saw through tonight's incident clearly. The one surnamed John was just a fool, and the one surnamed Shui was the instigator. He just didn't know why she took so much effort to smear Yushu's name. It was a little strange. Yushu understood Shui Rue's meaning. She frowned and said, "I'm also puzzled. Logically speaking, I've only known them for a few days. If there's any conflict before, it's when you went to the observatory to investigate the case. But Shui Yin wasn't there at that time, and I don't remember when I had a conflict with her. If it's because Lord Wang asked me to hold the 8 trigrams artifact, and they were unwilling, then they shouldn't have chosen this critical moment to commit a crime. Before the ancestral worshipping ceremony, the six of us will suffer together. No matter how I look at it, Chui Yun doesn't seem like a brainless person. From the day she moved into Huajian Garden, Zhang Xuan and Chui Yun had been making things difficult for her. Yushu took care of the situation and endured for a while. She didn't have a direct confrontation with them. They wanted to change rooms, so she changed rooms. At the beginning, she also let them choose the artifact first. If it wasn't for the fact that they were going to make a big deal out of this matter tonight, she wouldn't have turned hostile at all. Shui Rue said, "Fortunately, you came to find me in time. Otherwise, things wouldn't get out of hand. No matter what, you have to be careful. Don't make any mistakes during tomorrow's ceremony." Yushu smiled bitterly. "Before I came, I knew that I would be attacked by villains. But this kind of thing is hard to guard against. Look at me. I was lying in my room and sleeping, but I was still framed. Fortunately, you came. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to clean up. Being a master of disguise has its own depression. You only know one thing, but don't know the other, so it's hard to be comprehensive." Shui Rue turned his head. Under the moonlight, a pair of bright peach blossom eyes looked at her with a smile. "You did well tonight." Yushu's heart skipped a beat at his smile. She asked in confusion, "Really? What's so good about it?" Shui Rue raised his arm, ignoring the fact that there was a little spy following behind him. He wrapped his arm around Yushu's bony shoulder and gently pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and said gently, "It's okay. Lean on me more." Yushu couldn't resist his blatant intimacy, and her face heated up. She lightly coughed and put her hand on his chest, but she couldn't bear to push him away. Amidst the chirping of cicadas and the cool summer night, the two of them quietly stayed like this for a while before Shui regretfully let go of her and said, "Go back and rest early. Tomorrow won't be easy. And you should sleep early too." As soon as Yushu left his embrace, she had a tiny bit of reluctance. She turned her head to look at the young eunuch who was looking around nearby. When she saw that he wasn't staring at her, she stood on her tiptoes and swiftly kissed Shui Rue's cheek. Without waiting for him to react, she retreated, turned around, and swaggered off. Shui Rue was stunned. He touched his face and looked at her leaving figure. His lips gradually curled up. The 9th day of the 5th month was the death anniversary of the Dan dynasty's founding ruler, Emperor Anwu. It was the Saint Ancestor Worship Day. The imperial tomb raising ceremony was held to worship the ancestors and heaven, to pray for the prosperity of the future. Before dawn, Huajian Garden became busy inside and outside. In a corner of the West Garden, the 6 people from Taisher Library had finished bathing early and changed into ceremonial robes. Under the guidance of Wang Darren of the Ministry of Rites, they went to the imperial tomb. Along the way, the atmosphere in the carriage was very heavy. Due to the effects of last night's incident, Zhang Xuan and Chui Yin did not sleep well. Their faces were painted and barely covered the bruises under their eyes, but they couldn't hide their listlessness. The two still sat next to each other, but they weren't as close as when they came. Yushu, on the other hand, had a good sleep because of Shui Rue. She crossed her arms and leaned against the carriage with her eyes closed, enjoying the peace and quiet. After about 3 to 5 miles, the carriage stopped. Hearing Wang Darren's voice, Yushu, who was sitting by the door, was the first to jump off the carriage. The imperial tomb was built at the foot of Qi Mountain. The east and west were connected by the sun, the north by the dense forest, and the south by the flowing river. The carriage stopped at the edge of the grayish-blue city wall. Looking up, there were 81 steps of jade platform. It was grand and magnificent. The scarlet carpet stretched all the way to the north. The mountain breeze blew, and the east was green and white. Yushu squinted her eyes to feel the feng shui of the land of Crouching Dragon. It was very amazing. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go get the weapons," Wang Darren reminded them. Then he greeted the mausoleum guards in front of him and walked away. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Wang Darren returned. He was accompanied by another ceremonial officer and a small group of mausoleum guards. Each of them was holding a small wooden box. Yushu knew that the boxes contained martial emperor true weapons, so she focused her attention on the boxes. She saw the other ceremonial officer open the box and take out the weapons one by one. He handed them to Wang Darren, then passed them to the 6 of them. Yushu's eyes lit up when she saw these heavy bronze artifacts that glowed with a faint red light. Even though she didn't have any spiritual roots or spiritual energy, she could feel that they were extraordinary. Apart from a shape, they were similar to the fake artifacts that Lord Wang had given them before. Only their weight was comparable. She felt an indescribable heaviness as soon as she held the bagua plate in her hand. When the cold bronze object came into contact with her palm, she couldn't help but shiver. A faint trace of fear rose in her heart. She turned around to look at the other 5 people. They all had strange expressions on their faces. It seemed that she wasn't the only one who was affected. Lord Darren was not surprised at all. He led the 6 of them to the ceremonial officer who had come with him and warned them sternly. Follow Lord Ning into the mausoleum for now. Hold the weapons in your hands well. Don't drop them. After that, he glared at Cui Yun and Zhang Xuan with a hint of warning, then hurried to the east with the mausoleum guards. Lord Ning was 2 or 3 years older than Lord Wang. He looked rigid. After examining the people in front of him, he meticulously led them to the high platform. While giving instructions, he kept a close eye on their steps, as if he was afraid that they would drop the weapons in their hands. To be honest, the 81 steps were not difficult, but it was different when they were holding the bronze pieces that weighed 7 or 8 kilograms. Even Yushu was slightly out of breath after climbing to the top of the platform without stopping, let alone the weak Zhang, Xuan, and Cui Yun. The 2 of them were at the back. Under Lord Ning's dissatisfied gaze, they gritted their teeth and climbed up. When the ceremony begins, you will wait here until His Majesty ascends the platform. You will do this. Lord Ning carefully explained the process of following the emperor. He told them that there would be a ceremonial boy leading the way, and they only needed to remember to follow the ceremonial boy closely. The 6 of them formed 2 columns, Yushu and Wan Xiao, and were arranged to walk on the east and west sides of the imperial carriage. They held the 8 trigrams treasured sword in front. As long as the 2 of them did not make any mistakes, the 4 people behind them would be able to keep their eyes open. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose. Yushu and the others were led by Lord Ning to walk a few times on the Mausoleum Avenue. They were familiar with the route, but they were also very tired. There was a large underground palace under the Imperial Mausoleum, but the top was like an ordinary garden. The scenery was pleasant, and every entrance was guarded by light armored mausoleum guards with long spears in their hands. The security was tight. The altar was placed on top of the heavenly altar, and white banners were fluttering around it. More than 10 Taoists in blue robes wandered around the heavenly altar, waving their banners. Their expressions were solemn, and no one knew what they were doing. Yushu looked at them curiously, but when she heard Lord Ning cough, she hurriedly lowered her head to look at the road. When it was almost time, Lord Ning led them back to the starting point of the high platform. He asked them to temporarily put the objects in their hands on a piece of white cloth and rest for a while. Yushu rubbed her arms and looked down from the steps. She saw that outside the Imperial Mausoleum, which was deserted in the morning, there were now carriages and horses parked outside. There were shadows of people, and the sound of horns came intermittently from the distance. At the bottom of the heavenly altar, there was another world. There was a secret room 30 feet above their heads, and there were thousands of holes in the air. Beams of sunlight shone down, and the zigzagging walls were faintly discernible, flashing and disappearing, bursting with colorful splendor. Unexpectedly, there were countless jade stones inlaid on the walls. At the end of a moss-mottled stone tablet, there was a deep and bottomless pool of water. 2 figures were sitting beside the pool. The faint sound of a horn came from above. Jing Chun was sitting cross-legged, dressed in a long white Taoist robe. His black hair, like dark clouds, draped over his shoulders, reaching the ground. His elegant face was illuminated by the pond water, flickering between bright and dark. Zhu Muzhao was standing beside him. When he heard the sound of the horn, he said, "In another hour, the emperor will open the altar, and with the help of the upstanding qi of the imperial mausoleum, he will execute the 7 killers. Once the water of the underworld moves, you will see the people who have killed their lives." Hearing this, Jing Chen's face did not change at all. He had been meditating for days, and his mind was clear. At this moment, there was no distracting thought in his mind, and all his emotions were in the void. At noon, 500 imperial guards lined the road and personally arrived outside the imperial mausoleum. The current emperor, his concubines, children, grandchildren, relatives, and important ministers of the imperial court. A group of dozens of people climbed the high platform in a burst of music, and the ceremonial officer sang. Yushu saw the approaching crowd from a distance. A touch of bright yellow entered her eyes. She swallowed nervously and held the bronze vessel in her hand firmly. She was not as calm as she was an hour ago, and her heart was crazy with excitement. In the past more than 20 years, she never thought that one day she could see the ancient emperor with her own eyes. He was not an actor, but a real emperor. It was a hot summer day, so it didn't take long for Yushu, who was wearing a heavy dress, to have a layer of sweat on her forehead. However, she didn't dare to raise her hand to wipe it off. When the imperial carriage passed in front of her, she lowered her head and followed behind it. After walking a dozen or so steps, Yushu felt eyes sweeping over her body one after another. She knew that it was a noble looking at her, so her gait became even more steady. Carrying an artifact was tiring work, but it was indeed a good job. To be able to become familiar with the eyes of a large number of nobles and accompany the monarch, this was an opportunity that some people couldn't ask for in their entire lives. Along the way, people burned incense and worshipped in silence. When they walked to the bottom of the altar, Yushu felt that her whole back was wet with sweat. Thanks to the 3 layers of unlined clothes inside, she did not lose her manners. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.